The images on your screen tells the story. The story that the 2024 Intercollegiate Games is up, out, and running. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Intercol 2024 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The pictures on your screen is the start of the bearing of the torch that has started from the Republic Bank headquarters in St. George, the city, and heading across to the National Stadium. When they get into the National Stadium, they will be received by everyone here, and then, of course, we will get the ball rolling. My name is Jason Skeet. With me is Clyde Rondell John and Bernard Antoine. Sherry Ann Noel is also part of our broadcast team this morning. She'll spend a whole lot of time down on the field bringing us up to speed with everything that's happening. And the Intercol Games 2024 is on.
Yeah, well, pleasant good morning to viewers wherever you are, near and far. We at TNR really want to, just welcome you to this broadcast. Definitely Republic Bank, Jason, doing something really unique this 2024 games. Seems like everything is going up. And you look at the images on your screen and you can see that Anderson Peters, our javelin hero, is there along with a couple other schools, students represented from different parishes that I make it. And they will be coming into the stadium and introducing the schools, I guess, from the different parishes.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. This is Antoine here. The 2024 Intercol game is on. And this 2024 is a special one. It's our 50th anniversary. And so this is going to be a special one. Who will be victors at the end? We have 3 days where that will be determined. Gentlemen, I think we are in for a treat. Grenada, I think you're in for a treat. Our viewers and listeners, I think you are in for a treat on this edition of the Intercol Games. This is 2024.
Well, from what we are seeing now on the monitor, they're just approaching the keep left. They're going to make a right and head, oh no, they're going to come straight actually and come along the seawall and then make a right into the stadium road, which will then take them onto the car park. There they are coming straight, not going along the keep left to go into River Road, but coming straight, led by Anderson Peters. Of course, Anderson Peters, the 2019 and 2022 world champion in the javelin throw. And he's accompanied by members of staff of the Republic Bank, members of staff of the Republic Bank bearing the torch. It's a welcome initiative here by the Republic Bank. Of course, the branding, of course, we know of the branding and the purchasing and all of that, and the corporate deals that went down, and of course, Scotiabank now being transformed into Republic Bank, and that has continued. Our torchbearer, the male torchbearer that you're seeing, that's Mr. Casey Batiste. Casey Batiste is a teller at the Melville Street branch. He's a former track athlete from the village of Mardi Gras in St. Paul's. He started his athletic journey, I think, at the primary school level, where he represented the Berean Christian Academy, I think he went to. And he was also an ardent athlete, very good athlete at the private primary school games. Now, back then, he represented his school in the javelin event, so it's no secret why you would find him close to Anderson Peters. He represented his school in the javelin event. He's also was also well versed in the 1, the 2, the 4, and the 800 meters. So he was an all-round athlete his day in school. In 2013, also he represented the Beacon High School at the Intercol Games in the junior category, and he competed in the 1 and the 200 meters back then. The track and field, he said, has taught him to be disciplined and to exhibit good sportsmanship. Athletics overall, he said, has helped him to maintain his level of fitness. And as a former athlete, it is not easy to jog from Melville Street to the National Stadium. And as much as you know that you're fit, in this 31 degrees, still slightly overcast day, it can still be a challenge. So Mr. Casey Batiste even doing it with a smile on his face.
Yeah, I guess he's reminiscing the days being at school, Jason. And definitely, I think the Intercol games tend to bring back, memories to many of the past students of most of the schools. I sat a few days ago and I listened to the banter coming from some of the past students who were gearing up, to get into the stadium to support their teams. And so definitely you will want to reminisce on your days, especially if you're a track athlete.
All right, well, they've made that right and they've turned on to the stadium road. They're going to make a next right now and come into the National Stadium. Anderson Peters has taken up the mantle of bearing the torch. The other torch bearer, that's the lady to the left of Anderson Peters. That's Miss Naomi Kreft. Naomi Kreft is also a teller attached to the Melville Street branch of Republic Bank, and she's a former student of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She attended the school between 2009 and 2014. A former athlete herself, and she ran both at the primary school level. She was a student of the Samaritan and the St. George's Anglican Senior Schools. And, of course, her days at the secondary school level for the St. David's Catholic Secondary, she ran the 1, the 2, and the 100-meter hurdle. So Miss Naomi Kreft, also a former athlete. Well, they've arrived at the National Stadium. The pictures on your screen would indicate that clearly. And they've been trailed by the Republic Bank branded vehicle, being escorted by the police. The police, of course, brought them in. And doesn't even look a little bit jaded, this Casey Batiste. Neither him nor Naomi Kreft nor Anderson Peters. That's the benefit of being a fit athlete. These markers that you're seeing representing the different parishes, it represents moreover the parishes that all the schools will come from to participate in these Intercol games, and additionally where the main sponsor would have had their seeds in terms of outlets and services. So branding all around, and more so they've been carried by students of the St. John's Christian Secondary School, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Most of the schools are represented even in the torch run.
Yes, I can see one of my up-and-coming cricketers there, and definitely an athlete himself. That's from McDonald College, and that's Deshaun Andrew. And I can tell you he's an ardent 400-meter runner. You also you will see him in the 4x1 and the 4x4 for McDonald College. So definitely someone that we can maybe keep an eye on as the games go ahead.
Yes, and good representation here, actually. Even the smaller schools like the St. Andrew, the Greater Christian Academy. It's also here in one Keith Charles. So it's a good representation that we are looking at here, and it sets the tenor for what's going to happen over these next 3 days. And you're absolutely correct. These young people would have jogged from the downtown to the stadium here, and you're looking at some of the faces. The young man from St. Patrick, not even a sweat is there. It speaks to fitness. It really does. It speaks to fitness.
Well, inside the stadium, they're getting ready to enter the stadium. One of the components we understand that will be added to this year's activities will be the March Pass. There's a March Pass component that will be added to this year's Intercol activities, the March Pass of both the male and the female schools. It will happen on separate days, one today, the other tomorrow. Thinking that the boys carded for today and the girls for tomorrow. No room for it on the third day. The third day is nothing but pace and fire. That's when most of the deciding of the championships will come down to the third day. But one of the advantages that the committee has placed over the years, which has seen a substantial growth in numbers on day one and day two, is ensuring that there are heats and finals on all days. So if you're going to miss a day, you're going to be missing out a lot, because you've got the 100-meter finals, the 200-meter finals, you've got the 4x4. All these finals are proliferated over the 3 days. So it's no longer having just a day for finals or a day for boys and a day for girls. That has been a welcome change, and it has been adopted by even the primary school games. So it shows that it's working.
And the idea really is that traditionally, most fans or supporters, they will leave all the excitement, if you want to call it that, for the third day. Now you will be missing if you just decide to do a third day. So it's the first day, a number of finals on the first day, a number of finals on the second day, and a number of finals on the third day. Of course, interspersed with these finals will be the preliminaries. So it's all 3 days will be packed days.
All right, fantastic. We are live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube right now, but not for very long. It is a pay-per-view event, and we just want to remind everyone viewing right now on the free YouTube and Facebook link that has been provided. It is just an appetizer for you, for want of a better word. It's an appetizer for you to understand what you're going to be missing. So it is going to be wise for you to engage in the pay-per-view. Of course, I can give you the details on the pay-per-view. You can purchase the pay-per-view links. Day one, it's $7.99 US. Day two, $7.99, and day three, $12.99. Now there's a package, a season pass for $25 US for all the days, and so that in itself can happen. Visit tizic.com. That's TIZIQ.com, and you will be able to follow all the leads, and you click on the link and you follow all the leads, and of course you'll be a part of the pay-per-view. Well, we're getting ready to head inside the stadium now, and we're live. This is the 2024 Intercol Games live at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and all the trolls have been happening on social media. Everyone has been talking. Social media has not rested over the last week or so. Everyone has been just bubbling. You know, it is not for the faint of heart. It has not been a week for the faint of heart, really.
Yes, and that's going to continue all throughout these 3 days. Just to bring you a little taste of what's to come on this day one, as we talked about earlier, in this day one morning session, we have 10 finals. Just in the morning session only, John. We have 10 finals.
Yeah, it speaks a volume in terms of the level of competition, and the fact that we're going to start the competition from as early as event one, which is a final.
That is a final. It's a girls' shot put. So if you're a field event fan, you need to make your way either to pay-per-view, or you need to make your way down to the Kirani Stadium. For those of you who are viewing online now, with the YouTube channel that's going to be off shortly, get to your pay-per-view. We are going to start with event number one. It's a final event, and it's a girls' shot put. And it's a senior girls' shot put.
So they are on the inside of the track, and we're going to be seeing them just going around, introducing, the games to the patrons.
This is actually a very nice touch this year. This is really a nice touch.
Running in the outer lane.
So they're going to lead us. They're going to lead us all the way to the opening ceremony. I think a number of schools will be introduced. The different parishes, you have different schools associated with the parishes. So I think we're going to get to meet the schools. We're going to look forward to a really good opening ceremony.
One of the things that has one of the things that has been very obvious is that a lot of these a lot of these athletes were camping out at schools for the last 2 days or 3 days, getting themselves ready. So a lot of them have not seen home, but they're accustomed to this, and it gives them an idea as to what to expect as they get deeper and deeper into their athletic career. So a lot of them have not seen home, but they've grown accustomed to it. Obviously, a lot of these students come from different areas, so the schools make preparations and preservations for them. Athletes been camping out at the GBSS and the high school and the Presentation Brothers College and the St. David's Catholic and SAS. They've been basically living in comfortable arrangements at the schools. So
That in and of itself it's a good feature, and what that does, it helps with the team building. It really does. It helps with the team building. Um, though they are individual events, but at the day three, it's all about school.
Yeah, definitely. The teams, you in this intercall games, you need individual events to add to your school's performance, and so each and every member of this team is rather important. Even if you're on standby for an event, you have to make sure that you know you're there. Your level of support and encouragement can help those that might be taking part. You know, to really feel that spirit and want to go out and represent well. Again, you even if you're on standby, you have to be of that mindset where in the event someone is injured, you're ready to take their place and maybe outperform the person who got injured. You know, so it's really a moral boosting event for the schools. And so I know listening to the Facebook over the last few days and listening to the banter that is going on, I know persons take this thing very, very seriously. You know, and so it's a serious event for a lot of these athletes.
Not just the athletes. In fact, arguably, the Intercol Games is biggest sporting event and or sporting calendar in Grenada here. Certainly in terms of numbers, in terms of attendance, it certainly is.
we've got officials from the title sponsor, Republic Bank, seated there. The drum corps is at the back. I'm not too sure of the drum corps. It's obviously has to be a female school. I'm not quite sure if it looks like the Anglican high school, or I'm not quite sure. Once we go in closer on the tie, we might be able to get an idea, but it's an all female, and the house announcer has just introduced Anderson Peters. Of course, Minister for Sport Senator Jonathan Lacrette is there. Let's go down to the podium for the opening ceremony.
Intercol Games. To invite God's presence to bless these games, please join me in welcoming Reverend Silbert Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Master of Ceremony. Let us go to God in prayer. Gracious God, we ascribe all praise and glory to your holy name. We praise you for all your blessings upon us as your people. For this beautiful day, the lovely scenery in which we are gathered, the beautiful land in which we live and call home, its heritage, culture, and resources that add to the unique and rich diversity of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Lord, you have brought us to 50 years as an independent nation. And as we mark this significant milestone, we pray that your people here will derive a greater sense of patriotism and appreciation for your bestowed opportunities to learn, grow, and use our gifts and graces towards our own advancement and for your glory and honor. As we gather in this atmosphere, charged with anticipation and excitement, we invoke your blessings, O Lord, upon this sporting activity. Bless the work of the Grenada Secondary Schools Games Association, the school teachers, coaches, officials, sponsors, and everyone whose efforts have gone into the planning and organization of this event. Remember in a special way the athletes who will participate. As they compete for the coveted trophies and medals, may they do so with vigor and enthusiasm and the best of their efforts. In the final analysis, we acknowledge that everyone might not get the opportunity to stand atop the podium, but may they all emerge as winners by virtue of their outstanding efforts, good conduct, and display of true sportsmanship. Lord, we commit this 3-day activity into your hands. As the gentle rain sprinkles, may you send your Holy Spirit that this place may come alive with the best of Grenadian athletic talent. May Intercol 2024 be blessed with peace, harmony, and goodwill. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen, and thank you very much, Reverend Prescott. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing
Nazim.
for the national anthem of Grenada. And assisting us with the national anthem, please welcome Miss Kadeen Smith of the Happy Hill Secondary School.
A pleasant good morning to everyone. Hail, Grenada, land of ours, we pledge ourselves to thee. Heads, hearts, and hands in unity to reach our destiny. Ever conscious of God one family. God bless our nation. Thank you.
Well,
Thank
that was the
you.
singing of God Bless Our Nation. The national anthem is Dean Smith, a student of the Happy Hill Secondary School. A lot of range, a lot of poise, a lot of composure. And wow, she did that effortlessly. It's obvious that she has a serious background in singing. Sounds like a worship leader in her local village church. I wouldn't be surprised if she is. We have the YouTube link up live, and we're live on YouTube. And but it's only going to be for just about half hour, really. Again, we've extended that. I know earlier on we mentioned that we were up. Yes, we were up now, and it's only going to be for about half hour. And that's, of course, to just give our viewers there a teaser as to what they will be missing once we truncate that live feed. So just in case you are interested, it's a good time for me to remind you that you go to tiziq.com, tiziq.com, and you can get in on the pay-per-view action. Day 1, $7.99 US. Day 2, US $7.99, $7.99. And day 3, $12.99 US dollars. There's the ability for you to purchase a season pass for $25 US dollars, and you're in for all 3 days. And it's a good investment into the eyes of the young, aspiring, athletic superstars that we have here in Grenada. You're not missing any action at all, because with the opening prayer and the singing of the national anthem, we have obviously invoked the blessings and the showers of our Creator, who has shown us His gracious presence here this morning. So the Anglican High School Drum Corps is out on the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Anglican High School.
So the march pass of the athletes start being led by the high school drum corps, the Anglican High School Drum Corps, athletes from the Boca Secondary School. The Boca Secondary School, of course, a good showing last year at the Intercol Games. Didn't get into the top 3, but they were just on the cuff. So, Boca Secondary School.
Let's put our hands together for the Bishop's College.
Bishop's College, carriacou. A small contingent march passing, but they've got a whole lot more than that. But they too have been showing signs of wanting to come through and do something really extra special. Maybe 2024 is the year for them.
They have always been quite competitive, and we should expect no different this year. This could be the year. Special performances from carriacou we expect this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Boca Secondary School as we prepare to welcome the
Boca
Bishop's
Secondary School
College.
coming 6th in the girls division last year. Just on the outskirts, but they've done pretty well, just scoring over 100 points. And of course, you had St. David's Catholic Secondary way out in front with over 300. But to pick up 100 points against the competition of the Anglican High School, the St. Joseph's Convent, both St. Andrew and St. George and SAS, Boca Secondary School did very well.
You are absolutely correct, especially given its size. It's a small school, relatively speaking. It's a small school. Boca have always performed well in the middle and long distances. So we are going to look out for them this year, the middle and long distances.
On your screen now, athletes from the Presentation Brothers College in blue, the boys on the hill, the Cannons they call them. The Cannons, of course, coming 4th in Intercol last year just by 12 points because they were edged out in that final 4x4 relay, being beaten by St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Of course, St. David's Catholic Secondary School winning that final relay, and PBC needed to finish ahead of St. David's, and they didn't do that. So they ended up 4th in Intercol, but still very much a team to look out for. They've got some talent. Of course, they'll be missing the Raquel Telemac and the Antoine Blackett and a couple of others, but they've replaced them as well. They've got a couple of character athletes in their squad this year as well, PBC.
They have always been competitive, especially at the sub-junior and junior level, so we expect them to be similarly outfitted this year in terms of their competitiveness.
Let's now welcome the St. George's Institute.
St. George's Institute. Oh, they've not been up at the top at all, but you don't count them out. They're always there. They're always coming. You don't count them out. They finished at the bottom of the table last year, just picking up 3 points. But I'm quite sure that that would have served as motivation for them. And
keep your applause going.
You want to make sure that you keep your eyes on SGI.
Secondary School.
Yeah, I feel in some 21 athletes, I think it's an improvement to the amount of athletes that they had in their team last year. So it says that, more of the students find it interesting to be a part of the athletics games.
Absolutely correct. New kids on the block, if you want to refer to them like
Please help
that.
me welcome
And as
the
the school
J.W.
grow
Fletcher Catholic
in terms of
Secondary
its
School.
numbers, we are going to see improved performances and participation in general.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2023 champions in the female division, the St. David Catholic Secondary School. Please welcome the Happy Hill Secondary School.
So Happy Hill Secondary School, the male team finished 8th last year. The bright star this year, of course, is the singer of the national anthem. That's Kerisha Smith. Happy Hill Secondary School came 10th in the girls' division last year. Bernard, what do you make for them this year?
Happy Hitters have always done very well, especially in the shorter races. We can expect them again in the sprints. Always been very competitive in the sprints, and we can expect something similar this year.
Well, that's the folks who will tell you that they're on their home turf, Wesley College. They're on their home turf. They're right next door. And Wesley College in gold and brown is coming up there. With virtue and faith, we will conquer. Well, what they have conquered last year in the male team, they've gotten to 17th position, I think, in the male, and the female didn't do very much better. They came 14th, but they're always present, Wesley College. Westmoreland Secondary School, always present. Not been able to field the caliber of athletes that would have given them the title just yet, but give them credit. They're always here every year, Westmoreland Secondary School.
Yeah, definitely. They're always present. You have some 13 athletes registered here to take part from the Westmoreland Senior School, and so it says that the interest is building. I think we had a pretty good performance from them in the recent past. A number of their athletes, did pretty well here at the Intercol game, so we're looking forward to see what they have.
Put your hands together as we welcome the Westerhall Secondary School.
Westerhall Secondary School, always part of the danger zone, so to speak. Westerhall Secondary School, they have done pretty well at some events. So too the Grenada Christian Academy, new to this engagement, but they've been hovering in the 4th and the 5th in a lot of these track events and field events, not getting to the medal podium, but right there, just on the verge, just on the periphery of the medal podium, so that the points would have eluded them, but keep your eyes on them.
Definitely, we need to keep our eyes on them. They have a field of 16 athletes. They would be taking part in 4 of the relays that you would see during this Intercol Games 2024. And I can tell you they have 55 entries. So it means that they will be taking part. These 16 athletes will be spread into the different events that would be happening over the next 3 days.
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
The St. John's Christian Secondary School. Let's put our hands together for all of our teams as
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. They came third in the girls' division last year.
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, always a force to reckon with in the female category. They always tend to bring that tenacity, always bring in, that competitive edge. And so I know with the feel that they have, they will really try to make sure that they get on the board early, and look to maybe bring home a title up to St. Andrews.
Is it that the national champs gives us a slight indication as to what we might see pertaining to the results of the Intercol, Bernard? I mean, a lot of these athletes at the national champs are students as well, and a lot of these clubs come out of the school system. Do you think that gives us any indication at all as to where the titles will be heading?
It does, actually. In fact, these games, these Intercol games, the national team selections are not from these games. That's why the national championship is usually held before. That's where the teams are picked. That's where the Carriacou team, for example, is selected at those games. And you are absolutely correct in terms of participation. The athletes that was on show at the national championships, they are all spread out at those schools here. And the performers, the standard performers, they will be represented here over the next 3 days.
Athletes, coaches, officials, and esteemed guests, as we gather here today for the opening ceremony of the Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Schools Athletic Championship 2024, we come together to recognize the profound significance of these games in the development of our students. Beyond the fields and tracks, these competitions serve as invaluable platforms for nurturing essential life skills such as teamwork, discipline, resilience, and leadership. For our student athletes, these games represent far more than mere competitions. They symbolize opportunities for personal growth, self-discovery, and the pursuit of excellence. Through the challenges they will face and the victories they will achieve, our students will learn invaluable lessons that will shape their character and fortify their futures. We are deeply grateful to our sponsors, partners, stakeholders, and supporters for their unwavering dedication to the holistic development of our youth. Your investment in these games is an investment in the future leaders, innovators, and champions of tomorrow. As we embark on this journey together, let us not only celebrate the athleticism and talent on display, but also recognize the profound impact these games have on the lives. May this be a time of inspiration, camaraderie, and growth for all involved. Thank you, and do have a blessed day. Enjoy the 2024 Republic Bank Intercol.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Diana Abel Jeffrey, Chairwoman of the Grenada Secondary School Games Association. And for further brief remarks, please welcome the manager of Republic Bank, our title sponsor, Mrs. Naomi Diali.
distinguished guests, members of our audience here at the National Stadium and online, athletes across all 25 secondary schools, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased that you have joined us for another year of the Republic Bank Intercol Championships. 3 days of keen rivalry among the top performing athletes across our secondary schools. Who will it be this year? Will last year's male and female champs be able to hold on to their titles? It is left to be seen. But one thing's for sure, the competition will be one of passionate performances. The Intercol Championship is facilitated through Republic Bank's Power to Make a Difference program, an initiative that is focused on enhancing our communities through the power to help, care, learn, and succeed. Today, Republic Bank reaffirms its commitment to supporting the youth of our nation as we pursue their dreams in the arena of track and field. Athletes, we encourage you to dream big. The Carifta Games are around the corner, and some of you will have an opportunity not just to observe Caribbean talent and our participate among the best across the region. Yes, big dreams. We are only a few months away from the Olympic to be staged in Paris, where we'll be cheering on some of our local athletes on the world stage. Our brand ambassador, Anderson Peters, being one of them. Many of our athletes who have moved on to enjoy regional and international success first made their mark at Intercol. This is your time to dream big, your time to blaze the track, your time to shine bright. So seize the moment, knowing that Republic Bank, and indeed a whole nation, stands proudly behind you. In conclusion, the success of this championship is a collaborative effort from the planning, sponsorship, technical management, and much more. Congratulations to the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools under the new leadership of Mrs. Diane Abel Jeffrey and all the other stakeholders involved in executing this event. I extend best wishes to all the schools and participating athletes. May the 2024 Republic Bank Intercol Championships be one to remember. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Naomi Diali, manager of our title sponsor, Republic Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, to offer brief remarks and to declare today's games open, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming the Minister responsible for Youth and Sports, Senator the Honorable Jonathan Lacrette.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, Chairwoman Jeffrey, General Manager Diali, my fellow principal colleagues. I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Youth, Sports. The Ministry of Youth and Sports want to reaffirm also its commitment and its dedication to ensuring that the sporting facilities with the responsibility for developing our athletes is done, that development is done and kept to a particular standard so that you can continue to perform at your optimal best. All the best at the 2024 Intercollegiate Games, and at this particular juncture, as Minister with responsibility for youth and sports, I now declare the 2024 Intercollegiate Games open.
Thank you very much, Senator Lacrette. As the games have now been declared open, the athlete's oath will be taken on behalf of all athletes by Mr. Jaden Knight of the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Let's put our hands together and welcome Jaden.
Good morning. On the behalf of all athletes, I pledge that we will participate in the 2024 Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Games Athletic Championships in the true spirit of sportsmanship, abiding by the rules which govern them for the glory and honor of our schools and success of the games.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight. And to take the game's official oath, please welcome field judge, Ms. Carol McSween.
On behalf of all officials, I pledge that we will participate in the 2024 Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Schools Athletic Championships with complete impartiality, observing the rules which govern them to ensure the smooth running and high standards of the games.
Thank you very much, McSween. And just before we head to the track and field for the action, we must remember those who were with us but no longer are. I'd like to invite you to join me in a moment of silence as we remember those who have contributed to the Intercol Games who have sadly passed on. We remember the likes of Mr. Finley Fletcher, the past Intercol official. We also remember Mr. Andre George, past teacher at the St. David Catholic Secondary, as well as the Grenville Secondary School. And we also remember our dear student of the Hillsborough Secondary School, Ms. Esther Patterson. Thank you very much. May the souls of the dearly departed rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, this ends our official ceremony. The games are now open, and the championship trophy is now up for grabs.
So there you had it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the opening ceremony of the 2024 Intercollegiate Games. And definitely the interest is peaked. I think the excitement has begun. And it makes for a very interesting 3 days ahead.
Yes, I think we can expect keen competition. We saw a glimpse of that with the national championship. So I think we can expect some keen competition this year. You would have noticed, John, the rain's visiting us right now. We have some light showers. I suspect it's not going to be here for a very long period of time.
Yeah, definitely not. So what we're going to do, we're going to say goodbye to the persons who are viewing on the TNR YouTube page. And we just want to remind you that you can continue to follow the action right here at the National Stadium by going to the pay-per-view and picking a package. Ensure you can have the daily package. You can have a season pass for $25 US. And we want to make sure that you're in on the action. So don't stay there and not purchase the pay-per-view. If you want to follow, you need to get your pay-per-view. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with you for some action.
that you're able to join us on this first day, whether you're physically here with us or you're online. Thank you so much for being a part of this all. And we're getting set to begin with all the action in just another few moments.
So we are going to see some keen competition over the next few days. We just want to alert our viewers that the girls shot put, that would be event number 1. We also will be looking at the boys discus throw. These are some of the events to come. We do have a little bit of a drizzle with us at this time.
Yes, you can. The light showers are with us. If you look to the hills where the rains normally come from around these parts, it does seem as though it's not going to be with us for a very long time, because the hills are quite clear actually. So these light showers, we expect them to disappear shortly.
So it's the 2024 Intercollegiate Games. Excitement in the air. I know that many of the viewers, they are ready. They're about picking up their packages and heading on in to make sure that they're a part of this action. We will see the 25 schools competing over the next 3 days. As you mentioned earlier, Mr. Antoine, the National Championship has set up this Intercol Games in a manner where even if you represent the same club, you are now going against your club mate.
Absolutely, and this is really what makes this all so exciting. This is about school. Today is all about schools. And so it's keen rivalry, and a lot of these rivalries go way, way back. And we expect no different today. And so you can expect a treat. If we look across the stands and so forth, they're not well peopled just yet, but we expect that to change. Certainly, certainly by the middle of the day, that should change and change quite significantly.
Yeah, normally the first day of athletics competition here at Intercol, it's not really proliferated with persons in attendance, but I know definitely as the day goes on, and the excitement build and the results from some of these finals begin to come in, the patrons are going to find themselves here to cheer on their schools.
Absolutely. So in this first event that we have, the girls shot put, we have listed some 21 athletes that will be taking part in this one.
Yes, 21 athletes from the different schools. You have the likes of J.W. Fletcher Catholic in Maya Phillip. St. John's Christian Secondary, you have Latoya Stanislaus. You have a number of athletes there representing from Anglican High School, St. David's Catholic, Wester Hall is there, Grenville Secondary is there, the St. Joseph Convent, St. George, MacDonald College is also featured. So a number of athletes, Boca Secondary, Happy Hill. So it's quite filled with athletes, and so you're expecting that somebody will be challenging for the title of the girls shot put champion.
Yes, and the long-standing record, and I mean long-standing, because this record go way back to 1996. 1996 is the record for this event, and it's 12.92 meters. Let's see what challenge these young ladies will put up against this long-standing record from since 1996 today. The schools are all well represented in this one, and yes, we expect some keen competition here.
Yeah, 1996, Nisha Belfon. So I think this would be a challenge for many of the athletes to see if they can surpass this 12.92. I haven't seen much of the athletes getting close to the 12.92 mark, but definitely the one who gets up there, I think that would be an exceptional athlete.
Yes, absolutely. And the rains are still with us. Well, the drizzle is still with us. And maybe it's cooling things down, John.
Well, definitely, I think that the bit of coolness that we have now, it may not last much longer because things are going to heat up once these athletes begin to blaze the tracks.
Yes, absolutely. And we want to remind you that it's day one. It's the day one of the intercollegiate games, Republic Bank Intercol 2024 here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. And day one, we have some 10 finals in this morning session alone. So the organizers have saw it fit to have these games, not to leave all of the finals on the last 2 days, but spread right throughout. So just in this morning session only, we have 10 finals.
Yeah, the finals are mainly in the track events. We have a number of preliminary events field events are more of the finals, and we have a number of preliminary events on the track spread throughout the day. Definitely the morning session will be filled with keen competition. I know from the onset, many of the teams, they get their lead on the first day from the field event. So a lot of them, the schools will want to make sure that they capitalize on the field events that would set up, their second day and third day in terms of gunning for the championship.
Yes, and the start of a meet like this is always lots and lots of anticipation, and the start of this one this our 50th year of independence. Again, this is going to be a special meet today, and so the winners, whoever win today in this meet, they would have something to boast about for a long, long time, because this is the 50th anniversary of our independence. So to come out the winners of the Intercol Games and the 50th anniversary, it's a big thing.
Yes, it is. As the theme that passed through the independence, it's a big deal. I think 2024 is a big deal, and a number of new initiatives in the Republic Bank Games. And so you saw a number of new initiatives at our independence. So it sets the stage for what we would say is up movement.
You're not missing any action on the field. We are, in fact, readying ourselves for live action that will start shortly. And over the next 3 days, we will give you some history as to what has happened in the past in these Intercol Games. What we can tell you now is from 1973 until 2023. Trying to span the 50 years from our independence started in 1974. Our independence not started, our independence was in 1974. The Anglican High School would have, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School would have won these championships during that period on 17 occasions. That is 17, that's a lot. And the Anglican High School would have won these championships on 15 occasions. And St. George's, St. Joseph's Convent St. George on 9 occasions. This would be the top 3 schools over that particular period. And as we go through over the next 3 days, we'll give you some history as to what has happened over these last 50 years or so in Intercol.
Yeah, just to pick up from where you were, in that 15 to 17, it means that the St. David's Catholic Secondary has won the title twice ahead of the Anglican High School. You can see the rivalry that comes, when you look at and you listen to the students over these period within the last few years. St. David's Sec has dominated the female category, but the Anglican High School has always been present. And so it makes the rivalry something to look forward to come 2024, because I know that the Anglican High School, they will be gunning to make sure that they dethrone the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
It is something to look forward to. So listeners, viewers, again, you are not missing any action on the field. As soon as the action starts, we will take it to you live.
3 days, 25 schools in total. Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive Secondary. They're in white tops and dark green bottoms. Grenville Secondary, you can see them decked out in their black and orange. Happy Hill Secondary, Purple Panthers. They will be in purple with some white trim, probably. Hillsborough Secondary. They will be in the dark blue bottoms and the yellow tops. Dark green bottoms, the yellow tops. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. They will be in the light purple and orange. You can find them in the light purple and orange. MacDonald College, maroon with some white trim. Presentation Brothers College, royal blue, some white trim. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, they'll be in their traditional dark blue. We've got the St. David's Catholic Secondary. They'll be all decked out in red, top to bottom. We've got the St. John's Christian Secondary, Shaper Stunners. They'll be in blue bottoms and yellow tops. St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, white tops and red bottoms. We've also got the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, the traditional green and white. So you can see the white bottoms with the green and white striped tops. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. St. Mark's Secondary, they'll be in maroon and beige, maroon bottoms and beige tops. St. Rose Modern Secondary, they'll be in blue bottoms with some red tops or red trim, mostly blue with some red trim. You've got the St. George's Institute. They'll be decked out in turquoise and black. Wesley College, brown and yellow. Wester Hall Secondary in their traditional fluorescent green, the iguanas of the Wester Hall Secondary. And the Westmoreland Senior School in their traditional blue and white. So those colors represented for the 25 schools. When you see them on the track, you can identify.
So there we had it from our house announcer, the colors of the various schools in participation here today. And over the next 3 days, we are going to be following the action here. We're going to make sure that we give you updates as regular as possible, coming in from both the track and the field. And it makes for a really exciting, keen day. What I can tell you, you're on your screen, you have competitors in the girls shot put seniors, and they're all lined up there. And they seem to be having their warm-up through. Now, we will see the likes of Serena Alexander. I think she was one of the outstanding throwers at the national championship right here at the Carriacou James Stadium. So she will be one that we can look forward to give us a performance. Quite a few of them may not have been there, but she was one of the standout performers. And so definitely we need to mention her and ask, that can she really get close to her best and possibly maybe the record of 12.92.
It's a big ask, but that's what these meets are for, to bring the best out of the athletes. And with competition actually does that. And there's no bigger competition for secondary school athletes than this one. On your screen, it's the girls' open shot put. And as was mentioned earlier, they're going through their paces, doing their warm-up throws and so forth. We have a starting list that suggests we are going to have 21 athletes in this one, representing most, if not all, of the schools here today.
So that was a throw coming in there from Tarisha Ino of the Hillsborough Secondary School. Carriacou represented. We have Andrea Hazard now up for the Boca Secondary School. Unfortunately, not recording a mark there. So that's J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. Kalisha Joseph is their competitor. Again, the shot put is a pretty technical event. There are some basic rules that needs to be followed if you're going to really throw the shot put well. And I've noticed a few of them not really having the technical competency.
Yes, we have not seen any of the throwers thus far exhibit that technique that's wanted or needed or preferred in this event. We haven't seen that just yet.
And it's something that I definitely will want to keep my eyes on, you know, understanding the technical competencies of, you know, where the ball should be, what position, how you should hold the ball, and what position you would get into, you know, in order to effect the throw, what technique they would use, whether it's the, you know, as we see a competitor, they're not being able to identify her as yet. Doesn't have a number. But again, we want to make sure that, you know, you look at the development of the athletes, and this is very key in terms of their ability to move on to a higher level.
And we have a number of events that's taking place at the same time. We just got a spot of the girls' high jump for juniors. That's event number 4, as well as the start of the 100 meters hurdles open for girls in the HEP.
Yeah, and there you see on your screen the competitors in the first heat of the Heptathlon girls 100 meter hurdles.
The heptathlon is one of those events that really demands a lot. Fitness, strength, technique.
Yes, it does. You're competing in some 7 events over 2 days. Recovery time, basically, you have a bit of a time to recover, but it does tax the body quite a bit. You know, having to compete in running, jumping, and throwing events. You look at the persons who excelled in these events, and you notice that they have some technical competencies in almost each event. They may have a strong event, and they may have a weak event. But where you're strong, you need to really dominate.
Yeah, so we should go trackside shortly to get the start of the first track event for the day. 100 meters hurdles open heptathlon.
So in this event, you would see the likes of Maya Noel. She will be in lane 2. Sophia Cox of the Boca Secondary. We go to the track house announcer. Okay, so that was just a review of the persons there. Denisha Scott featured last year very well in this event. I think she did pretty well for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And so she's here again this year in the HEP.
She comes into this as the favorite in this event. Not just the hurdle, but in the heptathlon period. She comes in as a favorite. So looking for St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1829. Athlete number 1829 in this one. 29.
What I can tell you about the 100-meter hurdles in the heptathlon, the record for the hurdles is 16.83 seconds, and that was set in 2023 by Shamari Joseph. So something that the girls can look forward to. It's a pretty recent timing or record that has been set, and so we're looking to see if there is any improvement in terms of the times that these girls will run.
So it's St. John's Christian Secondary in lane 2, Poker in lane 3, St. David's Catholic Secondary in lane 4, SAS in lane 5, and in lane 6, the Happy Hill Secondary School.
This is the second time we have the Octathlon girls at these Intercol games. Last year, we got the inaugural champion, Shamari Joseph of the St. John's Christian Secondary. And so she also holds the record in the Octathlon girls 100-meter hurdles, time of 16.83 seconds. Remember, it's not for medals at this stage. The points are accumulated over the course of the 7 events, and the athlete amassing the most points is awarded a gold medal. So they're chasing times and distances across the 7 events to increase their points tally. First up, event number 1 of the Octathlon girls, 100-meter hurdles.
So just to remind you, it's heat 1. We have another heat to come. Total of 13 persons entered in the heptathlon, and so they would be competing over the next 2 days. And they're off. It's the girls' 100-meter hurdles, and it's Scott from St. David's Catholic Secondary School out front. She has a fair bit of distance between her and the second place, and she's pretty efficient there, getting across the line. It will be interesting to see the time, but she came through really nicely. From the onset, she was ahead, and ensured that she, kept the pace. As she got into the hurdles, you recognize that she seemed to have gotten the rhythm a bit better, and so she was able to finish pretty strongly.
Right on form. We expected Scott. And Cox in this one, and it was Scott at the end. And again, this is the HEP, so it's over 2 days. Up next is the second section of this 100 meters hurdles open for girls.
So Scott living up to the expectation. I think she is the person who we recognize came in with a pretty decent time from last year and has done so far what is expected of her. So definitely she will want to make sure that she sets the pace, and I think the others will have to catch up.
Section 2. And the winning time in that first section was 18.73 seconds. 18.73 seconds. That is Denisha Scott of St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
St. John's Christian.
All right, well, heat number two. Well, not heat, sorry, it's a final. The heptathlon is a series of grueling events. All respect to these athletes who would have taken up the challenge to participate in the heptathlon and the octathlon. Wish them well. To each his own. You've got to know in this life what fights to pick. You pick your battles carefully. I've never been a fan of the hept or the oct, and I respect all those who choose to participate in it more than anything else.
It's grueling 2 days. It's strength, it's technique, and endurance.
All right, well, let's run through the lane assignments for you quickly. In the second of two, Khadijah Bristol of Happy Hills of Hillsborough Secondary School, Zuri Isaac, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Elizabeth that's Happy Hill Secondary School, and Nakila Lawrence, Boca Secondary School, Rachel Etienne of the Anglican High School, Micaiah Ramsey of Happy Hill Secondary School. There's no athlete from Boca. We have Alexander from SAS in lane 7, and Soraya Walker from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George in 8. Or St. John's Christian Secondary School, that is, St. John's Christian Secondary School in lane 8. So they will get the opportunity to do their thing. It's 100-meter hurdles. It requires some technique. You've got to find the right rhythm, and you can't jump over the hurdles. You've got to leap over them. It all comes down to the proper execution and the technique. You'll get to the hurdles a lot faster, and you'll get over a lot smoother. They're on the starter's orders.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. It's one of those events. If you miss your timing, and all it takes is 1 or 2 hurdles, and you miss your timing, that's the end of it. There's very little comeback in these sprint hurdles.
It's students, so these officials have a lot of talking to do, not that they're disciplined, but because you want to make sure that at this level they get everything down pat, because after this you're going into the big leagues, so to speak. This is the precursor for the big leagues. Good clean start, everybody's up. Immediately Anglican High School looks to surge forward. That looks like Etienne. That looks like Etienne for the Anglican High School. Etienne and Alexander from SAS. Alexander from SAS will come through. Surely Alexander is going to win this one. And Alexander followed by Etienne. And it looks like Bristol from the Hillsborough Secondary School that came in 3rd. So a lot of this will really depend on the time. And then, of course, the points will be reflective of that.
Absolutely correct. And fairly new events. It's quite obvious for some of these young ladies. So it's a work in progress. But the heart is there. And even with a tumble from the athletes from St. George's Convent, St. George, she got back up on her feet and she continued. And that's what you want to see in competition like this.
It was a good run from Alexander of the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. We'll to see what the time is. The time is 19.78. So 19.78, what was the previous one by Scott? The previous one by Scott was 18.73.
18.73.
So 18.73 by Scott and 19.78 by Alexander. So the points will reflect the times, of course. And interesting enough, there was a no-show by Nikela Lawrence of Boca Secondary School. Now, Boca has done pretty well last year, coming in the top 10 in both divisions, in both male and female categories. So they were on the radar for one of the schools to watch in 2024. So we've got heat. We've got a third one in this. Oh, it wasn't on our program, so they're now listing it. So well, we do not have a start list for this one. From the indications that we got, is that it was 2 of 2. So we're deep in the ocean without a paddle and a canoe on this one.
Next one is number 5, girls in the senior division.
The record of this event stands at
So this is the 100-meter girls hurdles. This is not the heptathlon. All right, so now we're getting somewhere. So this is the girls 100-meter hurdles. Heat 1.
Yeah, and that's the senior girls, and they're off.
Senior girls hurdles. This looks like St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. This looks like a Kamali Phillip. Phillip is gone. She is out like a rocket. And she's basically doing this thing alone with good timing, good technique, good rhythm. And Kamali Phillip, running out of lane 5 for the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, has crossed the finish line in amazing time, with amazing talent. She's given us a pretty good demonstration as to how you do the 100-meter hurdles.
The technique this was all about the technique here.
Yeah, definitely. You look at her hands as it comes through. You look at the legs as they get over the hurdles. As the feet went down, you can see that she was in preparation mode. It's a run event. It's not a jumping event. Look at her as she gets over the hurdle. Quickly, that front leg just comes down and the other one snaps over quite quickly. She's getting nice and low over the hurdle to ensure that she has the momentum. It doesn't break, because what we notice from a lot of the others, they're jumping, but she's actually running the hurdle. A pretty good technique, someone we can look forward to in the future in terms of the hurdle event.
So, good work. She's listed as wearing number 2187, but she's carrying 2188. So maybe there's a mix-up here in the names. I'm not sure. We're going to get that sorted out now. It looks like, oh, well, this is Shanti Augustine. She was the person that ran a short while ago. So Shanti Augustine won, Shanti Augustine coming over the hurdle. So
again, we know of Augustine as a 100 sprint athlete, and trying the hurdles is something that I think is fairly new to her, but you can see that she has been working quite hard on the hurdles.
In fact, thus far, her technique on display today is quite solid, actually. It's a good technique. And she has been a character representative for Grenada for the last 2 seasons. But not in this hurdles event, but rather in the 400 meters and 200 meters. That's a pet event, if you want to put it like that. So heat number 2, the 100 meters hurdles senior girls. Heat number 2, up next. So it's the top 3, and then the next 2 best based on times from the 2 heats. Top 3, next 2 based on times. Let's go trackside. Trackside for lane assignments.
So again, we can, as they go through the lineup, we can look at the persons in this event. You have a number of athletes represented there. And we can look forward to Peaches Panchu, number 1480, carrying the number 1480. A pretty decent sprinter, but she's coming to the hurdles. It will be interesting to see her execution. Also, you have from SAS, Bridgman from SAS, who, again, quite tall, has a pretty, has been known to be a pretty decent sprinter. But the hurdles event seemed to be fairly new, and it's good to see that these girls are challenging themselves to be a part of the hurdles event. So the time to beat is 15.52 seconds by Augustine, Shante Augustine. And so far she has booked her place in the finals and has really set the time that the other girls need to really follow if they're going to get anywhere close to her. So lane 2, Boca Secondary School, Joseph. Lane 3, Jeleno, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Panchu in 4, McDonald College. They're off. It's pretty fair start. So we look at Panchu. She looks to set herself. Boca Secondary is there, but Panchu is leading all the way so far. Not really running the hurdle, but jumping. But nonetheless, she's doing what it takes to make sure that she crosses the line in first position, and so she has qualified for the finals. Definitely a good run from her.
Yes, it was. In fact, she won this heat rather easily. And remember, it's the top 3. So the top 3 plus the next 2 best based on times. So it's athlete number 1480. That's Peaches Panchu from McDonald College winning this heat. 19.24 seconds.
Again, so we look at it again as they come off the block. It's pretty fair. The athlete there from St. Joseph Convent having a little bit of a fall there, but Panchu not letting that distract her. She was focused, trying to ensure that she got to the finish line first, which she did. Boca Secondary School doing what she had to do and making sure that she came into a second position. Time really not anywhere close to that of Augustine, but definitely they have done what is needed to be in the finals later on.
Yes. Kiana Joseph there in second position. She's also into the finals, as well as Tirana Bridgman from SAS with 2100.
So that was the completion of the heat for the girls' senior 100-meter hurdles. Right, so on your screen we have the high jump girls, which is taking place. That's the girls high jump juniors. So lots of action coming to you here on day one of the Intercollegiate Games, the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024. Lots of action taking place. We have the boys lining up on the track for the hurdles. We have the shot put, which is on. And you're seeing on your screen the high jump junior girls.
Yes, high jump junior girls on the screen now. If you have a program, that's event number 4. We have 18 athletes listed to participate in this event, and they represent most of the schools right across the spectrum.
So now you're going to see Kenya Phillip from the St. Joseph Convent. Sorry. Yes, that's Kenya Phillip. That's what we have here.
It's Convent St. Andrew.
Yes, St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. Record in this event stands at 1.63 meters. That was set in 2005 by Skeeter Isaac.
That's a long time ago. Let's see if this will get any challenge today. 1.63 meters. High jump for girls, junior. I'll be back on the track now. It's the 110 meters hurdles. 110 meters hurdles, senior boys. We have 2 sections, and coming up is section 1 of 2. It is a preliminary event, so we have 2 heats in this one. 110 meters hurdles. The record for this event is 15.14 seconds. That was set in 2017 by Darren Mudu. Darren was a good athlete that represented Grenada quite well. So that was set in 2017, 15.14 seconds in this event.
So again, the hurdles event is something that many of our athletes are getting used to. It's not really prolific at this time, but quite a few entries in the event suggest that it is growing in popularity.
Yes, and it is a sprint event. It's a sprint event with technique. In fact, our Caribbean athletes have done very well in these sprint hurdles over the years.
So we're just taking in a bit of the athletes, getting to know who they are. It's Javon Roberts, Shem Smith. So that's Kimion Patrick there on your screen. Shami Gibbs from the GBSS.
In 6 from Boca, Daniel. And in
So 7 athletes in this heat 1 of 2.
Heat 1 of 2 preliminaries in the 110-meter hurdles for senior.
Lane 1 is empty, so we are down to 6 from lane 2 to lane 7. It's J.W. Fletcher in lane 2. In 3, St. John's Christian Secondary. GBSS is in lane 4. In lane 5 is St. David's Catholic Secondary. He's in red with and yellow. Boca is in lane 6. And in lane 7, SAS. That's Jordani Lewis.
Well, I can tell you, you need to keep your eyes on lane 4. That's Shemrick Gibbs. He comes in with a time of 16.36 seconds, which is a pretty decent time for the sprint hurdle. When you look at the fact that, you know, it's not that popular and we're still getting used to it at these major championships, he seemed to have a pretty decent time coming into the event.
Yeah, we are going to pay attention to their techniques, and as these boys grow into this particular event and the technique improve, so will their time. The record time again for this event is 15.14 seconds that was set in 2017 by Darren Moodle. Heat 1. Up next.
They're off, a clean break. And there goes Gibbs. Again, looking really good there, being challenged by the athlete there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Nawasa Sass looking pretty well on the outside. 3 boys, really a really good run. This is exciting stuff. I mean, you look at these 3 athletes, something that is new to them, but they're competitive all the way to the line. This sets the stage.
Absolutely, quite competitive in this one. And the top 3 athletes was quite clear. And it's the top 3 plus the next 2 based on times that will get into the finals. So we have our finalists. Top 3 qualifiers, GBSS, St. David's and SAS in this one.
Yes, St. David's Catholic Secondary there in Akedon James, and as I looked at his technical proficiency, you know, I saw the hands coming up. You know, he's trying to get as low over the hurdle as possible, so that helps in him recovering to get the paces going again. You know, and you look at these 3 boys, and they seem to have some technical areas where they could develop, but so far they're looking pretty well.
They're looking pretty good, and it shows that they would have had some coaching in this one. They were not jumping, as we say, over the hurdles, but they were actually hurdling.
Yeah, and that gives a lot of encouragement to the athletes. A time of 17.02 for Akedon James, 17.08 for Shemrick Gibbs, and 17.12 for Jordani Lewis. So pretty decent running there by these athletes.
That's 7.02. That's the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School winning this one. That's Akedon James. And the other 2 automatic qualifiers in here is Shemrick Gibbs, the GBSS, and Jordani Lewis.
So trust me, I'm really impressed by what I've seen.
18:43 is the bubble time from the athlete from Boca.
A distance of 12.09 meters from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Serena Alexander. Girls, chocolate seed.
Heat number two of the 110 meters hurdles for senior boys. That's up next on the track.
Which is the record of 1.63 meters. The field has now been cut from 18, it's now down. He just uses the jump off. Athlete from St. Andrews Anglican Seminary, Christian Charles. Girls high jump junior, bar most of 1.40 meters, chasing the record 1.63 meters.
So in this one we have DeAndre Smith from Boca Secondary, Kyle Ned, he's from SAS, Alistair McPhee, he's from St. John Christian Secondary, the athletes from St. David's Catholic Secondary's Cale Lewis, he's there, GBSS in Omario Pope, he's also there.
So again, we're going to look. We are going to keep our eyes on the middle of the track. McPhee, Lewis, Pope. These three athletes there, I think within the center of your field, they are the athletes to look for. The time to beat will be 17.02. Remember, this is a heat, so the top three will automatically qualify, and then the next two fastest or the next two best times will also get into the finals.
So there are 4 athletes in this one. 5, sorry. There are 5 athletes in this one. The top 3 will qualify. 110 meters hurdles for senior boy.
They're off. Oh, seemed to be a false start there. It's interesting.
And the athlete from St. David's, Cale Lewis, seems to have gotten off fairly quickly, too quickly.
Definitely. Will be interesting to see what happens here.
The officials are conferring. The Grenada as a country continue to grow with the hurdles, and the last 2 intercollegiate games as well as our national championships, there are more and more athletes who are participating. There we have a disqualification. So for false start, Cale Lewis has been disqualified, and so we are down to 4 athletes. So Cale Lewis, there's a DQ, a false start. So we are down to 4 athletes in this heat. Heat 2 of 2. The 110 meters hurdles, senior boys.
Yeah, pretty disappointed there. But the rules will always be the rules, and we have to, as much as possible, we don't like it, but we have to abide by it. And they're off. It's the heat 2 of the boys 110 meter hurdle. So there goes Sass. He's out and powers his way through to the line. Boca Secondary with an automatic place there. Will be interesting to see the time.
the time to beat from the first heat is 17.02.
So ladies and gentlemen, introducing your top 8 finalists heading
So that was Kyle Ned coming in there from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. As we look at him, again, really going through the pieces pretty nicely. Will want to make sure that he uses that hand to a little more effect. But you look at the speed into the hurdles, it's pretty decent. You look at as he lands, he's ready to continue 15.62. So really awesome run there by Ned.
This is by far the fastest time, these two heats. And then the athlete from Boca Secondary in second position, 16.80 seconds.
from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Akeda McSween. And your field leader heading into the finals from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Serena Alexander. The top 8 heading into the
So that concludes the boys 110 meters hurdles. 110 meters hurdles for senior boys.
All right, so you can look forward to these boys in action a bit later when we have the finals of that event. And right away, Kyle Ned has just ensured that the spotlight is shown on him come the finals.
Yes, he has put his hand up at 15.62, with the next person closest to him is 17.02, Akadon James from St. David's Catholic Secondary. So these two will go into the finals, the leading times. Next event on the track will be the 100 meters in the Octathlon. 100 meters in the Octathlon, that's next. That's event number 32 with 2 sections.
So we're starting to busy ourselves, really. And in the process of busying ourselves, we've been trying to get the correct information from the meet manager's office. It has been a little bit up and down at the start, but I'm quite sure that things will iron itself out. We are very busy because a lot has come into it. On your screen now, the girls' short put. You've got this is the girls'
So on your screen, the girls' shot put.
This is a girls' shot put senior, is it?
Yes, senior girls' shot put.
Senior girls' shot put. Now they've moved into the top 8 because they've already done the elimination, and they've moved into the top 8. So Serena Alexander is there for St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She's one to watch. Is girls shot put senior, the game's record being 12.92 meters. That was established back in 1996 by Nisha Belfon. This is Zena Collins from Grenville Secondary School now. It's a foul throw. Zena Collins. She's gotten to the top 8. She's a lot better than that. Akeda McSween from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She's on your screen. So, Akeda McSween.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the boys' distance throw juniors at the southern end of the Granite Introducing your finalists, the final athletes heading into the last 3 throws.
Kira McSween, she's just inside 12.39 meters. That's the game's record. She's also accompanied by her fellow schoolmate. That's Serena Alexander. This is Alexander. Now, Alexander was huge on this one, closer to 14 meters. If we could get a glimpse as to what the distances are, there's something on a swivel down there that would give us the distance. Stanislaus, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. So while the girls' shot put senior will continue, let's go downstairs for the lane assignments. This is going to be a quick one.
And your current leader heading into the finals from the Nawasa SAS, Shane Lee, Augustine.
So that's on your screen is the start of heat 1 for the boys Octathlon.
We are getting ready for event number 32, the Octathlon 100 meters dash open for boys. Heat 1 of 2, or section 1 of 2.
Brian Isaac from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. No qualifying times listed for any of these athletes. Rondell John of Boca Secondary School is there. He's one to watch. The Jonathan Newton of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And Gamer Belgrave of Happy Hill Secondary School. 4 athletes in this one. Bernard, you've got a favorite in this one?
No favorites coming into this. Of course, it's the Oct. So it's a multi-event. What we see here, Jason, is number 2, lane number 2. Lane number 2 is empty. And if you miss one of the events in an event like this, you may as well miss the others.
There's a whole lot of serious points being lost there. So that's Belgrave from Happy Hill Secondary School. He's not in lane 2. He's listed to be there, but he's not there. The boys Octathlon. Heat 1, well, section 1 of 2.
And we know that Grenada has distinguished itself over the last few years in these multi-events, multi-discipline events.
So day 1 starting to take shape. Day 1 of 3 of the 2024 Intercol Games. Starting to take shape. Still early days. As we get closer and closer to midday, and maybe early afternoon, you will see the crowd starting to build up. It's going to be loaded on Wednesday and Thursday for sure. Pictures on your screen just show that there's a slight drizzle. It has been very intermittent for the most part of the morning. It's been overcast all morning. weather predictions are saying that this is the kind of conditions that we can expect going into the late afternoon. Up, out, away. No clear lunge yet, but the tussle is on between John and Newton. Newton starts to pull away. John starts to pull away. John pulls away, and that's Rondell John from Boca Secondary School with Jonathan Newton of the GBSS. Not being too much a factor in this one, but Isaac. It's Brian Isaac, 1783. That's Brian Isaac of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, and Rondell John coming in second in that one. Rondell John seems as if he started to just shut down a little bit, coming nearer to the end.
And if he did, in fact, that's not a good idea. This is all about times. The times equal points, and at the end of the day, you won the most points. It's 11.40 seconds for Isaac.
I think Rondell could have done a whole lot. He could have done a little better than 11.62. You've got to power through the finish line. He would have probably gotten to about an 11.48, 11.50. That would have helped him in terms of points. You're correct. Jonathan Newton of GBSS, 12.12.
But again, it's good to see. It's good to see these events becoming more popular in our amongst our athletes. This is really good news.
Well, the game's record in this one was standing at 11.66. That's Aviel Jr. Williams. And with 11.40, it means that Isaac, that would have been Brian Isaac of SAS, 11.42, would have just eclipsed that. So he now holds the record for the 100-meter boys hurdles in the Octathlon. Or the 100 meters dash, not the hurdles, the dash. You've got to get the lips and the minds working together. And the lips and the minds don't work together, then you're on the verge of chaos.
In fact, Jason, is both John and Isaac would have eclipsed this record in this event.
Well, what was interesting for me is the easiness in which they ran. I think they looked really comfortable. You know, for Isaac, it seems like a stroll in the park.
Yes, his technique was quite good. And again, these boys must remember, it is multi-event, but these boys must remember that time equals points. So it's not about winning, really. It's about racing against the clock, racing against, jumping against the height and the distance. That's what this event is all about. Throwing against the distance. So up next is section 2. There are 2 sections in this one, to 100 meters open, the Octathlon for boys.
We also have the finals list for the girls' 100-meter hurdles, which was those 2 heats ran off earlier. We're going to give you that in just a little bit.
So our next track event will stay here with the boys juniors in the discus. They completed 1 round of hurdles.
That's taking the lane assignments for
And your field lead.
The boys 100-meter hurdle, the boys 100-meter dash in the Octathlon, heat number 2 of 2. Jermaine Donnell of PBC is in this one. A pretty decent showing for him at the national champs. Didn't finish in the top 5, but he's got a couple of events that he looks very threatening in this Jermaine Donnell. He's a Form 5 student at
Lead
PBC.
assignments for event number 32, the second
Ronald
section.
Bernard of
For the
GBSS, another.
Octathlon 100 meters dash. In lane number 2, from the presentation, Boys College, Jermaine Donald. From GBSS, running out of lane number 3, Rondell St. Bernard. In lane number 5, from Boca, Anthony Charles. In lane 6, representing SAS, Lennon Williams. And in lane number 7, representing the St. George's Christian Secondary, Chetty Augustine.
So section 2 of 2 with the boys, 100 meters, the octathlon. Anyone to watch in this one, Clyde?
Definitely, Charles, Boca Secondary School is a pretty decent athlete. You have the likes of St. Bernard at the GBSS again, you know, so quite a competitive field. I think it boils down to the execution, who is best at executing. Again, it's the octathlon, so this may not be the strength of all the athletes here. The sprint may not be the strength, but definitely I think the field is quite open when it comes to this sprint event.
Well, called the athlete from Boca Secondary School. That's Charles, but Charles has been left behind. And here comes, this looks like Williams. Williams from SAS. Williams from SAS looks very comfortable. Very comfortable in this one. Williams from SAS, a good run for him. Octathlon, boys 100 meter dash. Good breathing. And then he relaxes it all. It's interesting that they show some of the best form in this one. A little bit slower than all the rest, but some good form. The athlete from GBSS as well. This is a Rondell Bernard, Rondell St. Bernard, coming in second, and it looks like Donald that came in third. Jermaine Donald, yes, coming in third, so not too bad. Everybody under 12, save and except Anthony Charles of Boca.
Again, pretty quick time here, 11.36. Suggests that he went faster than Brian Isaac. And so it makes for a pretty interesting, in terms of the points allocation.
Very much so. And again, the ease with which he ran 11.36 suggests that he could probably do some damage in the open.
Yeah, definitely. But again, as we said, and we keep saying, it's the octathlon. So what may be a strong event for these boys could, as they move along, you know, help to keep them up there. But definitely, the other disciplines will matter.
It's 11.36. It's an open event. So not quite sure of his age. It's a good time for this event.
It's Jaden Monroe of PBC and the boys Javelin Sub-Junior. That's what's on your screen now, the boys Javelin Sub-Junior. The game's record on this one stands at 53.75 from 2014 from Adrian Thomas. The boys Javelin Sub-Junior. So quite sure that must be the warm-up for them. So they're warming up for something really huge. Some good distances in this one. And Malaika Jelino of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, 24.70. And also Jamali Bob of the J.W. Fletcher, 23.70. So 23.70, 24.70. the athletes from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. No other time, no other distance is registered in this one. So they're going to do the first 3 throws, and then the top 8 will move forward. They will have another 3, and by the end of that, we will have your winner.
We are going right along. Number of events are happening at the same time.
These young ladies you see coming down the track there, they are for the girls' long jump, I think it is. They would have participated in the heptathlon or the 800 meters. This surely has to be the 800 meters. The 800 meter girls sub-junior run. As I said before, they're very sporadic in terms of relaying the details to us in an efficient manner, so we are spending a whole lot of time at sea, but being efficient swimmers. So there are 2 preliminaries, 3 heats in this one. Event number 7, the girls 800 meter sub-junior.
And this is keeping true to form what we have seen in the last few years in terms of middle distance running. That has really improved in terms of participation, and it's no different. It's no different now.
There's a familiar name in this one, Bernard. Annalisa Brown. And she was very dominant in the middle distances last year, Annalisa Brown. So she's in heat 1.
That's the athletes participating in heat 1 of 3 in the 800 meter run for sub-junior girls. Event number 7.
It's really refreshing to see one of the newest schools represented here in Benjamin from SGI. So Boca seems to be the favorite in this one in brown. Boca has had 2 athletes in this first heat. McLeod is also there. The record in this event is 2 minutes 26.20 seconds. Crystal Archibald in 2014. Let's see what these young ladies in this edition will put up in this first heat 1 of 3.
I think positioning these athletes are taking an eternity.
It's good conditions for running. Looking at the flags, it's not certainly not a bluster, and the drizzle that we have had just now would have cooled things down considerably. So it's good distant running weather.
So this is the girls 800 meters sub-junior. Don't know what the hold-up is, so while they're sorting that out, I could let you know that the girls 100-meter senior hurdles, the qualifiers in that one. Shanti Augustine, no secret there at all. 15.52. She was light years ahead of everyone. Timea Thomas, Kalisha Joseph, Kira Moraine, Peaches Pancho, Kimaya Joseph, Tarina Bridgman, and Anaya Redhead. That's the final 8 for the girls 100-meter senior hurdles. That event was heated this morning, and the list of finals have been reached. Shanti Augustine certainly will feel she has one hand on the gold medal already.
Yeah, definitely a really good run by Augustine. Clearly looked leaps and bounds above the others in terms of technical competence, and so definitely she will be the favorite. And looking at the other finalists, I haven't seen anyone that will challenge her. I think what she will do now is look to run against the clock.
And that event will be final later on this evening. It's something that we anticipate will be quite competitive for the minor places for the podium.
Well, finally we're off in the girls 800 meter sub-junior. Immediately starting to separate herself from the pack. This looks like Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary School. She's the favorite coming into this one. The Crystal Archibald record stands at 2 minutes 26.20 seconds, which was established back in 2014. Don't know if Brown has that in her sights. Annalisa Brown out in front. Hanaya Tafina of St. John's Christian Secondary is behind her. And this looks like Samuel from J.W. Fletcher Catholic on the inside, trying to hold into third position. That's Samuel, Claudicia Samuel. But everyone is bundled up in the back, and Annalisa Brown has already gone. This is just the heat. Comfortable. Could try not doing too much, not too much body movement, just allowing her rhythm to carry her through. It's a good run while conserving energy, Bernard.
It is, and it's one of those races that it's all about calculation. This is a heat. All she have to do in this one is win, or come into the first three. There's no need to extend any energies yet. That will be held back for later.
Annalisa Brown has gone through St. George's Institute. That looks like Benjamin. Lisa Ross Benjamin, she too gave a good showing at the national champs a few days ago. So Benjamin would come in second. So the heat really belonged to Annalisa Brown.
Yeah, outstanding run by Brown. Staying true to form. Really has been a name that is synonymous with 800-meter running in recent times. And definitely she's keeping up, you know, the form that we know that she has. Will be interesting to see the other qualifiers and the sort of times that they post, but definitely she has done what is necessary.
Well, she has run 2 minutes 23.86. She's done 2 minutes 23.86.
Did you say 23?
Yeah. I'm not stuttering, I'm not stammering. And what I say is absolutely correct. And that means in the heat, Annalisa Brown has already established herself by breaking the record in this event. In a cruise, she was in cruise control, and immediately Annalisa Brown already breaking the record in this event in a time of 2 minutes 23.86 seconds. Now, that's what you call shattering the record.
She smashed the record with a lot in the tank, seemingly.
In cruise control for a long time. A rhythmic run by Annalisa Brown.
So Boca have certainly put their hand up in this one, and is the winner of each of these three heats, plus the next 5 best times.
Well, there it is, 2 minutes 23.86. Annalisa Brown was just on your screen. So heat number 2 of 3 coming up. This 800-meter run will take place later on this afternoon. I'm quite sure that Annalisa would be hoping that the atmosphere would not be as heated. Just maybe she's going to go after her own record.
Yes, and these are good running conditions, eh? It really is. Not much wind, cool. These are good running conditions. And to put up 23 seconds, 2 minutes 23.86 seconds versus 2 minutes 26.20 seconds. This old record, as we can say now, Crystal Archibald, that was in 2014, 20 years ago.
So Sherry-Ann has with her, that's Stefan Strawn. Stefan Strawn of PBC. And when she's talking to someone, you know she's talking to someone with a gold medal. That's Stefan Strawn of Presentation Brothers College. He's one of the chosen for the Junior Carifta Games coming up just a little bit here in Grenada. Heat number 2 of 3 coming up in the girls, 800-meter sub-junior. Sherry-Ann Noel has got Stefan Strawn. Sherry-Ann, are you there? Well, they're adjusting some audio from Sherry-Ann Noel and Stefan Strawn, who winning the boys' discus. We're going to get the distance for you. I know he threw 37.35. He was leading the field with 37.35 meters. That's a Strawn of PBC. And was followed by McNeil of Bishop's College, 34.65. So whether he threw better than 37.35, well, we're going to find that out in just a little bit. But the gold medal belonged to Stefan Strawn in the boys' discus, the boys' junior discus.
So you're about to witness the start of heat number 2 on the track. Heat number 2 of 3, the 800 meters sub-junior girls.
Let's see, maybe we'll get something spectacular in this one. Might just get something spectacular. Hi, Donna Lusan, good morning. Donna Lusan, of course, a teacher of the SJC. She's following the broadcast. Some people would follow the broadcast live on pay-per-view, even at the venue.
That's what you call a super fan.
Anticipate this one might just be a little bit slower. .800-meter sub-junior girls. Azora Pursue of Hillsborough Secondary goes out in front. Pursue is in front and everyone else is in pursuit.
Yeah, definitely looking to set a decent pace there is Pursue. She's followed by a number of athletes.
Sandy Ford is there for Anglican High School. Alexander. So making a run for it now.
So that's your bell lap, Jason. Final round.
Grenada Christian Academy and Alexander. Duanita Alexander of Grenada Christian Academy out in front. It's Alexander right there in front. Looks a little bit jaded, but still in good rhythm. She's got a long stride.
And this really is good to see. It's another one of those small schools.
The rain's coming down again. It's been very intermittent here. And athletes running the longer distances wouldn't mind the cooling down. They wouldn't mind that at all. A good change in the temperature will do well for her. She's going to go all the way to the finish line. That's Duanita Alexander. Alexander, followed by Pursue. So Alexander will cross the finish line. And Pursue will be right behind her. And following Pursue, it will be Mudu, Kenzie Mudu. So there's Pursue. And Mudu now comes into your shot. And that's 1, 2, 3 in this heat.
So again, it's all about times. The first is the winner, then the next 5 best times.
It will be interesting to see the time for that heat.
Making their way off the field as the high jump juniors. We are top 3 in this event. Third position goes to Daniel Francis of the GTC Anglican High.
Second position goes to Kate Fletcher of the Nawasa Sass. And winning this event, a height of 1.48 meters from the GTC Anglican High School, Jada Roberts.
So we still have another heat to go in the sub-junior girls 800 meter.
We just learned of the conclusion of the girls' high jump juniors. We shall get the winners and the heights to you momentarily. But John, it's always good to see the small schools representing themselves and with distinction in this one, certainly, this heat.
Yeah, very well done there by Alexander. Again, we keep saying it. You look at what is happening in athletics, and it's all about the athletes who prepare and the level of coaching that they're exposed to. You know, you can see the difference in that it makes in terms of their performance here at the Intercol games.
Certainly. So the winning time for this second heat, Alexander from the Greater Christian Academy, is 2 minutes 35.83 seconds. Now she goes into the final together with Annalisa Brown from heat number 1 at 2 minutes 23.86. So some significant difference in terms of time in these two heats, but the finals is later this evening. We will know how things play out. But again, it's a good sight to see the number of middle distance athletes even at this sub-junior level. Three heats.
It's really definitely good to see. Back in the day, you would think about the 800 and, you know, you look at it as this long distance that has to be covered. But the way the event has evolved, it's a sprint event. And definitely, you know, you have to ensure that your endurance is up. You still have to ensure that you can keep or maintain a certain speed. So there's a lot that goes into it, right? Many times you as a coach, you may, you know, have your athlete do the intermittent running where they can pace themselves, you know, go through the paces as need be, that they could position themselves to have enough energy to complete the race.
Quite so. And in fact, Juan Rhodesia in the male side, and then the last Olympic with Atung Moore, they would have taken these events and put them on the stage and shine a bright light on them. So just about every event now in the track and field is becoming singularly it's not all about the 1 and 200 sprints anymore. More and more you can see all these events that was once not regarded. They are taking spotlights now, and certainly the 800 meters Both men and women have done so. Heat number 3 of 3 is up next. There's a young lady on the track from St. Joseph Convent, a sitting position from heat number 2. She will be attended to.
So quite a big field for heat 3. This heat you will see some 12 athletes carded to take the start.
So heat 3 of 3. It's 800 meters sub-junior girls. Up next.
So you can look at your colors. You would see that St. Joseph Convent St. Andrews is represented. St. Mark's Secondary. Bishop's College is represented. MacDonald College. St. Rose Modern Secondary. You also have Westerhall Secondary. Anglican High School. You have the Happy Hill Secondary School. Hillsborough is also represented. St. Joseph Convent St. George is also there. Nawassa Sass is also represented. So these are your schools.
So Richardson from SAS.
And they're off. It's the 800 meter heat 3 sub-junior girls. St. Joseph Convent St. George seem to be taking an early lead. Happy Hill is there. Now it's St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. So as they approach the bell, no one really setting a pace. They just nicely bunched with your leader there in Lashington from Convent Greville, but she's now surpassed, and you have St. Joseph Convent coming around the back straight, just about 300 meters. Bishop's College in St. Bernard. She has taken the lead. She's followed by that athlete there from Convent St. George in Arena James. But it's Bishop's College. It's St. Bernard extending her lead. And James not giving up. She does look pretty comfortable there. Is St. Bernard. She's definitely going to take this one. Just about now comes across the line. St. Joseph Convent in second in James. That will be Lashington coming in third position. So definitely your top three right there. Again, the times are going to be pretty important in terms of who qualifies for that final later on. And will make an interesting run because you definitely, I think everyone has seen what Annalisa Brown has already established. And so the finals later, I know that the Boca Secondary School will be really proud of her. And the coaching staff there, they've been doing a really decent job with some of these athletes.
You're quite correct. I think Brown would go into these finals as a favorite. But Montisha St. Bernard, this heat, Bishop's College, she would have distinguished himself. Nice, long strides and very well calculated race. She seems, or she gives the impression that she knows what she's doing. And so we can expect some competition from Ms. Brown come finals later this evening. So it is Montisha St. Bernard winning this one. 2 minutes, 26.30 seconds in a very good time. 2 minutes, 26.30 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. Again, a good run. The 800 meter, just as you said earlier, is establishing itself, in terms of the times and the way in which it's run, the efficiency of these athletes, the execution of these races. They really make, for interesting viewing.
It does. It does. So we have we have the three automatic qualifiers. And Brown, that is Annalisa Brown from Boca, Dwania Alexander from Grenada Christian Academy, and in this last heat, Montisha St. Bernard from Bishop's College. We have the male version up next. It's the 800 meters sub-junior for boys.
And again, quite a big field.
Yes, some 24 athletes will be participating in this one, divided into 2 heats. So there we have it. We have GBSS and David's Catholic Secondary School, Happy Hill, Hillsborough Secondary School, Wesley College, SAS, PBC, GBSS, and McDonald College in this one.
Yeah, again, an interesting field. Interesting field. So the boys version, we look at strategy, we look at speed, as we have recognized with the girls. So definitely these boys will look to get themselves into a position where they can, really just run that race as they see it fit. Right? A lot of the pace will be dictated by the middle of the group. I think you look at SAS, PBC, GBSS, St. David's Catholic Secondary, you don't want to leave them out.
Always there.
So definitely it makes for an interesting matchup, this 800 meter sub-junior boys.
again, these are preliminaries. The finals will be later this evening. 2 heats in this one. This is heat number 1. It is the top 3 plus the next 2 best based on time, and the record in this event was set in 2018 by one Elvis Gay, 2 minutes 5.05 seconds. 2 minutes 5.05 seconds by Elvis Gray in 2018. Let's see who will challenge us. And you are viewing this live from the Karani James National Stadium in Grenada on a rather beautiful day. A little bit of sprinkling of shower here and there, just right for these longer distance or middle distances on the track. The young men ready themselves. Let's see what it is they're going to leave on the track. It's all about competition. It's all about representing your school today. So these are the young boys. These are under 15.
So the boys are just waiting on the officials to give them the go-ahead.
John, I must say, so far, the execution of these games have been rather smooth.
Yes, definitely. You can see a lot has gone into it. Looking at the previous editions, you can see that a number of changes have been made to sort of bring some type of efficiency in both the track and all the surrounding events at the Intercol game. So kudos to the Republic Bank and kudos to the Athletics Association and all involved in terms of trying to ensure that the execution of these games are spot on.
I can tell you, when we see the final product here, so much would have gone on behind the scenes.
Yeah, a lot has to go into it. You will have a lot of persons volunteering their time and energies in terms of, you know, thinking of every eventuality and planning for that eventuality. So it may look nice on the screen, but a lot of work goes into it.
So it's BOCO, it's GBSS, it's SAS, it's PBC, McDonald College. St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So while we wait on the starters there, I can definitely give you some results coming in terms of some of the preliminary events that we had earlier. The boys 110-meter hurdles, and we have the qualifying group for the finals. Can tell you that Kadon James of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School has qualified. Shimrick Gibbs, Jadoni Lewis, automatic qualifier. Kyle Ned of SAS also qualified. From Boca Secondary, DeAndre Smith. Omari Pope of the GBSS, automatic qualifier. And your 2 second fastest as we get the race off. Aaron Daniel of the Boca Secondary School and Kieran Patrick of St. John's Christian Secondary will be your finalists. It's the 800-meter sub-junior boys.
And right away, St. David's Catholic Secondary School is up front.
Still early days, but St. David's Catholic Secondary School. St. SAS is there, GBSS is there. Kidel Rennie of the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School now leading the pack. And he's closely followed by Edwards of St. David's Catholic Secondary.
As we head down the back street, with some 300 meters to go. The 800 meter run for some 300 balls. It's SAS.
St. David's Catholic, SAS in the lead. St. David's Catholic in second. PBC is there. SAS is also there. But out front, it's Kidel Rennie. Kidel Rennie of SAS. He seemed to have a bit in the tank. He's running pretty comfortably. You can see the head shaking a bit. He's grimacing, but he's moving. No one really challenging him. He seems to be challenging himself to ensure that he remains ahead of this pack. Coming in pretty strongly there is Kidel Rennie.
It's a good spirited run there from the athlete from SAS. You have 3 automatic qualifiers. SAS, PBC, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. It's a good run.
Yeah, really good run there by Rennie. Ensuring that he strategized well and remained ahead of the pack. No one really challenging him in this, the first heat of 2 of the sub-junior boys 800-meter run.
Yes, and it's the top 3 from each heat, plus the next 2 best based on time for finals later this evening. So this is a good warm-up for what's going to unfold later in the day. And you want to stay here. If you are thinking about going someplace else, then you will be missing out quite a bit, because you need to stay here, because this is only the smoke, as you would say. But what comes later is 2 minutes 15 seconds so far. 2 minutes 15 seconds, and we were chasing a record of 2 minutes 5 plus seconds.
We're getting ready for heat number 2. And the top 3 positions in that heat was.
So heat number 1 just concluded. The top 3 position: SAS, PBC, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Up next would be on the track, that is, up next on the track will be heat 2 of the 800 meters sub-junior boys.
Caleb Williams from PBC, and in first position, Kydel Rennie of SAS. 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
As we see the
Now
boys.
we'd like to give you an introduction to the ladies competing in the Octathlon Open Girls. They're about set to do their second of 7 events, the high jump. We have got representing the Happier Secondary, Elizabeth Guillaume. Representing Happier Secondary, Esther Fletcher. Representing the Anglican High
See
School,
on the screen there,
representing the
that's
Bowker
it.
Secondary, Maria Lambert.
The athletes that are doing the
Representing the St. Andrews Anglican
multi-event,
Secondary,
they are
Kishona
into
Rogers.
their
St.
second,
John's Christian
the
Secondary,
multi-discipline,
Ryan Walker.
they're into their second
St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Azuri
of the
Isaac,
day.
Hillsborough Secondary, Khadija Bristol, Anglican High School, Rachel Etienne, St. John's Christian Secondary. Maya Noel, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Kimaya Alexander. And competing in the field representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Denisha Scott. These are the competitors in the Heptathlon Girls Open, getting set for event 2 of 7.
So we still have a fairly large field in the heptathlon for girls, and they are about to do their second event of the day. That's the high jump.
What I can tell you here is that the positions for these girls going into the second event, Elizabeth Jelino of the Happy Hill Secondary School, she is in the 12th position with some 88 points. That's after the first event. In 11th position, you have from the Happy Hill Secondary, Esther Fletcher. She is going into event 2 with 99 points. In 10th position, you have from the Anglican High School, Micaiah Ramsey. She is on 169 points. As we see the lineup for the second of 2 heats in the 800. But let me just continue. In the 9th position, representing the Boca Secondary, Malia Lambert with 198 points. Then you have in 8th position on 207 points from Nawasa SAS, Kishona Rogers. In 7th position, representing St. John Christian Secondary, Soraya Walker. She is on 219 points. 6th position, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Azure Isaac, and she's on 239 points. 5th position, on 246 points, Khadijah Bristol, and she is from the Hillsborough Secondary School. 4th position, 261 points, Rachel Etienne, Anglican High School. In 3rd position, St. John's Christian Secondary School, Maya Noel. 2nd position on 321 points, as we see a false start there by the athletes in the 800 meter. Second position in the heptathlon, girls, Kemaya Alexander from SAS. She's on 321 points. And out front on 416 points from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, it's Denisha Scott.
Denisha Scott, so she's out front in this rather grueling multi-discipline event. And they are now into their second discipline of the day, the high jump. So we are about to witness the restart of heat number 2. We have 2 athletes from J.W. Fletcher in Cato and Peters, St. Mark's Secondary School in Ferguson, Boca in Dolan, Mitchell from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, grade S 7-day Adventist in Nike Philip. Also have St. John's Christian Secondary School represented by Tishaw Alexander. Another athletes from grade S 7-day Adventist in Matthews. PBC is represented by Charles. Another athletes from St. John's Christian in Williams, McDonald College, Cummins, and Happy Hillsborough's Secondary School, Caliac Pope. And they are going to have a restart, fall start, and quite unusual for 800 meters fall starts. But we had a faulty start, it seems, because it's a green for the entire field. So rather than a false start, we have a faulty start for the entire field, and they will do it again.
And they're off this time. Clean start. 800 meter sub-junior boys.
Nicely bunched. And the first 100 meters have been net. But here we see a move from the JW Fletcher.
So it's JW Fletcher, it's McDonald College. McDonald College. St. David's Catholic Secondary School is there. But leading Christian Ketu out front there from the JW Fletcher. Roger Cummings of the McDonald College is in hot pursuit. Looking quite comfortable is Cummings. But so far, Keto he's going to be passed by Cummings. Quite a decent gap being established there between themselves and the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School as they're running stride for stride now. McDonald College just seem to have an edge. Again, it is a race of strategy. And just about 200 meters to go. McDonald College looking to assert himself in the lead. He's going, looking pretty strong, looking pretty comfortable. But here comes St. David Catholic Secondary School. Seem to have a burst of energy there. Does Keto, sorry, that's Cummings. Does Cummings relent? No, he seemed to be pretty strong, looking pretty relaxed. Doesn't really look phased, just coming across the line pretty decently, followed by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That in Jensen Mitchell and J.W. Fletcher, it's Christian Keto, your top three.
Again, a well-calculated run there from Roger Cummins. And he looked fairly fresh at the end.
Yes, he did. He certainly looked pretty fresh at the end.
It seems to suggest we are going to have a rather competitive finals later in this evening.
Yeah, it says that what will be interesting here now is the time that he has completed his event in. And 2 minutes 17, so still a bit slower.
Yes, it's over 2 seconds slower in this heat.
But what is good about it is that they both looked pretty relaxed. Kidel Rennie from SAS and Roger Cummins, they look comfortable in terms of qualifying and qualifying with good times. So definitely it will be very interesting later on when you have these two athletes coming head to head with each other.
Yes. The McDonald College in times past was the school to beat with the middle distances. Like Boca, they were the schools to beat in terms of middle distances. They certainly distinguished themselves then. The middle and longer distances McDonald College did.
Yeah, lots of athletes training and looking. When you look at the field, it suggests that you have quite a number of athletes, preparing for these events because it's no longer a long distance, but it's now considered the 800 sprint.
800 sprint. 800 sprint, literally sprinting around the track, a 400-meter track twice. That calls for some strength, stamina, strategy.
So on your screen is the warm-up jumps for the heptathlon girls. And as we highlighted earlier, this is the second of 7 events.
So they're in for a long 2 days. The next event on the track, it will be the sprint, the preliminaries and sprint. The glory events, as some would say, the 100 meters. We are going to start with the 100 meters for sub-junior girls.
Yeah, definitely, it's the glory events. These are the events where, when after execution, you have the winner being able to brag that I'm the fastest over 100 meters, you know, and it's certainly something that I think we've all grown accustomed to seeing and hearing. The highlight of any major event, athletics event, is the 100 meter because it sets a tone also for your relay squads and so on. So a lot to look forward to.
Certainly. Let me give you rather quickly the results of event number 1, the girls shot put for seniors. It was St. David's Catholic Secondary School 1 and 2 in Alexander and McSween, and the Grenville Secondary School in 3rd position in Collins.
Representing SAS, Lennon Williams.
And representing the GVSS, Jonathan Newton. Their boys in the Octathlon long jump open.
So it's the girls 100 meters sub-junior. And it's 5 heats. There are 5 heats in this one. And in heat number 1, Jadisha Romaine in lane 1. Lane 2, Jadisha is from the Happy Hill Secondary School in lane 2. St. John's Christian Secondary School in Alexander. Grade Christian Academy is in lane 3. In lane 4 is the Anglican High School. McDonald College in Andrew, that is Sumaya Andrew, she's in lane 5. Wesley College, my apologies. Wesley College Secondary School, Aliyah Campbell. That's not Wester Hall, that's Aliyah Campbell, that's Westmoreland in lane number 6. And in lane number 7 is Wester Hall Secondary School, that's Welch.
Lane number 5, representing the McDonald College, Sumaya Andrew. Lane number 6, representing the Westmoreland School, Aliyah Campbell. Lane number 7, representing the Wester Hall Secondary, Janaya Welch. That's the start list for team number 1 and 5, sub-junior girls, 100 meters.
So the top 8 will advance to the finals, and the top in each group plus the next 3 best times. So you have 5 prelims. We will take the top, and then the next 3 best times will go into the finals later this evening.
So there's no lane 7, but all 6 other 6 lanes. It's all about winning in this one. It's the first automatic qualifier. 1 automatic qualifier. Each of these 5 heats, then the next 3 best times.
Well, in this heat, we only have a seat time for Rihanna Thomas of the Anglican High School, and she's coming in with a time of 12.02 seconds. They're off. And keep your eyes on the middle of the field in Thomas. She's looking pretty steady, looking pretty comfortable, just looking to assert herself now as she goes past the line. And so she's the first automatic qualifier for the sub-junior finals later this evening.
And so that was Rihanna Thomas from Anglican High School. And one can probably conclude it was a rather easy run. Not much challenge.
Yeah, there she goes, setting off, looking to just assert her position pretty early. You can see the arms moving really nicely, the legs coming through. And there goes the bit of top end speed where she can just accelerate that little bit and get across the line. So pretty easy, precise running there by Thomas.
Yes, I would say about 25, 30 meters to go. She really shut it down.
So definitely looking pretty decent.
We'd like to introduce you to the top 8 in the boys javelin sub-junior.
So athlete number 30, that is. That's Anglican High School. Rihanna Thomas winning this heat number 1.
Representing Hillsborough Secondary, Elton Lazama. Representing SAS, Dishon Smart. Representing the GBSS, Kayla Florence. Representing the St. David Catholic Secondary, Kazim Philip. And your top 3 heading into the finals. Representing Wester Hall Secondary, Cameron Lewis. Representing the GBSS, Javi Noel. And your field leader, 39.61 meters, representing PVC, Trey Stocks, St. Bernard. Your top 8 for the boys.
So we are about to see heat 2 of 5 in the sub-junior girls 100-meter prelims. Coming into this event, I can tell you that Shania St. Louis, she of the McDonald College, she has a time of 12.08 seconds. And so it will be interesting. We will keep our eyes on her. She's coming in lane 4.
It's Granville Secondary School in lane number 2. That's Gabriella Prince. In lane number 3, St. John's Christian Secondary in Treasure Edwards. McDonald College, Sanaya St. Louis. She's in lane 4. St. Joseph Convent St. George. She's in lane 5. That's Michaela Patrick. In lane 6, running for SAS, is Rolanda Charles. And rounding out the field, this heat number 2 is Annalisa Brown, Boca. She's in lane 7.
Running on lane number 2, representing the Grenville Secondary, we've got Gabriella Prince. Lane number 3, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Treasure Edwards. Lane number 4, representing the McDonald College, Sanaya St. Louis. Lane number 5, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Michaela Patrick. Lane number 6, representing the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Rolanda Charles. And lane number 7, representing the Boca Secondary, Annalisa Brown. That's your start list for heat number 2 of 5, sub-junior girls, 100-meter dash.
So there's no lane 1, no lane 2, so it's lane 3 to 7, heat number 2.
So again, just to remind you, the time to beat, to break the record is 11.70 seconds. And that was set in 2000. 3. So 11.70. So far, the seed times from the top athlete in this heat is 12.08 seconds, and that's Sanaya St. Louis of the McDonald College. She wears the number 1483. So she's the one we're going to keep our eyes on. You also have Annalisa Brown, who is in this event. Will be interesting to see how she goes in this event after running the 800 prelims and doing outstandingly well.
Certainly appears to be an all-rounder. The 800 was not too long ago, and they are about to take the start. (22:23) is the St. Joseph Convent athlete, and doesn't 22:23 rather than Patrick 22:27.
And there they go, they're off. Heat 2. Sub-junior prelims 100 meter, and there we go. It's Boca Secondary in and Annalisa Brown, followed by Selena St. Louis of the McDonald College. So definitely Brown seemed to be able to really hold her own in this event. After completing the 800 meters, she has just dashed her way to the first place finish in Heat 2 of the prelims of the sub-junior girls 100 meters. So she has automatically qualified herself for the finals later on.
This young lady, she didn't just win the 800, remember. She distinguished herself in the 800. She smashed the long-standing record in the heats that was there since 2014. And here she's back in the 100 meters and winning it rather easily.
Yeah, very, very outstanding run.
That's a name to look for.
Definitely a name we need to look for in Annalisa Brown.
Witnessing the action in the sub-junior boys, javelin, going to the final. It's the top 8 athletes.
We give you a time just now in this heat number 2.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the time.
In the meantime, we are getting ready for heat number 3. Heat number 3 or 5. Remember, it's the winner of each heat plus the next 3 best times. So there's only one automatic qualifier in these 5 heats.
Well, let me just take this time to say hello to Leslie Smith, who is he is at work at this time, not with us today. But you know Leslie, and you know he's going to be, keenly viewing all the proceedings as we bring it to you.
I don't think Leslie's doing any work.
Well, Leslie, there you had it. He's saying, Bernard is saying that he doesn't think you're working. He believes that your eyes are glued on the screen. You're not doing any work. So, Leslie, you'll have to verify that.
So heat number 3 or 5 up next. This is going to be a cracker later in the evening. so far, the evidence of what we have seen in these 2 heats so far, this is going to be a really, really competitive finals later on this evening. It's the girls 100 meters sub-juniors, heat number 3. We have it's Bishop's College, lane 1, lane 2, Anaya Cumberbatch in lane 3. Grenada Seventh-day Adventist School in Jahaza Bowler. Bascom from the St. David's Catholic is in lane 4. SGI is represented by Henry Parker. She's in lane 5. Lane 6 is Amika Charles from the Hillsborough Secondary School in lane 6. And in lane 7, Granville Secondary School is Norcia Nelson.
Well, again,
Full field.
Looking at the seat times, you have Bascom of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's the only seat time we have. She comes into the event in a time of 12.70 seconds. So definitely one to look out for. Just as we had St. Louis in the heat before, 12.08, it says that this heat could be pretty competitive.
Again, this is telling us that the finals later this evening will be one that you cannot miss. They are under status orders.
And they're off. Up front, up first seemed to be Bascom. Bascom in the middle of the track looking pretty decent. Just coming through there, stepping away. You can see Bascom really asserting herself. And definitely, she has made her statement. Has put down her foot, I may say, and has allowed Annalisa Brown, Leah, and Rihanna Thomas to know that she's present at the National Stadium and she's going to be in the final come this afternoon.
She has announced herself, and she has announced herself in a bold way. Quite easy running, legs high. A little bit of work with the hands can be done, but very, very, very smooth, easy run. That's Brown in heat number 3. Tishwana, not Brown, sorry. Tishwana Bascom from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Easy win. 12.51. It seems to be her best times for the year, and that's how it should be when you get to these big games.
And this is only the prelims. When you have a bit more competition, it just may spur you on. The adrenaline that kicks in just may cause her to go a couple of yards faster. So it's very interesting, the position that she is in now, but she has certainly announced her arrival.
Yes, if you can run your season's best in a preliminary, I think you are doing something very good. And she looked rather relaxed, actually.
She did look rather relaxed, just ensure that she executed her race as she knows best. And so definitely the field is on notice.
Up next is heat number 4. Heat number 4-5. Heat number 4-5.
In action and competition in the boys sub-junior javelin. We run the track meet 4-5 sub-junior girls ready to dash. Lane number 1, Hillsborough Secondary, Kiema Julian. Lane number 2, Bishop's College, Kayla Allen. Lane number 3, St. Mark's Secondary, Nikwana Williams. Lane number 4, Anglican High School, Kaya Swan. Lane number 5, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Leah Griffith. Lane number 6, Grenada Christian Academy, Ciara Augustine. Lane number 7, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Sophia Stephen. And lane number 8, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Zena Moraine. That's your start list for heat number 4 of 5, sub-junior girls, 100-meter dash.
There you have it, this starting lineup. Yes, it's Grenada 7-day Adventist in lane number 8. St. Joseph Convent, Grenada Christian Academy, Anglican High School, St. Rose, Bishop's College, and Hillsborough Secondary.
They're off. We're going to keep our eyes on lane 4. So far, Bishop's College is looking pretty well. There goes Bishop's College, and that is Kayla Allen. She has just cemented her spot in the finals. So she's the automatic qualifier, as you just heard, in her heat. Will be interested in the time that she has completed her 100 in.
That's Kiema Julian.
No,
no, he's from Bishop's College, sorry. That's Kayla Allen. Kayla Allen winning this heat.
So there she goes, looking to assert herself. Pretty decent start by the athletes from Anglican High School and St. Joseph Convent. But Allen was just able to just power herself home and get across the line. The athlete there from St. Joseph Convent in Stephen, she was really picking up some momentum. But it's Kayla Allen from the Bishop's College, 13.06 automatic qualifier for the finals of the sub-junior girls 100-meter dash.
Carriacou has put up their hands. They are going to be in the finals later today.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see that, you know, they're not being left behind. Bishop's College, we know whenever it comes to Intercol games, they always seem to be ready and prepared.
So that was heat number 4 or 5, and final heat is coming up momentarily. And so far, the young ladies have been distinguishing themselves. It's a pretty good running into second and third position in this last heat. And by far the best start was Swan, but Allen caught her, and so did the athletes from St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Stephen.
Lane number 4,
so as we take in
St.
the
David's Catholic Secondary, Michaela Phillip.
Start list for the final prelim.
Representing the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Brianna Oliver. That's your start list for heat 5 of 5, sub-junior girls, 100-meter dash.
There are only 5 athletes in this one. Lane 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Sass and Brianna Oliver, she's in lane 6. In lane 4, Michaela Phillip, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary. Jada Paul, Happy Hill, she's in lane 3. St. Rose Modern Secondary, she's in lane 2. And in lane 1, Sarah Sandy, representing Boca. She's doing a bit of running repairs on her starting blocks there. That is Sandy. So we have a slight delay. That's the 5th and final heat. And from what we have seen so far, John, this is going to be a good one later.
Yeah, it is going to be a good one. Very interesting so far to see the likes of Annalisa Brown, Rihanna Thomas, Tashana Bascom, and Kayla Allen, all looking technically sound. Bascom with the hands, maybe a little bit of work can go there, but when you look at the efficiency in which they have executed their races so far, it tells you that they can bring a lot more, and so it makes really interesting viewing to see who will be the sub-junior 100 champion.
They all won the heat without much competition. This is what makes it so interesting. They were not pushing. None of the winners so far have been pushed.
Yeah, definitely. You're quite right. They have not been pushed. I think the closest so far we've seen is Allen, and she was challenged there a bit by Stephen from St. Joseph Convent. But when you look at the time, it's still not as fast as Bascom and the others. So it makes for interesting viewing. They're off. It's the final heat of the sub-junior girls. Let's look at it. It is so far Boca Secondary School, but here comes SAS. Here comes St. David's Catholic. It's SAS, St. David's Catholic in second. So SAS in Brianna Oliver has just been automatically qualified for the final later on.
And I think we spoke too soon just now. This one was quite competitive, right to the end.
Definitely right to the end. She was really pushed and had to come from behind to ensure that she got her automatic position. So I can't take anything for granted right now. This is what we're seeing from this field.
Yes, it is automatic qualifiers, the first place athlete, and then the next three based on time. The record in this event, by the way, is by one Leslie Ann Lewis, and that was set in 2003. 2003, 11.70 seconds, so they have some ways to go.
Yeah, definitely. So there we see the final results. Brianna Oliver, 13.18, winning that heat. Michaela Phillip of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, she was in second in 13.35. And so Sarah Sandy of the Boca Secondary, 13.53. We definitely by far the slowest of the 5 heats that we've had.
It is the slowest.
And so it will be interesting to see who makes up the 8 that will get into the finals later.
Yeah, because we had 2 very relatively fast heat in heat number 2 and heat number 3. It's the male version. So up next on the track is the 100 meters sub-junior boys. 100 meters sub-junior boys. The
Malrick Ruben. Lane number 4, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Anthony Daniel. Lane number 5, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Jared Alexander. And lane number 7, representing the Grenada St. David Adventist Comprehensive, Keon George.
This is one of the marquee events, certainly on day 1. This is one of the marquee events slated for later in the day. The finals of this 100 meters sub-junior boys. Heat number 1. 5 heats in this one. Winner, then the next 3 fastest times.
They're off. Sub-junior boys, 100 meter. And it is in lane 1. Seems to be SAS, but here comes Frederick of GSS. It seems to be Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary is there. We're going to look at it again. Pretty even start. SAS getting out there. St. David's Catholic getting out there. GSS getting out there. But in the end, it's
St. David's Catholic Secondary in the end. And it's 11.96.
Keon George.
It's George.
Of the 7-day comprehensive.
It's Keon George. It's 11.96.
only heat number 1. We've got 4 more heats in this one.
So on the outside lane, Kian George winning this first heat, 11.76. Heat number 2 is up next. The Bishop's College, McIntosh.
Get set for heat number 2. Heat number 2.
Granville Secondary in Wellington.
12.38 seconds.
Mark. St. Rose.
Lane number 1 representing the Bishop's College, Victor.
Let's go trackside.
Lane number 2 representing the Granville Secondary, Sean Wellington. Lane number 3 representing the St. Rose Modern Secondary, J. Fawn Mark. Lane number 4 representing the Grenada Boys Secondary, Javelin Noel. Lane number 5 representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Delaware Dumont. Lane number 6 representing the Hillsborough Secondary, T-Quan Bostwick. And lane number 7 representing the St. George's Institute, the Mario Bird. That's the established heat number 2 of 5, sub-junior balls.
Heat number 2 of 5. The winner of each heat, plus the next 3 best times. The record in this event was set in 2011 by one Ronnie Oliver. It's 11 seconds. They're on the status orders. Sub-junior boys, 100 meters. Heat number 2 of 5. They steady themselves in the starting blocks. We seem to have a faulty start, and they will do it again. It's a time when the nerves and the adrenaline takes over.
And definitely the nerves and the adrenaline, they will be a big factor, but they have to ensure that they keep their nerve, that they focus on their off. So we look down the middle of the track. It is from the GBSS, Javid Noel, who pulls himself away now and is going to cross the line pretty easily. So Noel has just automatically qualified himself for that final. Really strong run from him.
Yes, it looked like GBSS, SAS, and Hillsborough. So let's hope Mr. Javid don't look at the clock at the end as he's doing there. 11.81 seconds. Winning this heat number 2.
So good run there by Noel, ensuring that he did what was needed to be done, you know, to make sure that he solidifies himself. A pretty decent time of 11.81 to get into the finals. Still a bit away from the game's record, but you never know what the competition would bring. In some persons it brings out the best, in some persons it brings out the worst, but definitely he has set himself so far as the athlete with the best time going into the final, 11.81 seconds.
Yes, heat number 1, Keon George. He ran 11.96 seconds. Heat number 3 up next.
Latest seconds in this one, heat number 3.
Representing the MacDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Lane number 2. Representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Devontae Mitchell. Lane number 3. Representing the Presentation Brothers College, Trey Sparks St. Bernard. Lane number 4. Representing the Grenada Boys Secondary, Kendon World. Lane number 5. Representing the Boca Secondary, Jezani Bartholomew. Lane number 6. Representing the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Cylon Jeffrey. And Lane number 7, representing the Wesley College, Cameron Thomas. Your start list for heat number 3 of 5, sub-junior boys, 100-meter dash.
Heat number 3.
So Kendon Worm comes in with a time of 12.76. They're off.
Up and they're off.
Up and moving. It seems to be McDonald College. Here comes GBSS. But it looks like McDonald College in Aberdeen. And it's pretty tight on the line. Pretty tight on the line. But we are with the official results. But a decent run there by Worm and Aberdeen. Who Aberdeen seemed to get himself ahead. But Worm just seemed to have that speed that is able to, bring him across the finish line and really make what I would call a blanket finish.
Yes, it is. It's close right to the line.
Not enough to book a spot on time in the final. You've got to win to guarantee a spot. So
remember, it's the automatic qualifier, the first place finisher in every heat, and then the next 3 best times.
Yes, it's the slowest of the 3 heats so far. That's Kendon Worm winning this one in 12.16.
Good to be back with you, gentlemen. You've carried the flagship for some while. We had the Nina, the Pinta, and now the Santa Maria. Are you familiar with history, are you?
Yeah, definitely. Some discovering to be happening here over the next 3 days.
So let's stick to that because someone else might refer to us as the Three Stooges. I'm not going to settle for that one at all. Bernard, I see you with a smirk on your face.
Well, the thing about the Three Stooges, they were famous. They're even famous today.
I hear you talking. Let's go for the lane assignments on this one.
Lane number 3, representing the St. Mark's Secondary, Zuriel Fleming. Lane number 4, representing the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Jeremy Telesford. Lane number 5, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Nathaniel Brathwaite. Lane number 6, representing the Wesley College, Jonathan Alexander. And lane number 7, representing the Westmoreland School, Josiah Francis. That's your start list for heat number 4 or 5, sub-junior boys, 100-meter dash. You win your heat, you're into the final. 12.1.
Jeremy Telesford for this J.W. Fletcher Catholic in lane 4 is not there. Or is he? We've got a do not start on this one. It's listed on the board, but can't see here. But yeah, he's not there in lane 4. So lanes. Who's your pick on this one?
It's pretty tight. The only person we had a seat time for was Jeremy Telesford, and he's not there. So it's quite interesting to see where the competitor will come from.
We've got to keep our eyes on Jonathan Alexander of Wesley College, St. David's Catholic Secondary in Brathwaite. We've got to keep our eyes on Nathaniel Brathwaite. Here we go. This one is up and off the 4th 5 heats, but outside there in the distance, way outside in the distance in St. Mark's Secondary School. It looks like lane 3. Or is it Nathaniel Alfred? Nathaniel Alfred, yep, Nathaniel Alfred. Coming through big on this one. Nathaniel Alfred.
he's still with a shot, hopefully, but there's still one heat to come.
Yeah, outstanding. Good dry face there by Alfred. You can see that by the time he got into his running, he was leaps and bounds ahead. Looking pretty smooth.
he ran a technically sound race, save and except the last 15 meters or so, because if we go back and we take a look at it, he ran 11.61, just to clarify that, 11.61, so not bad for him at all, 11.61, that's Alfred. But if you go back to the start of his race, he was pretty decent in the way he kept low at the start and transferred his energy and his momentum using the track for assistance, getting up, and after like 30 meters, he was up and into his stride, chest up, and lunging forward, looking pretty decent. So that's some good work there from Nathaniel Alfred. GTA is the...
Lane number 3, representing the Boca Secondary, Giovanni Green. Lane number 4, representing the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Zalik Peters. Lane number 5, representing the Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillip. Lane number 6, representing the St. Mark's Secondary, Alvin Franklin. And lane number 7, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Rion Regis. That's your start list for the 5th and final heat, sub-junior boys, 100-meter dash.
Well, the only time we had for this one was from Zalik Peters of J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, 14 seconds. That's an eternity in an event like this. You can almost run 2 60-meter dashes in that time. It's an eternity. So he's not a threat in this one, or maybe he has left something spectacular for this afternoon. But time will tell. It's just 21 minutes after 1 o'clock on this gorgeous-looking Tuesday afternoon, 2024. Intercol games in full effect. Heat number 5, a 5, up, out, away, and the athlete from the Boca Secondary School, that's Giovanni Green. Green is out, Green is up, Green is gone. Presentation Brothers College, and Phillip is coming, but he can't catch him. Green is gone, and Presentation Brothers College and Phillip will pull in second in this one. The only automatic qualifier, of course, is Green. That's Giovanni Green from the Boca Secondary School. He wins, and coming right behind him is Anthony Phillip of the Presentation Brothers College, but a good run from Green. Boca Secondary School coming 6th in the boys division last year, and he came out good form. That's a Giovanni Green. This has to be an 11 early. Well, it's 12.03. That's a shocker. Thought it was a little faster than that, 12.03. So that kind of puts some separation for the rest of the athletes, because with 12.03, it means that Anthony Phillip from Presentation Brothers College might just get in to the finals. He ran 12.73. And Kiel Stanisklaus of Hillsborough Secondary will have some waiting to do, some anxious moments, 12.85. And Zalik Peters of J.W. Fletcher Catholic going a little better than his, maybe a little, yes, just a little better than his listed time.
Yeah, definitely making an improvement there, Zalik. But it's Giovanni Green rounding out the top 5 automatic qualifiers. Definitely his time of 12.03 is the second slowest time in all the automatic qualifiers. Nathaniel Alfred of the GTA coming in with 11.61. He would go in as the fastest competitor in the finals. So definitely a finals that is packed with some 11, high 11 running, 11.96, 11.81, 11.61. So makes for a very interesting final in the sub-junior boys category.
Well, the game's record on this one is 11 flats, established in 2011 by Ronnie Oliver. So 11.61 without any contest puts Nathaniel Alfred on course to do something spectacular. And we're keeping our fingers crossed on that one.
Well, just to give you a bit of an update from the field, Jason, we have the results for the sub-junior boys javelin throw. And Trey Sparks St. Bernard of the PBC has just won another gold medal for the PBC. And he has shown the javelin some 40.42 meters to win that event. Jarvis Noel of the GBSS came in second with 39.12 meters. and Kaplan Clarence also of the GBSS in third with 38.69 meters.
So quite unusual here for the Presentation Brothers College. They're picking up a lot of medals in the field events. Traditionally, PBC has been known to have some good sub-junior and junior sprinters, but a lot has changed, and they've certainly started to do a whole lot better in the field events. They've still got a whole lot more to come. We still have a whole lot more to come. We've got the 200 meters to come, and then we've got some 4x100 meter heats to come, all before we get into the break here at the National Stadium. So it's Intercol Day 1, and good afternoon to you wherever you are around the Caribbean, around the world, because our pay-per-view, just following our pay-per-view, it tells us that we have viewers in India, we have a lot of viewers in the United States and Canada. And good afternoon to you from beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. It's our premier athletic event, and it's 25 minutes after 1 o'clock. Clyde Rondell John, he's been with Bernard and Twine for most of the morning. And you've been getting your breakthrough in sports commentary. And you're not a debutant anymore, are you?
Definitely not.
Seasoned professional after 3 days of intense work. We're going to have the opportunity to show you some of the intense work behind the scenes that's going to be coming up a little bit later on during the course of the day. A lot of work goes into these games from behind the scenes, bringing you the coverage, getting you the information. We're going to bring that to you, break it down just a little bit. We're going to do that. We've got the 200-meter girls sub-junior coming up. 5 heats in this one. And the finals of that will be later on this afternoon as well. Some big names in this one. Tahira Williams, the Philia Nyack, Donella Patrice, Desant is in this one as well, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She's running the 200 meters. Kayla Christopher is also in these heats coming up. Nathalia Strawn, Teresa Bain. So these heats are loaded with some good names. Heats 1 through 5. Let's go for the lane assignments down for event number 12. Heat 1 of 5.
Ready for heat number 1 of 5. And introducing the athletes for this event. In lane number 1, Brandy Taylor of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. In lane 2 from McDonald's College, Summer Baptiste. In lane 3 from the Grenville Secondary, Talia Nayak. In lane 4 from the Grenada SDA, Tahira Williams. In lane 5 representing Boca, Kashanti Mitchell. In lane 6 representing St. Mark's Secondary, Kenisha Barry. And in lane 7, from the West Hall Secondary, Samara Alexis.
So those are your lane assignments. Heat 1 of 5. Lane 1 through 7. Taylor, Batiste, Nyack, Williams, Mitchell, Barry, and Alexis. Camera crew working overtime to bring you some of the most dramatic and colorful shots you'll find in athletics. These newly laid tracks at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, much talked about over the last few weeks. And then, of course, that will be the home. This will be the home for Carifta 51. And everybody's talking about these Carifta games and what we can expect and what are some of the anticipations. Everybody's talking about it. And we're going to talk to you about those tracks when we get into the halftime break. That's the camera of John, one of our cameramen. Up, out, away. The 200 meters. Girls, Junior, who's making a run early. Still too close to call. Now they come around the bend. All right, well, this looks like Mitchell. But on the inside, it's Brandy Taylor. Surely Brandy Taylor, she's getting some good competition from Batiste. But it looks like Nyack in lane 3 of Grenville Secondary will come through for the win. A good late push with about 50 meters to go. And she established her dominance at 26.71. Thalia Nyack of the Grenville Secondary School, 26.71. Brandy Taylor of St. Joseph's Convent, 27.68. So only the winner here has an automatic qualifying spot into the finals. But it was a decent run. Just take a look at it again.
Again, she looks to set herself, nice and evenly paced so far coming through. And there she is, looking to just ensure that she comes off the curve in a decent position. There you go, the hands pumping. She's doing exactly what is needed just to make sure that she is ahead of all the other competitors. And now she's shutting it down, just ensuring that she reserves some energy for later in the final of that event.
What was even most noticeable in that run is that when she came around the bend, her stride lengthened. Take a look at it. Her stride lengthened coming around the bend, because what that says is that when you have longer strides coming around the bend, it means that you get forward a little faster. Shorter steps around the bend, while it may look good with your legs lifting, it doesn't get you far ahead. But longer strides in a lane, and an inner lane coming around the bend, gives you the equal advantage to the person running in the outer lane, which is a straighter lane. And that worked well for Nyack. It's a good run.
Yeah, really, really good run there by Nyack. Definitely, you had it right there, Jason. Just being able to execute that race, in that manner ensures that she is not, doing too much coming off the curve, but she's in a good position where she's able to power through and get herself up the 100 meters.
John from Happy Hill Secondary, Kayla Lewis from the St. Joseph's from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, we have Kenya Phillip. And from Anglican High School in lane 7, Emma McIntosh.
Well, we have some results for you. The top 8 in the short put senior boys. This is going to be a scorcher, because Telesford, with a distance of 13.83, leads the field. And Hosford of Sass is there, not too far behind. 13.23. Tyrone and Twine of St. David's Catholic Secondary, one of the top qualifiers as well, 12.13. But keep your eyes on the Wesley College student. That's Nelson and Williams of Happy Hill Secondary School. They can do something spectacular and maybe lead up into the medal position. So let's keep our eyes on the top 8 for the short put. Sherry Ann Noel is down on the field, and she's bringing us up to speed, or in this case, she's bringing us up to distance.
And definitely bringing us up to distance as we continue to bring all the action of the Intercol games to you.
Chandler, Noel, Patrice, Lewis, Philip, McIntosh. No Descent in this one. Talia Descent of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She was listed as being in lane 4. She's not there. Seen her at the national champs and at Intercol last year. She's not one to be very fond of missing events, so we're going to keep our eyes on that. She also does the 100 meter and also a a 400-meter runner. She's capable of doing that. St. David's Catholic Secondary need her if she's available. They will need her. Let's see what Heat 2 of 5 has to offer. They're getting ready to take this curb and hit the straightaway. Out, away, and immediately look at lane number 5. Lane number 5, that's Lewis. But look at lane 1. Look on the inside, lane 1. Lane 1, that's Chandler. Chandler of Boca Secondary School. Chandler is in a different year in this one. Everybody's in 2024, and she's out in 2025 and shutting it down. That's a good run by Chandler. Well, she was in good form, not using much energy, just keeping it tight, running right there in her zone, not too much arms, not too much legs, and doesn't even look as if she ran yet.
Yeah, definitely did head out pretty quickly, made sure that she put herself in the ascendancy very early, saying to the others, hey, you gotta catch me, and there she goes, coming around the bend, really good. You look at her form and it's really, really good. You can look at her arms and legs as they synchronize up the track. Just looking to reserve. She's going to shut it down just about now, making sure that she leaves something in reserve for later this evening.
We're getting ready for...
Well, 25.44. Now, that wasn't express quick, but what it has done is that it has put the rest of the field behind her under pressure. Because if you're going to run 25.44, and you're going to be the automatic qualifier winning, what it does is that it pushes everybody else back. So 25.44, not an express time really, but it's going to be interesting because she's about 2 seconds and some off the record. All right, heat number 3 of 5 is coming up. And Bernard Julian, Bernard Antoine. Where did I get that name, Bernard Julian? It's a familiar name in broadcast. You've just been likened to one of our great broadcasters. Are you Bernard Antoine? All right. So he's donned his garment. He's been representing very well. We've not been that fortunate. They don't have sizes to fit us. Bernard is a bigger man. Heat number 3 of 5. Let's go down for the lane assignments quickly.
Dash for junior girls. In lane 1, from the St. George Institute, Blessing Cooper. In lane 2, from the Granville Secondary, Antonia George. In lane 3, from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Nathalia Strawn. In lane 4, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kayla Christopher. In lane 5, from the Happy Hill Secondary School, Theresa Bain. In lane 6, from the Bishop's College, the Jenny Brown. And from West Hall Secondary School, in lane 7, Tifara Francis.
Just to bring you up to speed on the shot put. The shot put senior boys, we've got a development there. Remember, we spoke to you about Telesford, Kadeem Telesford of St. David's Catholic Secondary School, who went into the lead in the final 8 of 13.83. He has just upped his game. He's thrown a distance of 14.88. We're going to get back to that. So let's go now. The 200-meter girls, heat number 3 of 5. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the person of Kayla Christopher, coming off the curve ahead of everybody. Kayla Christopher, this is going to be a lot quicker than 25, I can tell you that. Kayla Christopher is out, up and away. She's starting to shut down. There's no catching her. There's a tussle in the back for second place. Kayla Christopher running out of lane 4, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, coming in with a time of 26.10. What has she done here this time? Kayla Christopher waiting with bated breath, anxious moments. What will this time be? It's a good run. She came out ahead of everybody immediately, coming around the curve. 26.02. Bernard?
26.02. Not shattering times here, but control. No competition really. No competition in the end. I would say from about 80 meters, she was running against the clock just to establish a first position, and that's it.
Yeah, when you look at how she came around the bend, recognizing, I think, her position, you could see that she shut it down pretty early, so it means that she has something in reserve, but she really came off the block quickly and established that lead. And again, that momentum as you come off the curve is able to drive you home, and there is not much energy expended there by Christopher.
Yes.
Well, we're going to give you some updates quickly. Remember, we were speaking a short while ago with the boys' senior short put, and Kadeem Telesford of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, throwing a distance of 13.88 to get out of the first round to lead the field. He has just gone up to 14.88, and he's eyeing the record. That record is still some distance away, 17.02. That was done by Johan Jeremiah. Johan Jeremiah, a Grenada cricketer.
The discus thrower.
The discus thrower, sorry, Johan Jeremiah. Yes.
There is a Johan Jeremiah in cricket.
In cricket, yes. This Johan Jeremiah is the discus thrower. There are two of them, yes. So heat number 4 or 5 in the girls' 200 meters. Let's go down for the lane assignments.
Christiana Charles. In lane 2, from the Grenada Christian Academy, Shabina Lewis. In lane 3, from the Anglican High School, Egypt Regis. In lane 4, from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Jazara Johnson. In lane 5, from West Hall Secondary, carriacou. From the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, in lane 6, Samara Noel. And in lane 7, from the Happy Hill Secondary School, or that should be from Hillsborough Secondary School, Kiana Robert.
So Charles, Lewis, Regis, Johnson, Noel, Roberts. Cowich is not there. Cowich was listed as being in lane 5. She's not there. But, any favorite coming into this one?
Well, it really should be Regis. Egypt Regis from Anglican High School.
Regis did well at the national champs about a week or so ago. She's the favorite coming into this one, according to Bernard Antoine, yes. And C.R. John.
But of course, when it comes to these competitions, it's anything goes.
You definitely have to keep your eyes on lane 4 in Jazra Johnston.
Jazra Johnson ran 30. Running 30 in an event like this, I don't think it will be possible for us to keep our eyes on her. She may not be in the frame. If you're going to run 30, the frame might just elude you.
Yeah, at the junior level, we are more looking for the early 20s actually, 25, 24, 26.
Well, traditionally, being in lane 4, it means that you have. They're off.
All right, well, up, out, and away, and immediately look at who has established herself. This is Regis. Egypt Regis is coming off the curb ahead of everybody. Regis is in good. Look at the form. She is not much movement, not much wasted movement, and good form, extending her lead. Egypt Regis, I'm quite sure this has to be early 20s. Very early 20s from Regis.
Yeah, this might be 25, but that's she's well coached and she has been running all year. And as you said, John, she did quite well at the nationals.
Immediately she picked up the stagger with about 50 meters into this one, and by the time they got to the top of the curb, there was no discrepancy at all as to who was going to be out front. And making light work of heat number 4, Egypt Regist, 27, surprisingly, or 25, 25.29.
Yes, it's a 25, right?
I thought it was a little faster than that.
She shut it down with about 15, 20 meters to go.
So the first in every heat, the winner of every heat, and then the 3 fastest losers will meet in the finals later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and so Regis has just placed herself on notice, let everyone know that she has so far the fastest time in all of the heats that we've seen, and so she's making a statement to the others that, hey, you need to come catch me.
200 meters, often described as a shy event. It's neither fish nor fowl.
And ladies and gentlemen, tied on 12 points, St. David Catholic Secondary School and the Anglican High School. So the female division is currently tied on 12 points. Presentation Brothers College leads the male division on 12 points. Back to you, starters.
So heat number 5 of 5.
Well, after this one, we'd have a pretty decent idea as to what the field looks like going into the finals. Stewart, Richardson, Hippolyte, Griffith, Joseph, and Regis. That's the start of heat number 5. Looks like Hippolyte. Looks like Hippolyte coming around the bend and out in lane 7. Now this is Regis starting to fall back. Still too close to call anybody's race just yet, but it looks now starting to push forward. That looks like Richardson. It's a toss between Richardson and Regis. Regis seems to just get there first. It was a snail of heat number 5.
It was. This is in the 30s actually. So it's a very slow one. So we do not expect anyone to get into the finals except the winner of this one.
We've got to remind folks here, and I'm saying folks here at the National Stadium, that when you do go live with this event, because it's a pay-per-view, it's illegal, so you can be reported, and your account can be shut down because it's a pay-per-view event. So whatever you do, I know you want to share the moments with your friends and relatives who are not here. Your safest bet is to send them a WhatsApp, a voice note, or give them a call and say, you know what, come on down to the National Stadium and be a part of it. 28.20. Well, that took a while, but Arisa Regis of the Happy Hill Secondary School will get into the finals. I'm not sure about Stewart, Joseph, Richardson, Hippolyte, and Griffith. They are all into a different moon as it relates to the time.
Definitely slower than a lot that we've seen for the day.
So Oliver.
I wonder what moon they would come from, Jason.
From lane 3, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Christophe Caliste. In lane 4, Grenada F8, Tyrick King. In lane 5, from St. Rose Modern Secondary, Isaiah Fraser. And in lane 7, from the Hillsborough Secondary School, Tabil Joseph.
Well, we're getting close to the fireworks here now. The boys 200 meters junior. This is where the heat is going to start picking up. And the boys 200 meters junior. Heat number 1. Nicholas, Oliver, Caliste, King, Fraser, Joseph, and Sincere. Everybody's going to treat these preliminaries like finals until maybe they get to about 20 meters to go. And they know they've got a clear chance. Here we go, immediately out of the block. This looks like Caliste, Christophe Caliste of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Long stride coming around the bend. Christophe Caliste, he's ahead of everybody on this one, but he's pumping. Christophe Caliste will go to the finish line. Bishop's College is coming right after him. Yes, but there's no doubt. Caliste, Christophe Caliste of SAS has come through on this one. He established himself very early in this one. Christophe Caliste, 22.94. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
It's a good run. 22.94 is not a bad run at all. But he ran hard. It's not like he did any ease up. He actually ran hard up to the 10 meter to the line. So let's see where the other heats look like. It's a good time, 22.94.
Well, Tyree King of the GSDA, he came in with this with a qualifying time of 22.09, but he was only able to manage 23.34. Now, that's not good for him because only the winner is guaranteed a spot in the finals. So these preliminaries here are not supposed to be treated as preliminaries per se. You've got to go into them with a finals mentality.
Yeah, definitely. You need to have a finals mentality because only one can go through and then the next 3 best times. So you do not want to leave it per chance. You want to make sure that you seal your place in the finals.
All right, well, just before we get to that, let's tell you that there's been a further increase from Kadeem Telesford of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the boys' senior shot put, 14.88, and that has gotten him the gold medal at St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Kadeem Telesford winning the boys' senior shot put, 14.88. Adam Williams of Happy Hill Secondary, 13.27, and Sheldon Hosford of SAS coming in third, 13.23. Gold medal going to Telesford, 14.88.
From the Grenville Secondary School, Darrell Daniel. In lane 4, from the Grenada Boys Secondary, Cameron Mifflin. Kenroy Mafflin. In lane 6, from the McDonald College, Raheem Raybon. And in lane 7, from Boca Secondary, Calvin Harris.
So heat number 2 of 5. Knight, Richardson, Daniel, Mathlin, Raybon, and Harris. Up, out, away, and immediately, GBSS in Mathlin. Mathlin has already established himself. Mathlin, too much showboating there, could have stepped out of the lane. He's got to be careful he doesn't get disqualified in this one. He has some speed, he has some zest to go with it, but it may cost him if he continues. He almost stepped out of the lane. That could have been dangerous. And now he's got some anxious moments ahead. Or replay department will get into the picture. And that is not going to be good for him. Cameron Mathlin. He came around the bend. He was in fantastic shape coming off over there. He started to showboat a little bit.
Timing for event number 13, preliminary number 2. And in third position,
just
Darrell
on the edge.
Daniel of Grenville Secondary School, a time of 22.64 seconds. Second, Jaden
If you're
Knight
going to showboat, you have to
St.
wait
Rose
until you're on the
Secondary,
straightaway. You can't do that around the curve.
And winning this heat,
22.58.
22.58 seconds from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Cameron Mathlin.
I get the impression he wanted to shut it down and he wanted to look at the competition, but he was doing it in a very awkward manner.
He's got to be careful. He does look like one to watch. Clearly, he came around the curve ahead, way before everyone else. So he does look like one to watch in this one. That's Mathlin.
Actually, he's one of the medal favorites later in the day.
Again, you look at the execution of the race, and I think he understood that he might be one of the faster athletes, but you need to be a bit more professional in terms of make sure you get off the curve, make sure that you're well ahead, and then you shut it down. But he was trying to shut it down as soon as he got off the curve, which proved to be a little bit tricky. And you do not want at this stage to be one of the clear favorites and have to be disqualified.
We expect the Queen.
J.W. Fletcher Catholic School, Brian Griffith. From lane 6 from the McDonald's College, Mondale Lewis. And running out of lane 7 from Hillsborough Secondary School, Khalid Peter.
Well, Auguste has been a talking point for PBC in this one, but if we take you back to the national champs, he did pull up early in day 1 and was not able to compete for the rest of the championship, so it might be a concern here for him. He is coming into this one with a best of 22.80. Let's see what's going to happen in this one. There's no Phillip in lane 1. Up, out, and away. And Auguste has made up the stagger quickly. He's facing a serious challenge. It looks like Samson from St. Mark's Secondary. St. Mark's Secondary just ahead in Samson. Still they're straight across. Still a straight line across. Now Auguste starts to lunge forward. And Griffith and Auguste. Griffith and Auguste. It seems to just be Griffith edging out Auguste. Not quite sure he wanted to do that, Auguste. Has to run all the way through.
Again, he eased up before the end of the race and with competition.
Got to remember in this one, understanding the situation, knowing that you're only guaranteed if you win. He's still going to get in. I figure he's still going to get in because flash time on this one is a 20. Let's not brought up the time yet.
Yeah, I would imagine any 22s will get into the finals.
23.82. 23.83. Mondale Lewis just edging out Ethan Geist, PBC.
It'd be touch and go with any 23.
And in first position from the McDonald's College, 23.83 seconds, Mondale Lewis.
So we're getting ready for heat number 4, 5. You can help us.
Here's your start list. Running out of lane 1 from the St. George Institute. Olawosnayo Abbey.
Lane 2 from SAS, Deron Sensier. In lane 3 from Wesley College, Jeremy Phillip. Running out of lane 4 from PBC, Kanik Nixon. In lane 5 from J.W. Fletcher, Sion Burris. In lane 6 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Kimmel Murray. And from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, in lane 7, Ronell Hotsford.
Well, heat 4 of 5. Keep your eyes on Sincere. Also Nixon. And don't rule out Murray. Kimon Murray. There's a possibility that Ronald Hosford could lunge forward on this one. Lane assignments in this one has nothing to do with times, really. Heat number 4 of 5. The record in this one is a 20.60 that was established by Kirani James back in 2008. Remember calling that race at Intercol? Those days it was Kirani James versus Rondell Bartholomew.
Yeah, those were the classic days of 400-meter running.
Well, folks here would tell you these are the classic days as well. Toba, Sincere, Philip, Nixon, Boris, Murray, and Hosford.
And they're off.
Out, and away. And immediately Nixon coming off the curve. Nixon looking very strong. That's Canik Nixon wearing the blue with the white headband for Presentation Brothers College. He comes around the bend. This guy has been showing good form even at the national champs a few days ago. And Nixon coming forward and starts to separate himself from the pack. Shuts it down now with about 30 meters to go. And that was an impressive run by Canik Nixon. He came off the curb very early and looks strong, looks sharp. He has put the field on notice, hasn't he?
And that's how to shut it down. You look left, you look right on the straightaway. There's nobody there, you shut it down.
It's a good run by Canik Nixon. He's showing good form. Came off the curb, needs lifting as he came onto the straightaway. And if you have a young man that's interested in athletics, you've got to pay attention to the form. 22.57 for Nixon coming off the curb and winning. Kimal Murray, remember we said look at him as well, 23.39. And those are the top 2 finishers. Only one guaranteed a spot, but I'm quite sure that Murray may have just slipped himself in.
23.39 and 22.57. Definitely Nixon just showing that he has what it takes. 22.57 fastest of the heats.
No, Matlin was 22.55, wasn't he?
Yeah, 55. Yeah, 5.8.
5.8.
So right. So far the guys showing that they're gonna be very competitive in the finals to come.
Catholic Secondary, Jaron Phillip. Running out of lane 5 from the Grenada Boys Secondary, Josh Thomas. In lane 6 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Khalil John. And Westmoreland Secondary School, Javoni Phillip.
So heat number 5 of 5 is coming up. Purcell, Romaine, Philip, Thomas, John, and Giovanni Phillip. Up, out, away, and immediately GBSS and the person of Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas is clearly ahead of everybody on this one. Josh Thomas with a good run. This is going to be a quick time as well. Josh Thomas is gone. Philip is fighting some distance behind, but they're not going to catch him. And Josh Thomas of the GBSS, who came in with 23.11, wins this one. I'm quite sure he ran close to that time here. That's Josh Thomas of the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Yeah, with a lot of spears, 60 meters, and he was done.
GBSS now has booked 2 spots in the finals of the boys 200 meters. These boys 200 meters.
Yep, they got two good ones in the finals. Matlin and this young man here, Thomas.
Boys 200 meters junior, 23.12 with a shutdown. That is interesting. 23.12, and he has shut down. And that gave him the fastest qualifying time with a whole lot of something in the tank. 23.12 for Thomas, 22.57 for Nixon, 22.58 for Mathlin, 22.94 for Christoph Kalist of SAS. The finals of this one is going to be a Bunsen burner, you guys.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hot, hot, hot. Because when you look at these times with these guys shutting down so early, come finals, you have to ensure that you get to that finish line first in order to achieve that gold medal. So definitely, we're going to see some rubber being burnt here today.
Yeah, this should be a good close competitive finals, because the winners in just about each heat actually shut it down fairly early. But based on what we would have seen so far, Josh Thomas in that last heat, he looked really good. 22.12, but 60 meters out, he was finished.
Well, the finals has been set for the boys 200 meters. Somebody call Lewis Hamilton and tell him that his Mercedes-Benz might just be under threat here, because these guys have got some nitrous in this tank.
We've
got a few more sprint events to come before the break. We've got the 400 meters for both boys and girls, junior, senior, the 400 meter senior, that is, girls 400 meters senior. We've got 4 heats in that, and the 400 meters senior boys, 4 heats in that as well. All that to come. We've got the present point standings. Can I run them quickly through for you guys? Present point standings, let's take a look at it. We start at the top in the girls division. St. David's Catholic Secondary School out on 12 points, but they're out sharing the lead with the Anglican High School, who's also on 12. SAS is right there behind them on 7 points. Hillsborough Secondary School on 6. St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew on 4. And Boca Secondary, Grenville Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent St. George, all on 2 points. Westerhall Secondary, MacDonald College, and St. John's Christian Secondary on 1 point each.
Yeah, so definitely the girls on them way. The boys division, we have out front on 12 points, the Presentation Brothers College. They're followed by the Grenada Boys Secondary School on 7 points. Bishop's College, 5 points. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, they're on 3 points. Boca Secondary, they're on 2 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Westerhall Secondary, MacDonald College, J.W. Fletcher, and Hillsborough Secondary, they're all on 1 point.
So still early days. Some folks would love for the events to be culminated at this very point. Seeing that their school is out in front, but we've got a whole lot of fireworks. This is only day 1 of 3. And a good afternoon to all our local viewers to the pay-per-view. We've got a whole lot of people on the pay-per-view locally. Thanks a lot for supporting. So we're getting ready for the 400 meters. We're going to start with the girls 400 meter senior Intercol Games 2024. The Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024. Powered by Republic Bank in association with Fruta, Real Value IGA Supermarket, and all the sponsors of these various schools, the Grenada breweries, bottlers of Ting. They're showing their corporate responsibility by supporting a lot of these schools, Nawasa, Blue Bubbles, PA Rental and Sound System suppliers, the Grenada Trade Center, also Mitchell's Health and Wellness. They're also part of our sponsor group as well for the 2024 Intercol Games. A lot of corporate Grenada showing their commitment to sports through these Intercol Games. So it's a good move for them. High point of the torch run this morning was seeing Anderson Peters, or double world champion Anderson Peters, bearing the torch. A major part of the route from the Republic Bank main office across to the National Stadium, assisted by members of staff of the Republic Bank as well.
Yeah, definitely good to see Anderson, you know, again, the brand ambassador for Republic Bank. And so he definitely wants to make sure that he represents well. He will be featured in the upcoming Olympic Games in Paris. And so I know that he will be happy being around, you know, some of the up-and-coming youngsters in the track and field arena.
Reminding our viewers again that streaming these events is prohibited. You've got to remember that streaming these events is prohibited. It's a pay-per-view event. Your account can be barred once you're reported. Good afternoon to Piki Labi. Just saying good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Janice Augustine. She's rooting for St. David, I'm quite sure. She bleeds St. David. It doesn't take anything lightly when it comes to her parish. She's extraordinarily passionate about St. David. She's also extraordinarily passionate about local food as well.
Yeah, definitely. When you have that sort of passion, you don't want to miss anything. And so I know she's locked onto her screens right now. I don't think anyone would want to disturb her at this time. Though it's early days, but you know, once you're a supporter, you're always a supporter.
So we're getting ready to go down for the lane assignments. So they're gearing up, as you can see on the monitor. They're gearing up for the 200 meter. The girls, 400 meter, sorry. They're gearing up for that. So we've got the results, the time results from the boys, the girls, sorry, 200 meters. So some interesting times. The fastest qualifying time, of course, being 25.29. That's by Egypt Regist. 25.29 by Regist. Came off the curb very strong. And Maya Chandler of Boca was right behind her in terms of qualifying, 25.44. Talia Nyack, 26.71. These are all automatic qualifiers. And also Arisa Regis of Happy Hill Secondary School, 28.20. These are all automatic qualifiers. Now, what has happened is that the top 5, that's the winners, they would have qualified, and the other 3 qualifiers would be Imana McIntosh of the Anglican High School in a 27.18, and Kayla McIntyre of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 27.29, and Samar Noel of St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, 27.17. Those are the other qualifiers coming into this one. So the field is set. Let's go down for the lane assignments for the 400 meters senior.
High School, Kiara St. John. Lane number 3, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Joshany Fortune. Lane number 4, MacDonald College, Francesca Henry. And lane number 6, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Shanae Sylvan. That's your start list for heat 1 of 4, senior girls 400-meter dash.
Now the start list for these 400-meter senior girls. I've never liked these 400s, not as an athlete. There's too much measuring and very little room for error. You've got to balance stamina, and speed, and technique, and there's very little room for error. Very little room for error in this one. Joseph, St. John, Fortune, Henry, Sylvan. That's the start of the 400 meters. Senior girls, heat number 1 of 4. Immediately look at the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Or MacDonald College, that is, sorry. That's Deshawn Thomas, running out of lane 3. That's Deshawn Thomas of MacDonald College. She's gone. Oh, that's the boys, sorry. Looking at the girls. Excitement does that to you. Yes. So. Henry. That's Henry. Francesca Henry of MacDonald College. Came in with a qualifying time of 63.02. So Henry of MacDonald College, Francesca Henry will win this one, running out of lane 4. And Fortune in lane 3 would come in second. But a spirited run by Henry. Came out very early and started to lose a little bit of steam after 275, 300.
Yeah, definitely went a bit hard, wanted to ensure that she got herself ahead of the rest of the field, and so she went hard but was able to just conserve with that lead that she had. You know, she was just able to conserve. No one really putting her under pressure within the home stretch, and so definitely a tactical race by her. This is the time that she can do that. I don't think that later on she'll be able to do that. Come finals, she will have to use a different strategy.
Yeah, well, that was a time coming in 63.02. She's run 63.22 on this one. So she's run close to her qualifying time, which is close to her PB as well, I'm quite sure. With the record in this one set by Kishara George in 2001, 54.53. Doesn't seem as if that will be under threat this year. Let's wait and see what the other 3 heats has to offer.
Yes, certainly not in this first heat. This is not even close. But Kishara George has distinguished herself in 400-meter running. So, and that record has been around since 2001. So it would take some running to get even close to this. But what again continue to be very pleasing is the number of athletes who entered into these middle distances. 25 athletes entered in this one. This is the senior girls.
Yeah, definitely an event that has gained some popularity here in Grenada with the exploit of Kirani James and even Aline Francisque before him, Randall Bartholomew and these guys. They've really done, outstandingly well in putting this event into the minds of the young Grenadians.
6, representing the Boca Secondary, Kiana Joseph. And lane number 7, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Tamaya Thomas. That's the start list for heat number 2 of 4 senior girls 400-meter dash.
And they're off. It's the 400-meter senior girls. And out front, Sass is out front. She's followed closely by Frederick of the St. David Catholic Secondary School. These two seem to have left the rest of the pack behind. The St. Joseph Convent, St. George seem to be making a pretty decent move, but so far it's Frederick responding, coming just about 150 meters to go. It is that athlete out in lane 2.
It's lane 1, actually.
Lane 1, actually.
She was listed to run out of lane 2. But they've got it all confused here, and they have us confused as well. So this looks like Kimali Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. So they've got us all confused in this heat. Heat 2 of 4, sorry. So the information has been very sporadic. When it has not, it's come very sporadic. And most of the details on our start list, we've got to update it.
So it's Kamali Phillip of St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
Kimali Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Now they've updated us. So viewers, again, we ask you to beg our indulgence because a lot of the information has not been as fluid as we would want it to ensure that we get you the correct information. So they have been working on it. Let's hope that everything runs smoothly as we get into the afternoon, the morning period, clearly ironing out kinks and what have you.
Yeah, but again, we go back to the run of Philip, 61.02. Pretty decent time. 400, 61.02.
It looked a lot slower than that to me, but maybe it was more effortless than anything else. Heat number 3 of 4 is coming up again in this one. We have no athlete listed in lane 1. It seems as though Daniel of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic is out of lane 2. And so it will start in lane 3 with Wesley College in Alexander. Looks like Alexander will be in lane 3. So Alexander, Panchu, Charles, Mitchell, and Batiste. Alexander, Charles, Mitchell, Alexander, Panchu, Charles, Mitchell, and Batiste. Alexander, Panchu, Charles, Mitchell, Batiste. Panchu has started to make a run early in this one. Peaches Panchu You remember that name from the national champs earlier on this month. Peaches Panchu coming down the back straight and immediately starting to assert her dominance. She's in the lead now based on the lay of the track. It's Peaches Panchu. Just about 200 meters to go. Seems to be a much slower one. She's ran 66.03 coming into this one. Came off the curve ahead of everybody, as you would have expected. And Peaches Panchu will get to the finish line. This is a long one. This is a long one. This is way above 60.
Yeah, definitely doing what is necessary. This is a 400-meter run. You do not want to do too many 400-meter runs before the finals. So what you want happen is that you come off the curve. You just execute. The first place goes through, and so she just ensures that she is in the first place, not really expending too much energy in her qualifying.
63.94. So Peaches Panchu 63.94.
It's a little over 2 full seconds from her, what seemingly to be her season's best here. 66.
Well, heat number 4, of 4 coming up. Of course, with the 2024 Carifta Games on the heels of this one. A lot of these athletes that were chosen to represent Grenada at these Carifta Games, they've got to show their ability to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. So a lot is expected from them. A lot is expected of them. Shafania Houston is in this one. Let's go for the lane assignments.
Hillsborough Secondary School. Lane 5, Rihanna Smith, J.W. Fletcher. Lane 6, Kelsey Frank of Boca. And lane 7, Sanaya James of Happy Hills Secondary School.
Well, congratulations and thanks again for the hard work of the students of the Boca Secondary School. They've been assisting us in trying to get the information, what we refer to our runners. But maybe they're in the wrong profession because they are running very effectively from our broadcast, but a lot of the athletes on the track have not been living up to their expectations thus far. But a lot can change, so maybe we need to bring the runners out on the field and bring those on the field to be the runners up here. What are your thoughts on this one? Nobody has anything to say.
There's certain things it's best to stay quiet.
So they've thrown me under the bus. So maybe they've pushed me under the bus on this one. Anyhow, the favorite in this one comes out of lane 3. That's Shafania Houston of the Anglican High School. She's going to be just ahead of Tellisford and just behind Alexis Frank James. Smith is not in this one. But keep your eyes on lane 3 in Shafania Houston. At this stage, she's a senior, veteran in this one. Girls, 400 meters senior. Oh, well, that was you. Kept them too long in the set position. Shafania Houston has already started to make a move even inside 100 meters. She's going down the back straight already ahead of everybody. Shafania Houston, she's showing sheer class and dominance here in this heat. Shafania Houston coming out of lane 3. And look at her go. Shafania Houston of the Anglican High School. She's been trailed there by the St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Tellisford. Tellisford of the St. David's Catholic Secondary is behind, but she's not going to catch Houston. Houston already starting to shut down with about 60, 65 meters to go. She's going to conserve some energy. She's conserving a whole lot of energy, Shafania Houston. And she crosses the finish line with a step even as she slows down. So this one, after about 150 to 200 meters, Shaffonia Houston was basically walking in heels as she got to 59.10.
And in spite of a very, very awkward, strange start, it's almost like a start and a stop.
Oh, she came around, and at this point, this is when she slipped on stilettos and got to the finish line. Effortless.
Yeah, pretty easy run there for Houston. We know that she's a pretty good 400 runner, and so she's exceptional. You can see it. The rest of the field definitely will be chasing her. 59.10, more or less coming to the line at a stroll.
59.10, Bernard. Shaffonia Houston.
Yes, again, class cut above the rest. Her competition really is from the young lady from St. Joseph Convent, St. George. They are head and shoulders above the rest.
59.50, and you're shutting down with about 60 meters to go.
And a start and a stop and a start. In one breath.
So a good run from the Anglican High School, Shaffonia Houston.
Well, I make it the finals, Jason, will be very interesting because when I look at Francesca Henry qualifying with 63.22, she won her heat. You had the athlete there from the St. Joseph Convent qualifying with 61.01. Panchu, 63.94. Houston, 59. And I'm looking at Telesford coming in with 62.56, who was a distance behind Houston. It says that the finals is going to be interesting.
Interesting, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting for second place.
Oh, now we're talking. Interesting for second place. Now we're getting it right. Somebody pinched Clyde Rondell John. Or someone, maybe we should ask for a cup of coffee inside here for Clyde Rondell John. If there's no competition between a shutdown 59 and something way above 62 or 63. Well, he's a cricketer, Clyde Rondell John. He's been known for a lot of cricket in St. David, so he's been a fast bowler. And so he's been excused in this one. You're a fast bowler for back in the day. Let's go to the boys' 400-meter senior dash. We take no further comment from Clyde Rondell John on the subject that once was. The lane assignments for heat number 1 in the boys' 400 meters senior. The record of 45.30, 2009. Guess who was the record holder? Don't look at the document.
There's no question here.
That was a question.
That was a question? Well, I'll pass that question to Bernard.
Yeah, that's what you say when you don't know. Well, the current record holder in this one, 45.30, established in 2009. His senior year at the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Kirani James. So let's go down for the lane assignments. Heat number 1 of 4.
J.W. Fletcher, Catholic Secondary. Lane 6, Kyle Ned, SAS. Lane 7, Latrell Shabazan, St. Rose Modern Secondary School.
On your marks.
The start of the boys' 400 meter. Heat number 1 of
Stand.
4.
Stand, please.
Qualifying time of 52.10 by Deshaun Thomas of McDonald College in this one. 49.50 by Junior Alexander of Grenville Secondary. He's running out of lane 4. Keep your eyes on him. But he's not there in this one. Alexander is not in this one. So the athlete from SAS goes out in quick time here. That's Kyle Ned. Kyle Ned of SAS. Kyle Ned of SAS. comes down the straightaway ahead of everybody else. Shabazan of St. Rose Modern Secondary School is trying to make a good run for it. So too is Bartholomew of J.W. Fletcher. But Kyle Ned is out in front. Now he's starting to jog. He's treating this one now like an 800 Kyle Ned. He's already shut down. And Kyle Ned, but here comes St. Rosemont. J.W. Fletcher. Bartholomew is going to challenge him for the top spot. Kyle Ned realizes now only too late. And in lane number 5, the upset comes in the heat from Bartholomew. Bartholomew of J.W. Fletcher. Nikel Bartholomew coming out of lane 5 and picks up the win in this one. You've got to run to win. You've got to run to win.
Especially when only position number 1 is guaranteed.
When Ned realized it, it was a little too late. By that time, Bartholomew was into full flight, and Bartholomew just came around hard to make sure and secure his spot in the finals. When you're at this stage, I tell you something. When you're at this stage, these are the finals. These are the finals. These are not the preliminaries where you're running to get into the quarterfinals or the semifinals. These are the finals. It's just the early stage of these finals. You've got to set the tone, psychological advantage and all of that, lane assignments, all these things come into play. So it was a good run from Bartholomew, picking up the win on this one.
Yes, and he timed this to perfection.
Yeah, what was interesting there is that the momentum was with Bartholomew, and you recognize Ned trying to restart his race again, but by this time his body was in shutdown mode, and so you have Bartholomew having the right approach and able to just blow him away.
We didn't quite get a time for time in this one, but that will probably come shortly.
And lane 7, Raydon Lewis, Granville Secondary School.
See, at this senior boys 400, you expect nothing less than under 50.
Quaynall Pierre of the Grenada Boys Secondary School is running out of lane 4. Shem Smith of J.W. Fletcher Catholic is in 5. Nicholas Frederick of Boca is in 6. Raydon Lewis of Grenville Secondary is in 7. But keep your eyes on Caden James of St. David's Catholic Secondary, who's in 2. And Langine of Westerhall Secondary, who's in 3. So this one's pretty much even going into heat number 2. Heat number 2 of 4, the boys 400 meters senior. It's pretty much even until someone establishes dominance in this one. We're still waiting to get the finals, the final list of qualifiers for the boys 200 meter senior. We're still waiting on that. We'd love to give it to you. Folks are asking, but we're going to give it to you. The boys 200 meter juniors, that is. Well, we've got that. 400 meter senior boys, and immediately Pierre starts to lunge forward. Pierre's on the ball of his feet, coming down the back straight. Showing good form, this is Pierre of GBSS. Not much wasted movement. Running to conserve energy. Surely he's ahead of everybody else now. St. David's Catholic Secondary and Caden James is on the inside lane in lane 2. He's going to try to make a run for it, but it might just be a little too late. And might just be, but he's coming. It might just be a little too late. They're going to go 1 and 2. And Pierre is going to come forward on this one. Pierre for GBSS is going to come forward on this one. And Caden James of the St. David's Catholic Secondary in lane 2 is going to take second place. Only the first place qualifies, and then the 4 fastest losers. But I'm quite sure that Octathlon James is going to be in the finals with a spirited runner coming out of lane 2. But all credit goes to Quaynel Pierre in 5 of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Take a look at it.
A beautiful running, nice long strides, and intelligent running also. He did not get ease up, to so to speak, until he was quite sure that he was into the finals. And that's what you have to do at this stage of the game.
Yeah, really good run there by the athlete from GBSS in ensuring that he did what he had to do, come off the curve, the final approach, and just shut it down with maybe just some 30 meters to go.
All right, well, we've got the finals, the final list for the boys 200 meters junior. The final list for the boys 200 meter junior, we've got that, and these are the qualifiers. Now take a look at this. This is going to be interesting because this is where we're expecting some fireworks here now. Ethan Auguste of Presentation Brothers College, he qualified by winning his heat in 23.83. Kanik Nixon of PBC also qualified and winning 22.57. 23.12 for Josh Thomas. And Cameron Mathlin, 22.58 with a lot of shutdown. And 22.94 in Christophe Caliste of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. St. Rose Modern Secondary in Ezron Fraser. And Jaden Knight were the other qualifiers along with Kimal Murray.
Marlon Thomas, Wester Hall Secondary School. Lane 5, Neon Stanislaus, PBC. Lane 6, Rohan Bernard, Grenada Christian Academy. Lane 7, Randy Jones, Bishop's College.
So Anderson, Thomas, Sam, Stanislaus, Bernard, and Jones. You've got a favorite in this one. You think who's a favorite in this one to come around? Ethan Sam is in this one, so a big name. He's a notable name in this one, Ethan Sam, but a challenge will come from Stanislaus and also Thomas, but the upset can come from just about anywhere on this one. The boys 400 meter senior heat 3 of 4, up, out, away. And the Presentation Brothers College starts to pick up the slack in Stanislaus immediately. Stanislaus is out and gone like a rocket, and Ethan Sam is right there. I'm quite sure he knows Ethan Sam is on his heels because Sam too has started to pick up. But look what's happening with Ethan Sam on the inside. On the inside, that looks like Thomas of Wester Hall Secondary. Thomas of Wester Hall Secondary. Aberdeen of St. Mark's Secondary. Aberdeen, that's Aberdeen coming around. Sam is in the dust. Aberdeen is coming around in front of everybody, but he's pumping. But Ethan Sam starts to lunge forward. Aberdeen is he's closing in on Aberdeen, and Ethan Sam has now started to show his dominance, followed by Stanislaus of Presentation Brothers College. So it looks like Sam and then Stanislaus, then Aberdeen. But Ethan Sam will qualify, of course, winning the heat. But a good run from Cameron Stanislaus of PBC and Aberdeen, who tried to kick, but maybe a little too early, of St. Mark's Secondary School, coming in third.
Yes, and I would have thought a very controlled Ethan Sam. He knew what he was doing. He knew he had more to offer. And so in the, about 60 meters to the end, he just bossed the race by 60 meters to the end.
He was down looking a little bit jaded on this one. He's not been himself. He's not been himself. He's not pleased with his run. You can tell. 50.82, the qualifying time for Ethan Sam, the automatic qualifying time, 50.82. Good run by Keon Stanislaus of PBC, 51.03. And Randy Jones of Bishop's College coming in third, 51.43, just eluding Aberdeen of St. Mark's Secondary School. And so Aberdeen, Bernard, Thomas, and Welsh, surely they're going to be out of it in the finals. But Ethan Sam And the key on Stanislaus. Stanislaus might just get in. Let's wait and see what the others have to offer. Heat number 4 coming up. Let's go for the lane assignments quickly.
Christian Secondary. Lane 3, Zakar Coffee, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 4, from Grenada SDA, Stephon Albert. Lane 5, Keylorn Moses of the St. David Catholic Secondary School. Lane 6, Josham Sylvester of SAS. Lane 7, Javon Olive of McDonald College. And in lane 8, Ronald Frederick of Happy Hill Secondary School.
Keep your eyes on Josham Sylvester of SAS in 6. He's coming into this one as the favorite, but you've got to keep your eyes on Modest as well. Moses, sorry. And just maybe Albert, just maybe Albert of GSDA. But surely Sylvester is the favorite in this one in lane 6. He likes to run in these outer straighter lanes, Josham Sylvester. He gives himself the opportunity to lengthen his stride because he's running on a straighter curve, so to speak. It's an oxymoron, straighter curve. Heat 4 of 4 in the boys 400-meter senior. Charles, Cuffy, Albert, Moses, Sylvester, Olive, Frederick. Heat number 4 has started, and no one making a run yet, but look at Josham Sylvester now. He started to make a run with about 80 meters into this one. Josham Sylvester of SAS, he's beaming down the back straight already at 31 degrees and beaming sunshine into the National Stadium, and immediately Josham Sylvester has beamed himself to the front of this one. He's coming around now with just about 200 meters to go, and Josham Sylvester is gone. He's bleeding blue from the top right down to the bottom, from his head to his toes. Josham Sylvester comes around the curve ahead of everybody. He's going to shut down early, surely, and he's just going to cruise his way into the straightaway. Josham Sylvester, no catching him. Moses is right there behind him in lane 5 on second, but Josham Sylvester, a good run by Sylvester. He has put the entire field on notice. That was an awesome run.
True to form, yeah. Unsurprisingly, Sylvester would have taken this one with a lot in the tank. I think he has a lot more to give in this finals later on today.
Oh, you've got to keep your eyes on him. He is in a no-nonsense mood. They've come with a whole lot of vigor and intense here at the National Stadium. These athletes from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Facebook was a buzz over the last couple of days. It was only for the strong-hearted, social media, the trolls.
It will be a good showdown with Sam and Sylvester later on today.
49.10. And the cruise, he locked in cruise control very early. 49.10.
That should... That's the best qualifying time, isn't it?
49.10, Josham Sylvester of SAS. We're seeing it should have only been 4, unless something else is happening that we don't know about. Well, they've obviously added a fifth heat in this one. Sorry to our viewers, it's not on our start list. So again, they have thrown us out in the deep. A canoe with no paddle, no compass, and not even a bottle of water.
Seven, Judan Pierre of Wesley College.
And so we're going to try and keep this one tight for you off the board, out of the main screen at the National Stadium. The information is up. It has gotten there, but not here. Let's see what we can tell you. We can tell you that this is heat number 5. So Barry is in 1, Frederick is in 2, Mitchell in 3, Thomas in 4, Charles in 5, Labatista in 6, and Pierre in 7. The boys 400 meter, heat number 5. Let's see what we've got here for you. Heat number 5 of 5. Oh, at least we hope. Here we go with this one. Immediately look at lane number 7 in, or lane number 6 in Labatista of the St. George's Institute out in front. But now Boca Secondary School starts to make a run for it. That looks like Mitchell, Daniel Mitchell of Boca Secondary School coming down the back straight. He's going to take the curb, maybe even Stephen. Let's see how they're going to come around. It's Mitchell, Daniel Mitchell of Boca Secondary School. A good run for him. He's going to lock into overdrive quickly. He better do that because St. Rose Modern Secondary School in Charles is right there, side by side, shoulder to shoulder. But Williams, side by side. Mitchell is going to get left now. He leaves Mitchell. And Charles wins this heat from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Rommel Charles winning the heat. And Daniel Mitchell of Boca Secondary coming in second. It was a decent run, especially coming down the back straight with about 200 meters to go. Just about 150, they came off the curve. And, Mitchell was ahead of this stage. They were going stride for stride. But Rommel Charles showing a little bit more grit and determination. And he comes through to win this one. So Rommel Charles winning heat number 5. 50.39.
Yeah, good run there by Mitchell. And your winner there, just ensuring that in Charles, he just ensured that he came through with a decent time. Had to push himself because Mitchell was going really well. Definitely looking at the times, I think that they just may have the opportunity to qualify. Well, that would be Mitchell. Charles has already booked his spot. He's number 1 in his seat, and so he's in. But you look at the faster times to come, and definitely Mitchell seemed to be there. He shut down, to me, when you look at the replay, you saw him shutting down pretty early. I was wondering why, but...
Yeah, I think Mitchell was right on the bubble time, actually, so he may just be into the finals there.
Well, we've got the 400-meter girls hurdles coming up. We're going to take you to that in just a little bit. 2 heats in this one, 2 semi-final heats in this one. The girls 400 meters. That's coming up in just a little bit. But the stadium starting to fill up. Students starting to get themselves, gather their friends. A lot of these empty spots that you're seeing now, you will not see them tomorrow, and definitely will not see them on Thursday. You may not see a lot of them as well as we come into the afternoon, the later afternoon, because we've got some finals to come, some sprint finals to come.
Yeah, definitely. We're expecting that the place is going to be filled. You look at some of the exciting events that come, the junior boys, 200 finals, that is going to be a cracker. And so I don't think persons want to be on the outside. I think they want to be on the inside where they can have a look at that finals.
All right, well, here's what's to come just before we get to the break. Can I fill you in on that quickly, our viewers? The 400-meter hurdles, junior girls, the 400-meter hurdles, junior boys, the 4x1 senior girls relay, and the 4x1 junior boys relay. That's to come. Also joining us during the course of our afternoon, we'll have Mr. Curlin Peters. Of course, he's always a feature in our sports broadcast. Curlin Peters, he's the coordinator of sports in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So he's going to be joining us as we get into the afternoon. Well, later into the afternoon. We're already into the afternoon. We're just bordering on 4 minutes before 3 o'clock. So he's not going to join us yet, but he's going to come. He's going to join us later on in the afternoon. And so look out for him. Of course, we are always entertaining our guest here on the commentary booth. The 400-meter hurdles coming up. This is, again, anytime you say 400 meters, I start to cringe because it's the perfect balance of speed and stamina, technique, and all of them has to come together seamlessly to be victorious. It requires so much technical ability. And then some brilliant mind decided somewhere in our past to add hurdles to it.
Yeah, but this is one of the events in most recent time have been showcased. Not just the Rai Benjamin. We have this youngster, what is McAllister, is it? Karen McAllister, that's right. So this event has become one of the showpiece events now. It's no longer a late in the evening or very early in the morning event anymore. It's prime time.
Well, prime time and prime weather. I know you've been speaking about the weather conditions here. These good day, good weather here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. .400-meter girls.
And what's nice to see with these hurdles is that in most recent times, it's not just Jamaica or Trinidad competing, or Barbados competing in these hurdles. Pretty much a field now is taking part in these things.
31 degrees. The real feel outside there in the middle is 35. So we here we're seeing that light, but we're not exposed to it. We're in air-conditioned comfort. God bless the man who invented air condition. Find his name for me, Rondell John, please, will you? And 35 degrees. That's the real feel outside there. Clouds and a whole lot of sunshine. 31, no threat of rain. We had that earlier on, but prediction going straight into 6 o'clock this evening tells us that there's no threat of rain, so too tomorrow. And according to our weather forecast, it is going to be hotter as we go into the rest of the week. So while we max out at 31 today, we're going to max out to 32 tomorrow and then max out to 33 on Thursday. So the weather matching the tempo of the Intercol games.
Definitely the weather matching the tempo. It's getting hotter. We started pretty cool this morning. We had a few drizzles, and it is getting hotter. Pretty soon we'll have something burning up.
I think you gentlemen are getting too poetic for me here.
You've got to stay with us now, Bernard and Twine. You've got to stay with us.
I am not of that suasion.
You don't want to be left on the blocks now. This is a sprint event. When we pass you the baton, you've got to go. Curlin Peters is in the broadcast studio with us, so we've got a quartet. We have a quartet. We've got the girls' 400-meter hurdles coming up. To our friends viewing on pay-per-view, these Intercol games powered by Republic Bank And brought to you by Republic Bank. Also Ginseng Up, our friends at the Grenada Brewery, Fruta, and also George F. Huggins and the company.
Well, Jason, I don't want to throw cold water your way, but I have the information. So I'm going to tell you that in 1901, the American inventor Willis H. Carrier built the first, what we consider to be the modern electrical air conditioner.
Well, thank God for Google, and thank God for you for finding it out.
I am almost certain that there is somebody somewhere that's cursing the day this man invented this and damaged the ozone layer with all this freon in the air. Somebody's cursing somewhere.
Careful, Bernard. Most folks enjoying air conditioned unit around the world. Somebody mightn't be cursing him. Careful what you say. Can't pull it back.
But on the field, really, I know we have Mr. Peters with us a little bit later on, but to have 11 female junior taking part in the 400 meters hurdle, that says a lot with respect to the growth of this event in Grenada here. That we can have 2 heats. See, 11 participants in these 2 heats in the 400 meters hurdles. That says a lot to the growth of this sport. It says a lot to the growth of this event. And somebody's putting in some serious work behind the scenes.
Oh, we're going to get the lane assignments in just a little bit for you on this one, but a good qualifying time in this one coming out is girls 400-meter hurdles. They're going way over 60 on this one. The record in this one is 66.97. Anisha Charles back in 2018. Let's hear the lane assignments.
Khadija Walcott from St. Joseph Convent St. George. Christiana Charles from SAS. From the Anglican High School, Amaya Henry. And from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Maria Ann Paul. Your lane assignment. Heat 1 of 2. The game's record for this event is 1.06.97 set in 2018. It's held by Alicia Charles.
It seems all set and ready to go. Heat 1 of the 400-meter hurdle junior girls.
Strength, skill, and strategy.
And they're off. So we look at their breakaway. Who's going to be first to attack the hurdle? It seems to be SAS. And SAS is moving ahead, has made up quite a bit of a stagger on the athlete from St. David Catholic Secondary School. Again, the technical proficiency will be very important. Got to be able to get over that hurdle as quickly as you can, get the foot down and back up again into the running stride. Could prove to be very tricky, but so far it is SAS. St. David's Catholic is there. They seem to be tiring. Here comes that athlete from the Boca Secondary School, Philip, clearing her hurdle. She's just about now surging ahead. She's gonna be attacking the last set of hurdles. Here comes Soraya Phillip. Christina Charles is there. It's Charles, it's Phillip. Phillip, it's Charles. It seems to be Christina Charles crossing the line first. So the top 3 in this heat will progress along with the next 2 best times.
And the exhibition of being spent actually speaks volume here. This is a grueling race. And to some extent, the athlete from SAS, that is Christiana Charles, she ran a controlled race in the sense that she knew what she had to do to get to the finish line first.
Yeah.
But the top three qualifies.
The top three qualifies. So there is some room for, a bit of relaxation. But she wanted to make sure that she got herself, qualifying there as the #1 athlete in the event.
Yeah, the top three plus the next two best times. Bring them into the finals later in the evening.
Again, it's only up from here. So there we had it.
It's one of those really, really technical events. Any of the hurdling events. One remembered that Olympic game with Gail Divas, the hands-down favorite to win. And she literally lost at the last hurdle. She tripped up at the last hurdle.
So far you have Christiana Charles, Soraya Phillip, and Dania Modeste all going through.
So it's SAS, Boca, Anglican High School, automatic qualifiers. This heat #1.
We're going to be getting ready for heat 2.
And in heat #2, we have 6 athletes will be taking part on paper so far. From out of the Anglican High School is Norrie Sass Fletcher. Desan from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Alexander from Hillsborough Secondary School, and from Boca we have Mitchell and Strawn from St. Joseph Convent St. George.
From the Anglican High School, Kadisha Norrie.
Let's go down to the
SAS, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Kate Fletcher. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Talia Desant. Hillsborough Secondary, Nyana Alexander. From Boca, Kishanti Mitchell. And from St. Joseph Convent St. George, Natalia Strand. Your assignment, your lineup for heat #2. The girls, 400-meter hurdles, juniors.
The top 3 plus the 2 best finishers here. This is heat #2 of 2. Chasing a game's record of 66.97 seconds that was set in 2018 by Alicia Charles.
On your marks. Set.
And there they go. It's the 400-meter hurdle junior girls. Desant seem to be the first to the hurdle. Making up quite a bit of the stagger. Hillsborough looking good on her inside. And there she goes. Desant seems to be clearly ahead. Hillsborough Secondary School now surging ahead. It's the 400-meter hurdle junior girls. Hillsborough, St. David's Catholic, SAS, Anglican High School. They're all bunched together. going into the final hurdle, it seems to be SAS. Anglican High School is there, but it is SAS, Anglican High School second, and St. David Catholic Secondary in third. That's your top three. And then you would find the next two best times to go into the final. So that was heat 2 of the girls 400-meter hurdle juniors.
And literally, this was a race of two different halves. In the first half, you had St. David's Catholic Secondary and Hillsborough Secondary dominating the first half of the race, and the last half of the race, it was SAS and Anglican High School. Very interesting development how this race would have turned out in the end.
Yeah.
So much has to do with strength.
Strength. A lot of it has to do with strength, and definitely strength, not just outside but inside, because you could not have imagined that Anglican High School and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary would have been your top two, but they had the determination, they had the strength to make sure that they pushed towards the end with some 120 meters to go. Clearly you thought it would have been the Hillsborough Secondary School, but there you have it.
So your winners there, it's Kate Fletcher and Kadeja Nori, SAS and Anglican High School. The first three does qualify, so DeSantis is into the finals with a time of 1 minute 16.12 seconds. The next event on the track is the 400 meters hurdles for junior boys, and the record in. Well, let's go to track side for the lane assignments.
St. David's Catholic Secondary, Deshaun Jones. Vishu Hines, St. John's Christian Secondary. Josh Thomas, Grenada Boys Secondary. Tavez Lewis, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. That's event number 18, heat 1 of 2.
So there are 5 persons facing the starters in this one. McDonald College in Jaldu. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in Jones. Jones occupies lane number 3. Lane number 4 is St. John's Christian Secondary School. That's Hines. GBSS, he's in lane 5. That's Thomas. And SAS is in lane 6. And then there is a Boca, it seems. But we don't have Boca on our list here, but I'll get his name shortly. So there are two heats in this one. And this is heat number 1 of 2.
So again, the top 3 in each heat is automatically true. And then you're looking for the next two best times to accompany these 6. So definitely they have some room where they can afford to really conserve a bit of their energy, because the top 3 goes through. You just have to ensure that you're in the top 3. Again, the 400 is not an easy race to run, and imagine you still have to get over a hurdle. Makes it even more difficult. The athletes who can really get over the hurdle with efficiency and not really jump over the hurdle, they would really become the better placed athlete. We've seen quite a bit of jumping. Again, it's not too much of an exposed event, but it's good to see that we have at least 2 heats in the 400 hurdle at this year's Intercollegiate Games. 3:15 in the afternoon. We're getting down to the marquee events of the first day of Intercol. We're just completing these few preliminaries, and then we're going straight into the marquee events of day one, the finals of a number of the track events.
And they on the starters orders, the 400 meters hurdles for junior boys. And the athlete there from St. John's Christian Secondary School is up much too early. So let's see what the officials will do, whether they were deemed to be a faulty start or if this is a false start. He was way, way, way ahead of the gun.
Yeah, definitely way ahead. The officials, they will determine what the course of action will be. But from the replay there, you can see he was out way ahead of everyone else.
It's always a very difficult thing. You would have trained all year only to be disqualified before you run 10 meters. It's never a good thing, but the rules are the rules. Let's see. Here comes the official. Then he has been given a red card. So vgh'n has been disqualified. False start from St. John's Christian Secondary School. He has been disqualified. So we have one athlete less in this 400 meters hurdles for junior boys. They will restart and do it all over.
Yeah, you must feel it there for Hines. I think we saw him at the national championships. He did pretty well. They're once again on the starters orders. And they're off. 400-meter junior boys hurdles. So far it's looking as SAS in the lead. GBSS is there. So it's GBSS, it's SAS. St. David's Catholic Secondary School also in the distance, but on your screen ahead is that athlete from the GBSS. As they approach the final 100 meters. It is GBSS ahead, SAS chasing. It's GBSS getting over that final hurdle. It is the Grenada Boys Secondary School in Josh Thomas, qualifying in first position.
Yeah, seemingly easy win here for Josh Thomas. Not much of a competition. Then again, it's the first three, so there's only one person who is sitting on the bubble here.
So pretty comfortable run there for Thomas. Did all that he needed to do to ensure that he came to the end of the race first. Crossing that line in first position means that he definitely will have a good lane from which he would run that final event.
That was heat number 1 of 2, 400 meters hurdles for boys, with the winner being Josh Thomas. But 3 athletes, the first 3, go automatically to the finals later today. Heat number 2 is up next. So the lanes have been assigned. Heat number 2 of 2 from Boca. In lane 2, Boca in Lyndon Gonzalez. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in Jaron Phillip. He's in lane 3. Lane 4, Hillsborough Secondary School. That is Dakota Joseph. In lane 5, we have SAS is Kirby Thomas Jr., or Kirby Jr. Thomas. That's he's in lane 5 from SAS. McDonald's College, Norville Nelson in lane 6. And the top of the track in lane 7, the athlete from GBSS, Kamal Joseph.
Joseph coming into this event at a time of 56.99 is his best. So if he can repeat this, it means that he's definitely into the finals.
.400 meters hurdles for junior boys.
And there they go, 400-meter junior boys hurdles. SAS attacking the hurdles pretty early. McDonald College is there. Execution of the hurdle is very important, as we see SAS looking to get ahead. There he goes, the athlete there in SAS. But here comes St. David Catholic Secondary School. Here comes the GBSS. The top 3 will qualify. It's Kirby Thomas just coming there, approaching the final hurdle. It's Thomas of SAS. And he will be followed by Philip of the St. David's Catholic Secondary and Joseph of the GBSS, rounding out your top 3.
Yeah, in the end, he made it look quite simple. Did Kirby Thomas from SAS. He took this one relatively easy.
Again, the technique of these guys, they still need to work a lot on their technique. And if you're going to really run good times in the 400 hurdles, that the approach and the technique really needs to be worked on to be efficient.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of jumping rather than hurdling. But these are junior athletes. They would certainly learn if they continue with the sport and with this event. They would certainly learn. Up next on the track, we have some preliminaries for the relays. It's the 4x100 meters for senior girls, and that will be followed by 4x100 meters senior boys. So the 2 relays will round off our morning session, and that's coming up shortly.
that was the completion of the 400-meter hurdles for junior boys. And we're gonna get the finalists in a little while.
The first of 3 days, and the excitement goes from here at Granada Stadium. Up next on track would be event number 19, classical 4x100 meter relay for seniors. In the mix would be St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary, Boca, St. David's Catholic Secondary, J.W. Fletcher Christian Secondary, McDonald College, and St. Joseph Convent, St. George. St. John's Christian Secondary will be there as well. Event number 19, the girls 4x100 meters relay for seniors. The top three each heat plus the next two best times will go forward. The record for this, 47.08 seconds, which was established in 2008 by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So we're getting ready for some relay action. It's the preliminaries of the 4x100 meter senior relay. Meantime, on your screen, you can have a look at the shot put.
So as we prepare for our next event on the track, we have the top 8 finalists from the boys long jump sub-junior. They'll be heading into their final 3 jumps in this event. Please put your hands together. Welcome from the Hillsborough Secondary, Elton Lazama. From the SAS, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Cadell Rennie. Also from SAS, Dante Oliver. From Hillsborough Secondary, Tyler Davis.
So SAS, Happy Hill Secondary, Boca Secondary, St. David Catholic Secondary, J.W. Fletcher, McDonald College, and St. John's Christian Secondary. These are the schools in the first of 2 preliminaries for the 4x1 senior girls.
It's the top 3 teams, the first 3 in each heat, plus the next 2 best on times. SAS is represented by Cassie Walters, Tyrona Bridgman, Tamaya Thomas and Shante Sylvan as the SAS team for this 4x100 meters senior relay girls. At Happy Hill Secondary School, Aliena Dicoto, Talia Sampson, Casey Julian, and Monique Julian. That's Happy Hill. We don't have the listing of the names for Boca, but St. John's Christian Secondary School, St. David's, Catholic Secondary School, Rihanna Frederick, Akira Moraine, Kayla Christopher, Shade John, Denisha Scott, and another member of the team is Kamaya Telesford. McDonald College, their team will be selected from, or will be represented by Varandel Roberts, Abigail Williams, Peaches Panchu, we have heard that name a few times, Francesca Henry, and occupying lane 7 will be St. John's Christian Secondary School, and their team is Maya Noel, Soraya Walker, Keontae Williams, and Naya Joseph. We are with the start of the 4x100 meters relay for senior girls. We got 7 teams that's down to participate in this heat. The first 3 automatic qualifiers to the finals. Then the next 2 best is heat 1 of 2.
So on your screen you have a point standing up to event 11. That's the male division, and we had the female division earlier. So definitely a lot at stake. It's pretty early days. So I want to invite persons, if you love relays, later this evening you're going to have the finals of this senior girls relay 4x1. Don't want to miss that.
So it's your 4x100 meters relay for senior girls. Lane 1, SAS, 2, Happy Hill Secondary, 3, Bocas, St. David's Catholic in 4, J.W. Fletcher in 5, 6 is McDonald's College. And rounding it off in lane number 7, St. John's Christian Secondary School. The first 3 qualifies automatic.
Record for this event, 47.08 seconds, set by the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 2008.
So let's see if they're going to shake this 16-year-old record today.
And so they're off. It's the 4x100 senior girls. McDonald College is out. St. David's Catholic Secondary making their handover. But McDonald College is ahead They're way ahead. Here comes St. David's. Here comes SAS. But it's McDonald College. They're about to make the third handover. And there they go. It is McDonald College. Here comes Boca Secondary. Pretty tight, but it's McDonald College. Peaches Pantry. And here we go into the final handover, the anchor leg. It is Happy Hill Secondary coming off the curve. It is McDonald College. Here comes St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Top 3 qualifies. It is Boca Secondary. That was heat 1 of the senior girls 4x100 meters. McDonald College out there with their lead. Really outstanding run by that athlete there from Boca Secondary School. I think she really brought them back into the really pretty decent handover to the third leg. But McDonald College is in Peaches Pantry. They're flying. Pretty decent handover there by most of the top schools there, and they Happy Hill Secondary looking really, really well.
That's a good surprising run
Yeah.
from Happy Hill.
Happy Hill.
In fact, the handover number 3 did it for Happy Hill Secondary there. A tremendous run on the third handover.
So there you had it. Happy Hill Secondary School, 50.52, qualifying in the top spot.
So there you have it, the conclusion of heat number 1. And winning this heat is Happy Hill Secondary School. With a tremendous run in the third leg and a pretty good anchor leg also. Heat number 2 is up next.
Heat number 2 of the 4x1 senior girls will feature Westerhall Secondary School, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew, the Grenville Secondary School, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Hillsborough Secondary, and the Anglican High School.
Yes, we have 6 schools in this one. I remember it's the top 3. And all 6 already at the starters. Westerhall, lane 2. Lane 3, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. Lane 4, Grenville Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, they're in lane 5. Hillsborough Secondary in lane 6. And at the top of the lane, Anglican High School. Anglican High School is Houston, Regis, McIntosh, and McIntosh. Hillsborough, sorry. Cordro, Lewis, Roberts, and Harry. Convent St. George will be selected from Belfont, Williams, Edgar, Batiste, Williams, and Thomas. But they are on the starters orders.
So Anglican High School is there. They're making the first handover. St. Joseph Convent is looking really decent as we get that view from the drone. Really outstanding work. But there goes Shaffonia Houston. And they're going to make the third handover. It's smooth, it's good, it's good, it's gone, and they're gone, they're gone. It's the Anglican High School. It's the St. Joseph Convent making a decent run back as we approach the anchor leg. And there we go, it's St. Joseph Convent coming off the bend first, but it's Houston. Houston is going to be, oh gosh, she's flying, she's gone. There's no hole in Houston here now. Making it look really easy for the Anglican High School. Convent coming in second. Definitely a scorcher, and I think it sets the pace for what is about to come in the afternoon session, because we're going to be finishing with these relays come this evening.
So we're making official times for the second of two preliminaries for the 4x100 meter relay for senior girls.
So remember, it's the top 3 qualifiers plus the next 2 best times. There you go, Anglican High School, St. Joseph Convent.
The batter passing must be well drilled, well coached. And the distinctive difference really is on the last leg in this one here. St. Joseph Convent St. George did get a batter slightly earlier than Shaffonia Houston in the last leg, but her speed, strength, and simply her dominance ensured that the Anglican High School finished in the first position here.
So that's the time, 49.26 by the Anglican High School. Sets them ahead of the rest of the field.
The winning team, Happy Hill Secondary School, in heat number 1, they won the first heat in 50.52 seconds. And Anglican High School won this heat in 49.26. It's over to the boys. Over to the boys, 4x100 meters. It's really, and we have 2 heats in this one also. And similarly, it's the winner of each heat, and then the next 5. The top 8 teams will advance to the finals later today. It's a 4x100 meters relay senior boys. Heat number 1, St. Mark's Secondary School. Lane number 2, we have Westerhall Secondary. Bishop's College. It's in lane 3. St. David's Catholic Secondary. They are in lane 4. Hillsboro's Secondary in lane 5. In lane 6, it's St. Rose Modern Secondary. 7, SAS. And in lane 8, Granville Secondary. Let's go trackside.
Lane 2, the Wester Hall Secondary School. In lane 3, Bishop's College. Lane 4, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 5, Hillsborough Secondary School. Lane 6, St. Rose Modern Secondary. Lane 7, SAS. And in lane 8, the Grenville Secondary School.
So all is set, and we're about to see the start of the 4x100 meter senior boys relay.
And in lane 1, St. Mark's Secondary School, the team. Oh, let's go trackside.
And they're off. 4x100 meter senior boys. SAS, Bishop College, St. David's Catholic. SAS is there. SAS is out. SAS is out. St. David's is there. Bishop College is there. Making the second handover. The third handover rather. And they're coming around the bend. It's St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Here comes St. David's Catholic. Bishop College. But it's all the way. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Qualifying in position number 1.
There you have it. SAS winning the seat in relative ease, I would think. It's good spirited run back, if you may, from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. It's just nice to see St. Max get into the final in this one, or in third position. Let's see what the times look like.
Yeah, really good run there. SAS was out in a flash. St. David's Catholic doing really well to get close to them. But the batter execution, the passing on the various legs was really spot on. That showed some level of efficiency.
Yes. The young man that did the second handover for SAS, he ran a tremendous leg. He put them way ahead of the game.
St. David's Catholic Secondary School, a time of 43.66 seconds. And your winner, a time of 42.75.
42.73 seconds for the winning team, SAS there. And St. David's Catholic Secondary, 43.66.
Yeah, really good execution by the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. 42.73 represents a pretty decent run. The record for that event, 41.91. So it suggests that these guys can, if they can get it really spot on, they can really challenge this record, which was set in 2004 by McDonald College.
Yes, you would wonder if St. David's Catholic Secondary is playing coy, because they would have listed 5 athletes here, so they can make a change into the finals. And this is where you bring in the speedsters.
St. George's Institute, lane 1.
Let's go to trackside for the
College, lane 2.
lane assignments.
Boca, lane 3. McDonald College, lane 4. J.W. Fletcher Catholic, lane 5. The Grenada Boys Secondary, lane 6. Happy Hill Secondary, lane 7. St. John's Christian Secondary, running out of lane 8. Lane assignments, boys, 400 meters relay for seniors.
So it's the new kid on the block, so to speak. SGI in lane 1. PBC in 2. Boca 3. McDonald College 4. J.W. Fletcher in 5. GBSS is in 6. 7 is Happy Hill. And St. John's Christian Secondary in lane number 8. These are the big boys. So something to look forward to later in the evening as we conclude they won this 4x100 meters senior boys.
So all is set.
And they are on the status orders.
And there they go, 4x1, senior boys. It seems early. Let's see who gets out early. It is the Happy Hill Secondary School. They're out. GBSS is there. We come to the third handover. Here goes Boca Secondary is there. Boca Secondary, PBC, GBSS. There we go. GBSS, Eaton Sam. There they go. GBSS, Boca, PBC. Top 3 will qualify. And the next, so it's the top and then the 5 best times. So Eaton Sam, they're just anchoring the GBSS.
GBSS look really good in this one. This would be a very, very, very competitive toss-up battle with SAS and GBSS. It seems on paper here and on time. Well, let's not discount. Let's not discount the Boca. Ran a rather spirited race in second position here.
So it's the Grenada Boys Secondary School in a time of 43.30 seconds, winning that heat. Boca Secondary coming in second, and the Presentation Brothers College coming in position 3.
Yes, SAS qualified at 42.73 with some business to spare. GBSS qualified with 43.30 with some business to spare. So I would imagine that the finals all will be on the line.
Well, all will be on the line, definitely. The PBC, they are in the mix. St. David's Catholic, we've seen them, fill a team. I don't think that was their fastest quartet. So definitely they have some adjustments that they can make. So a lot to look forward to later in the 4x100 senior boys relay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we on paper here for the schedule for the morning session. This would have signaled that the morning session the program would have been completed, and then we get right into the afternoon evening session. And let you know well, for the evening session, we have loads and loads of finals. In fact, with the exception of the multi-events, they're all finals.
Yes, definitely it's heating up, and we are getting We are getting ready for quite a hot afternoon of track and field here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We're going to go to a short break, and when we get back to you, it should be the start of the evening session.
Republic Grenville Cluster. And Mr. Dorian MacPhail, Retail Services Manager, Melville Street Cluster. We begin with Event 1, Girls Shot Put Senior. Bronze medalist, Kenaya Collins, Grenville Secondary School. 9.41 meters. Silver medalist, Akeda McSween, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.86 meters. And your gold medalist, Serena Alexander, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 12.09 meters. Event 2, Boys Discus Throw Junior. Bronze medalist, Elian Roberts, Boca Secondary, 32.66 meters. Silver medalist, Amori McNeil, Bishop's College, 34.85 meters. And your gold medalist, Stefan Strawn, PBC, 37.35 meters. Event 3, Girls Long Jump Sub-Junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Sydney Douglas, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 4.57 meters. Silver medalist, Janelle Smith, Anglican High, 4.70 meters. And your gold medalist, Keilani Kwashi, Hillsborough Secondary, 5.04 meters. Thank you so very much. Mrs. Kathleen Harris Forrester, Retail Services Manager, Grenville Cluster of Republic Bank, Grenada Limited. Now we welcome Mr. Dorian MacPhail, Retail Services Manager, Melville Street Cluster, Republic Bank. Event 4, Girls High Jump Junior. Bronze medalist, Carneal Francis, Anglican High, 1.45 meters. Silver medalist, Kate Fletcher, SAS, 1.48 meters. And your gold medalist, Jada Roberts, Anglican High, 1.48 meters. We can fast forward now to event 11, Boys Javelin Throw, Sub-Junior. Presenting your bronze medalists, Kaylin Clarence, GBSS, 38.69 meters. Silver medalist, Javid Noel, also representing GBSS, 39.12 meters. Now it's time for your gold medalist, Trey Sparks St. Bernard, PBC, 40.42 meters. Thank you very much, Mr. Dorian Macphail, Retail Services Manager, Melville Street Cluster, Republic Bank, Grenada Limited. This is the end of this medal presentation. It's now 4:07 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. You are part of day one of the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2024. We're live at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Thank you so much for being part of the experience. More to come. This is day one, and it's all happening at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Don't move a muscle. More to come.
Congratulations, thank you to all of our medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, they arrived at the drum corps of the Royal Grenada Police Force. You're here with us, and you know what that means. It's time for the inaugural March Past competition. Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024. Day number one. It's the boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting set for classic lighting Caribbean match pass. A new feature as part of the Intercol Championships brought to you by
Classic Lighting Caribbean. We are so delighted to have with us the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. I'd like to give you a sense of the judges for the March Past competition. It is a competition after all. Dr. Roger Williams, Ms. Phoebe Brown, and former Assistant Superintendent of Police, Michael Francois. For day one, the boys will compete in the March Past competition, brought to you by Classic Lighting Caribbean. There are 14 schools competing in the boys division. also want to bring you up to speed with the judging criteria for the march pass. And right after the judging criteria, I will invite, of course, the police band. Just a correction to the lineup of judges.
Well, we're getting ready for the march pass and this intermission now. The march pass, of course, a feature being added to this year's Intercol games, and something that the sponsors, Republic Bank, were very insistent on. And the march pass, 14 boys' schools. So the boys will have their march pass competition today, and the girls will be on day 2. Teams are to be assembled 20 minutes before the start of the march pass. Of course, the penalty, there will be a 5 points deduction for the groups who are late. So they were asking all the schools to be ready for the march pass. And you must have a minimum of 21 members and a maximum of 25, including the flag bearer. There will be a 5-point penalty deducted for the groups who have less or more. So whatever you do, you've got to stay within the ambits of these regulations. So a minimum of 21 and a maximum of 25. The eyes right and the salute will be done at the identified positions, and the teams must not stop when they're doing the eyes right. So it's a constant process, just as it is generally with march pass at the school's event. And the music for the march pass will be supplied by the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. The category of uniformity and presentation includes neatness of the uniform. That would carry 10 points. The number 20 to 25 would carry 5 points. Precision, which will include coordination and synchronization of your movement, that carries 25 points. And the maximum of swinging the arms, the left and the right feet, the eyes right, the eyes front, all that coordination will carry a maximum of 50 points. And the impact, what you get from the crowd, how you thrill the crowd, you'll get 10 points. That brings us to a maximum of 100 points. And the Royal Grenada Police Force Band supplying the music for the march pass at Intercol 2024. A welcome added feature, Sherry-Ann.
It is a welcome added feature indeed. March pass is always an aspect of the sports that most patrons look forward to, and to be having it done this way, this time around, it's really a plus for the spectators and the individual schools. We are already seeing the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. They've striked up, they are on the field. So what we are waiting now is the first school to take their place on the track. And I am seeing, that looks like St. Mark Secondary. They're going to lead off in the boys. So we're seeing St. Mark Secondary there, and I just want to reiterate what it is you said. 21 minimum and 25 maximum. Looking good, that's nice. So at least it's a fair advantage for all the schools in terms of the numbers for the march pass. So you can't go over 25.
St. Mark's Secondary School leading things off. The boys from the east.
No, they will be the boys from the west.
From the west. The boys from the west. St. Mark's Secondary School in their traditional burgundy, predominantly.
Current student population 465, 258 males. St. Mark's Secondary striving towards morality, alacrity, reverence, and knowledge. Let's hear it for the students, the boys at the St. Mark's Secondary School.
I think one of the actual beauties of the march pass, apart from having them swing the arms in unison, is when the eyes right is taken.
Well, there's 50 points for the general concept of this march pass, the swinging of the arms, the left and right coordination, the rhythm, that smooth flow. And one of the things that they teach you in preparing for the march past is that when your arms must be swinging parallel to the ground. That brings into play rhythm. Already we're seeing some right-left for St. Mark's Secondary School, so they've been burdened with the task of leading from the front. It's a small school compared to the other massive institutions, but while they might be a little bit small in numbers and size compared to the other schools, they're very huge in their heart. And so
you see, that's what I'm saying. With this march pass, it does not matter how big or small your school is. The fact is, once you have 25 in the mix and you march properly, and that was the eyes right taken there.
Senator, the Honorable Jonathan Lacrette, Minister for Sport, is receiving the eyes right.
And he's there as well with Mr. Daniel, can't remember his, from the sports shop.
That's Victor Daniel.
Victor Daniel, that's right. So on the screens now, we have this St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So as the St. Mark's make their way off, St. David's Catholic Secondary School comes into focus now. They're second in this lineup, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, a school that has both boys and girls, but today, of course, the focus is on the boys' march past, day one. So these young men have been now thrown into the spotlight, and St. David's Catholic Secondary School, face painted red and white. So a lot of thought has gone into this one, and there are points for your effort that you put into this one to thrill the audience.
The flag bearer, you can see he is having fun.
They are rifled as well. St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Of course, the rifle being a part of what we know to enjoy as the cadet corps. I'm quite sure that a number of them would have been involved in the cadet corps, or maybe they would have been tutored by folks involved in the cadet corps.
Certainly. It's now time for them to take the eyes right. Let's see what they'll do.
Well, that was very rhythmic of them. St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
So let's see what would happen to get back into the forward march. How in unison they will be. Looks good. St. David's Catholic Secondary.
The beret, of course, that they're wearing, the headgear, also a feature of the cadet corps in growing up. They've maintained their colors on the track, predominantly red. And even though the color of the school uniform does not necessarily bear red, they've maintained that. They've moved out of focus, and as St. David's Catholic Secondary School moves out of focus, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School now comes into the picture. The boys from St. Andrew, SAS.
The telescope guys.
Pay attention to the middle of the crew here from St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. They've got something that I'm quite sure they will unveil during The eyes right. Let's get it.
If I'm not mistaken, I think some of what they're carrying as part of the presentation is embedded within the logo of the school.
They've not been very sharp in this one, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Some not going directly over the shoulder with the eyes right. You've got to be directly over the shoulder with the eyes right. There are points for that. There are a couple of right lifts.
Well, you get that with all schools. Someone just must be the ones to go on the side. This looks like Wesley College. That's the first school from St. George.
So as SAS moves out, Wesley College comes into the focus now. They're carrying what can be determined to be a shield of some sort. They're warriors from the Queen's Park, Wesley College. Queen's Park warriors with spears and shields, reminiscent of our ancestors, the Caribs and the Arawaks, the Amerindians. Their heritage being relived here, coming into play at Wesley College. Now we get a closer look at the outfit, and it has more of a Roman feel to it. These Wesley College students, so it's more of a Roman feel. Wesley College in brown and white and using yellow as their primary color. They have been using yellow on the tracks. We identify them with brown and yellow.
I think up next will be the Presentation Brothers College.
Presentation Brothers College, they're no strangers to this type of event. Over the years, they've boasted a prolific Sea Scout battalion. And if you've gone to Presentation Brothers College, joining Scouts has always been one of the hallmarks of that school. A drum corps loaded with bugles and all sorts of drums. Presentation Brothers College standing out in this one. The cannons from Old Fort, the Old Fort cannons. And as they make their way out,
Wester Hall
they
Secondary.
make room for the Wester Hall Secondary School. Wester Hall presents celebration time. 50 is a big deal. They're followed by St. John's Christian Secondary School. The word is a lamp and a light unto our feet.
St. John Christian Secondary, seemingly does not have the 21 minimum or 25 maximum.
Just to remind you again what the adjudicators are looking for in this one: uniformity and presentation.
So for the viewing public, we now have Boca Secondary School on the screen.
250 males. The Boca
Secondary with academic and physical skills, we unite and build.
Nice. That was nice. Jason, are you paying attention there? Beautifully done there by the boys from the Boca Secondary School. It was definitely not in unison for that aspect of it.
Day Adventist Comprehensive. Located in Mount Rose, St. Patrick, Principal Kimlin Decoto, established in 1958. 304 students. We learn not for school, but for life.
Well, that's awesomely done. That's awesomely done. Didn't come out of it the way they went in. I'm quite sure the adjudicators would have been grinding their teeth on that one, saying, oh, you just had it. Now, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, a slow march on their eyes right. This is brilliant. Slow march from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Most of the older folks who've been around for some time would tell you that a lot of the cadet corps from back in the day would have been from these schools in St. George. A pretty decent stick on the eyes right on the march pass. You can tell that some work went into this one. The Tontine Bullets
Next in line, Happy Hill
represented well.
Located Happy Hill St. George, Principal.
I don't know what the judges are seeing. I don't have their eyes, but it's going to be a tough one between three schools.
Okay. Happy Hill Secondary School there for you. Oh, beautifully done. And it seems as though the Happy Hill Secondary, like most of the schools, do have the maximum of 25.
Presenting McDonald College.
Now, while we're showing you the eyes right, while what you're seeing is the eyes right, the adjudicators would take all of the march pass into consideration, not just the eyes right, because from the time you lead off until the time you exit the field, you will be adjudicated. And now they're getting ready for the eyes right. This one, a lot of movement, helps with the precision. Very rhythmic, eyes right. Well received, one of the larger applause that we've heard so far. Gentlemen from way up north, McDonald College. Good afternoon to our friends in St. Patrick.
J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary is next on your screen.
A primary school for most of its life, turned secondary school just under a decade ago. The J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. It's been upgraded to a secondary school, and since then they've been doing pretty well academically, and also they have stepped up their game in sport as well, not just in athletics, but they have been pretty dominant in football and cricket. The J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School represented well.
telling me about these youngsters. Nice, nice. They brought something different as well. So that was the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School there, taking theirs right, and now they're back to forward march. And as you said, they are judged from the time they step onto the tracks until they departure. So far, we've seen 13 of the 14 secondary schools participating in the boys division of the Intercol Day 1 March Past competition. It's the first. And we see a special send a kudos to the sponsors who have decided to, endorse such a program.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jonathan LeCrance, Minister for Youth and Sports. He was accompanied by Mr. Victor Daniel of Keys Culture. Keys Culture is one of the supporting sponsors of Classic Night in Caribbean March Pass.
Minuscule section of the Royal Grenada Police Force Band. It's a couple of recognizable, notable faces
Jason,
within
it is
the ranks of the RGPF band here.
It is important to announce, though, that we were told 14 schools, but if I can count properly, I think we only saw 13. I don't think the GSS participated. I think that would have been the 14th school that didn't participate, because we had 13, and of that 13, I don't think we had the Grenville Secondary School. I stand to be corrected if that one missed me.
Well, let's just run through the category again, what the judges are looking for. Uniformity, presentation, the neatness of the uniform, that carries 10 points, a maximum of 10 points. You've got to maintain that minimum of a 21 and a maximum of 25. If not, you will be penalized for it. That's according to the rules. That carries a maximum of 5 points. Precision, including your coordination, the synchronization of movements, 25 points. The big one, marching, the swinging of the arms, the lifting of the feet, the eyes right, the eyes front, your coordination, complete coordination within the march pass. That carries 50 points, a maximum of 50 points. And then when the crowd reacts to what you do, that carries a maximum of 10 points. It is important that the crowd reacts to what you do and what you do not do, because that carries a maximum of 10 points. It's the classic lighting march pass information, and the march pass, day 1 and 2. Day 1 the boys, day 2 the girls. We can look forward to something very exciting from the girls on day 2. The boys, impressive. But, from where I sit, I am seeing something very close between the Grenada Boys Secondary School and the J.W. Fletcher Catholic. I think the winner is going to come from there. I might be wrong. I'm not an adjudicator, but I'm quite sure they would have seen what we saw. Right after the march pass, we will be speaking to the man behind TNR Communications. That's Mr. Richie Oliver. We're making an attempt to show you some of the chaos you see behind the scenes to bring to you what you see on your monitor. It's a lot of work. A lot of work goes into it, and we're going to be discussing all of that just so that viewers can get an idea as to what are some of the things behind this production, and of course the people behind the production that's coming up in just a little while. Now, what's your pick on the March Past, Sherry Ann Noel?
I don't think that I can make a pick at this time. I just want to applaud all the boys.
Oh, you folks always continue to try to be politically correct.
Well, sometimes you have to.
No? As your monitor shows you down at the center of your screen, it's always adjusting and readjusting to make sure that you get what you get. The center of your screen there shows you two of our hard-working people, one of them, of course, being Richie Oliver, the senior of the two. You would be able to make him out quite clearly. If gray hair is synonymous with senior, you would recognize him. Bernard Julian might take offense to that. He still feels he's a young man, Bernard Julian, but he has crossed 60, well-aged 60, I might add. And my minuscule gray has absolutely nothing to do with my age. It is hereditary. It's the genetics more than anything else. I should just put that outside there as a disclaimer. Good afternoon, Leslie. Leslie has been trying to tear himself away from meetings and all of that to be a part of this broadcast. But
Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024. We get set for the evening session on the
so while we get ready for the evening session and we get ready for the March Past results, Sherry Ann Noel is going to be chatting a little bit with Curlin Peters. They're going to be doing that for a couple of minutes. And then, of course, we will have the results of the March Past. And then we get into conversation with Oliver and straight back into the afternoon's proceedings, the second half of the day, the athletic day. This is going to be a scorcher. We've got a couple of finals coming up. So whatever you do, tell a friend to join the Tizik.com family and be a part of the pay-per-view. Sherry Ann, you've got Curlin. Have fun.
Curling, and we will get right into it because we know once the ball gets rolling down on the field, we'd have to leave. But what do you make of the morning session thus far in terms of participation and so?
Well, I must say, afternoon to all the viewers and listeners on via this medium. I must say this morning I'm really excited. I think all the excitement on Facebook and all the schools, persons, past students, everyone, I think you lived up to the expectations. It was great seeing the addition of events, the 400-meter hurdles, the 110 hurdles, the combined events. The athletes came out and they worked very hard. I think most of the school will be pleased. With the performance. We have seen, as I say, the big four. If you look at it, you look at McDonald College, St. David's, SAS, GBSS, and others that showed up very well this morning. And I think that the supporters were very pleased with what the performance that they see, the hits. The field looked good also. The athletes performed well. So Sharon, to me, it was a wonderful morning. There was no big hiccups. At times, we see a couple comments of the slowness between events, and I think that the officials are tightened up on it. It was wonderful. It's a wonderful day in sports in Grenada, and it shows that the growth of the event, the growth of sports and track and field is on the right path.
I know you were big on the field events in your tenure as an athlete. I just want to ask you about the performance I saw this morning, that of the Presentation Brothers College. You discussed for the sub-junior boys, we had an athlete, Stefan Strawn, throwing 37.35 meters. How good of a throw would you say is that for an athlete in the sub-junior category?
It's a good start. I looked at him and he's doing a rotation, and you could see that he been introduced to the event. I think with proper more continuous training and a little more experience, we will see him develop into a good talent in the discus. It's a good start at that discus distance, and it's wonderful to see that some of the schools in town, and especially PBC, are putting some investment within they chose because that's the area they need to develop. And if you look at it here in the track and field, you must cover all events. You must cover the sprints, the throws, the jumps, and all the hurdles. And it's 3 days, and your athletes have to have hits for all the categories. Up to last year, some of the long distance events was street final. But now with the hits that we have seen, it's make it wonderful for the development of the sports and for the athletes to get the competition to prepare as they go on to represent us at the 51st Carafter Games come here at Easter weekend.
But it's important that you mentioned the fact that the Presentation Brothers College, they're now doing the investment in the field events. Because in the past, when you talk field events, you speak to the SAS, even the GBSS by extension, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and so. And during the morning session, we would have seen remarkable performances from the Presentation Brothers College in the javelin, in the javelin, the discus, and so. And in terms of the shot put as well, we've seen the senior throw in a distance of 14.88 meters for a senior shot put in the boys category. What do you make of that in terms of the potential development?
As I say, as I mentioned to someone this morning, we are still in a growing stage, and after 3 years and COVID, and we come back with the 1 year in Intercol. I think, with the track being resurfacing and the period of training and competition, I think it's a developmental stage. I think next year we're going to see bigger show, because if you look at the guys from the sister island that are studying in Jamaica and competing, the distance there was 18.15, and the guy we placed second with 17. So it's a little way off, but it's a development stage, and it will get better. It will get better.
Intercol in recent times, sorry for cutting you, moved to 3 days. We know about the banter on social media in terms of the alumni and so forth. What needs to happen for a school because we have a mixture of strengths and weaknesses within all the secondary schools. I know number is important. In 2024, the Principals Association and those involved in executing these games, they have reverted to the point standing, the point structure, sorry. Yeah. How welcoming is that, and what a difference will it make? Because right now, once you participate and you cross the finish line, regardless of your position, your school get a point.
Okay. Well, I must say, basically, I was one of the leading persons in the changing of the points to the 8 positions. You have to assess your sports at where you are at that level. Before that, we were growing in the sports at Intercol, and you will come and see is the first 4 persons running. Some race, you have 6 persons. So we needed to have a better viewership and better competition. So the objective there was to basically make sure that you had full competition from the first to the 8 persons. I must say, I'm not satisfied with this point system. It would be against my conscience to say that. Okay. I believe it comes by the same thing. I'm coaching here, and if my athlete is 6 and I have to get him for a relay, I'm telling him just stay 6 position. Because 6 and 8 is same positions.
Okay, same point.
So if he had the same points, basically.
Okay.
If he had a different in the point as the way it was before, I'm sure that the person that coming 8 will try very best to get an additional point by coming 6. The same as the long jump. You at least jump in here, you come off the first 4 positions. Why are you making continue jumping? If you realize that, you don't move forward. So I believe you have to assess the points. So that is, my justification for supporting the previous point system. Let me run from 8 to up to the thing to get better point. Not say everybody that finished from 5th to 8 getting 1 point. But it's a start. It's a good. It's a new committee. They will try different objectives. But what I can see that with the extension of the sports, it will go better. Changes will be made as we assess it and as we go forward in the sport. But I know from what I have seen here today and at primary school, we know that the future of the sport look better. We'll have better competition. And the Facebook confusion help in stimulating the training.
I wouldn't call it the confusion. I would say the Facebook banter.
It helps stimulate the training.
It creates the hype.
It creates the hype, and we love that as coaches and athletes. And I think once he encourage you to go out there and put in the work. Because I see some athletes today, I encourage them for coming out. You look at them in in the hurdles, for instance. And I wonder, I say, Lord, I wonder if they ever put a child to run a hurdle before. I don't support that. I think if you want to, you have to get them practicing the event because you can be more detrimental to them and cause long-term injuries. So there is something that we need to do to assist and support the schools to make sure that all the athletes that come out for all the events, compete in the events and train from the event. The track and field season doesn't start it starts in September with a general preparation, and you go right on to a specific pre-competition with the mini-meets. You go on to your school sports, you may call it still pre-competition. We lead up to Intercol and we go on to CAFTA with different picking season. So it's a continuous training program, and once you work towards it, you will develop, and I believe in that. We still have to talk about big school and small school. Most of the teams here, male and female team, is 50 persons, 45 persons. So if we go out and we invest and we see I guess we can have to help to motivate some of the persons to go out and train and we'll have better competitors and better time in the future. But I believe the growth of the sports is in the right hand with the new body, and then we are working towards making sure that we have better competitions as we was up there before in competitions and performance.
I do believe schools and patrons and coaches will welcome the comment that you made a short while ago in terms of the introduction of the hurdles. While I thought the athletes did very well, it means that your work is now cut out for you to ensure that the training takes place and they have the various schools have the right equipment so that they can train these youngsters to do the hurdles and so, because some of them literally sailed over it. We saw a few incidences where they actually knocked it down and so, but I believe the mere fact that you mentioned it is because you observe the fact that you have a little more to do within the Ministry of Sports to get that aspect going.
I think that discussion is actually started in the VIP already. We're going to start in September with doing some workshop in the different parishes and seeing how we could source some of the equipment that for some of the venues or facilities that does not have. I think we're going to look at it as starting in the primary school. That's the building stage or the learning to learn to compete stage, and we will definitely have to take it from there. But it's on the right path, and we have seen the artists' interest. They come out and they put out the effort, the parents behind them, the schools, and they look very good. And I believe that the sports can only go better.
And how satisfied are you with the times you saw posted on the screens today? I know we said and we mentioned in previous interviews, and you would have heard persons say once there are new tracks, proper surface, the athletes would get a faster start. So how satisfied are you?
It comes down to training. Still, it comes down to training, and I'm very satisfied with what I've seen here today and for the rest because we have to look at it. We prepare for a CAFTA, so the athlete is out of a track for at least 4 months. So therefore, the peak period in the training with the pre-competition to run on the track, they didn't have it. So we still have to cut them like a slack in that.
Right. Fair enough.
So, but what I've seen with the athletes, you see the level of competitiveness. You have seen the smoothness in the running, and that can only lead to improvement. You have seen the interest and the support, both from the school and the government, and from everyone. It will lead to growth in the sport. So what I've seen, I'm very satisfied with what happened so far.
Well, Colin, it's early days yet. We still have 2 days to go. We have a number of final events to take place. I do know that we need to go on down to the track at the moment to see what's happening there. But we will bring you back.
Hey, thanks for having me. And let's come out in not too late. Your final event this afternoon. We see the 100 meters, some of the 400 meters seniors, the 4x1 senior boys. So it's really, really excited. And come and support your school in not too late, and come earlier tomorrow so that we could have more key competition and you could be there as part of the whole thing.
Thank you very much, viewers. That was the coordinator of sports, Colin Peters. He spoke a bit to what his thoughts were on the morning session thus far and some of his observations as to what needs to be done to improve the performances of the athletes throughout the secondary schools in Grenada. At this time, we're going to make a switch over, and I am going to invite to the microphone. I was going to invite Mr. Bernard Antoine, but it seems as if he has left me alone. So very soon we would see the start of one of the high jumps. I'm seeing the athletes assembling there. I'm also seeing athletes assembling for the discus throw. I don't have the actual order with me at this moment, but I am seeing someone coming into the seat. It's not an athlete, but I assume I will take my exit now because I think my job for the next couple of days will be to interview athletes. So I would allow persons who are not athletic to be interviewed by someone else. And I'm going to turn over to Jason.
Well, I have learned over the years, with clear distinction to know what battles to pick and what not to pick. And I know as a cricketer, certain deliveries are best left alone, especially when they're not intended for you. And so my good cricketing friend over to my extreme right, C.R. John, he will have that kettle of fish to fry. All right, well, we're just about getting ready to resume to start the second session on day one of Intercol 2024. And we're also anticipating the march pass. And these march pass, always a thrill at the secondary school level. Now it has been a welcome introduction to the Intercol games. Today we saw the boys, and if everything holds true to form, you could just imagine, just anticipate the fireworks we will have tomorrow when you've got schools like SAS, Anglican High School, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Boca Secondary School, when you've got schools like St. Mark's and MacDonald College involved in March Pass. Fasten your seatbelts early, because tomorrow is going to be heavy. We're joined by Mr. Richie Oliver, just as we promised. And Richie Oliver, of course, the man behind TNR Communications. And a whole lot, of course, hard work and preparation and all of that has been behind the scenes. And, well, Mr. Richie Oliver has joined us. Richie, it's good to be in this seat. They've not unmuted your microphone just yet. And while we're here talking about production, well, let's hope that our audio man gets it right. Your boss is in the hot chair, so your job is been brought to bear.
I think they have it now. So good afternoon, Jason. And let me say good afternoon to the viewers out there. Good afternoon to our broadcast partners. That's the Grenada Broadcasting Network and the Grenada Information Service, GIS. So good afternoon to you all.
All right. Well, Richie, I mean, when people see these broadcasts and they see all the work and everything that goes on the screen, a lot of people don't even understand. First of all, the level of investment that goes into a production like this. And then, of course, the detail that goes into making it what they see on the screen. But first of all, talk to us about your investment that brings you into the position of being able to send this to the rest of the world.
Well, folks, investment, yes. Monetary, yes. But my first investment is the gentleman that I have behind the scenes doing everything else. That's my best investment is my human investment. The human resource that I have that does the work. I think I have the best set of guys, most dedicated set of gentlemen, and I'm speaking broadly in this sense, including Jason here. Jason is one of the more colorful characters, and I mean Jason. His language epitomizes his character.
He speaks about me as if I'm not next to him. Go ahead, I'm listening.
But my best resource is my human resource. And I cannot say thank you enough to the gentlemen at the back, and you're having a good look at them now. We have Nazim at the end there with all the set of monitors in front of him. Nazim is taking care of the pay-per-view live stream and the audio. We have Roger just next to him, and Roger.
Nazim needs to raise his hand and wave or something.
Naz, you want to wave? Yes. We have Roger next to him, and Roger is our graphics. All the nice graphics that you're seeing, and some of the replays. That's Mr. Roger Joseph here. Now, right in the back of him, you're seeing his brother. That's Reggie. Now, Reggie is on camera Reggie's usually on one of the cameras, but we had a break. So the guys are also taking a break. At the back, you see Karim. That's one of my young budding gentleman who has just come into things.
You can see the milk on his face.
Yes, and he's one of our runners. And next to him, you see Mr. Renell Park, one of the best drone flyers we have with us. And Mr. Park just does it his way.
Talk to us about Renell and his ability, because commanding the drone is probably one of the more technical challenges, especially in an environment like this where the wind plays a critical role. Talk to us about that.
You have to be fearless like Renell, and Renell is fearless. Over the last few weeks, you might have seen drone shots coming from the independence celebration and all that kind of stuff, and that has been Renell. So Renell is actually fearless. Renell actually flew into the fireworks when we did the launch of Independence on the Carriacou a few months ago. He flew into the fireworks. And as a drone flyer, you have to be fearless, but careful. It's an expensive piece of equipment. And Renell is just that type of guy. You can't go wrong with Renell.
Wave your hand and take a bow, because, I can't say Liat, but maybe Caribbean Airlines might be calling on you very soon, or even American Airlines. So folks around the world are watching, so they've got to know who is this cool young gentleman behind the shades.
Right. So now, right in front of Renell, we have another trainee. His name has slipped me for the time being, but he's doing most of our replays. Yes, the gentleman with the locks there.
What's his name again? I'm going to listen, Blondell, if you tell me. Folks can also see this. So when we forget something... So his name is Akim?
Right, Akim, that's right. Akim,
see, that's part of the production that people don't see. That when
good.
we forget something here, my earpiece is in my ear, so I can listen to what Blondell is saying. So hence the reason why we don't miss a beat.
That's correct. That's correct, Jason. And of course, you have the director of it all, Mr. Blondell George, who is in charge of the whole technical operation there. Mr. George calls all the shots, replays the camera angles, and when you could come in and out with your audio and that type of stuff. So Mr. George is the man who is in charge of things right there. And next to him, I consider the little genius that we have in the operation. That is Mr. Corey Williams. Now, Corey handles all our programming of stuff on our the switcher, on the stream decks, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Corey is just talented in that regard, so he handles it very well. A young gentleman who has just come into the operation, but Corey is up to speed with it, and Corey is extremely good at what he does. You're not seeing him at present, but you have Mr. Cook Olivier behind the camera in the room at present. One of our other cameramen that we have to my right, that's Kirk. That's Kirk there. We have a Benson. That's. And Jason, you want to take this race while we chit chat?
All right. Well, we'll do that, but it would be a good time for us to also get a feel as to what happens behind the scenes. Now, you folks are going to see this. We're getting ready. This is the 1500, and Rondell, you can. The start of session 2. And one of the challenges that we've had for the most part, of course, is the activities, the list of the activities for the days, for the afternoon session. We really need to sort out to get a list of the activities for the afternoon session. So our folks down in the meet management office will supply that to us. We've been working on getting that. It has not been as fluid as we would love, but so this is the start of the girls 1500 junior. It's the finals, the girls 1500 meter junior finals.
So it's McDonald College out in front, followed by St. Joseph Convent, St. George, and Hillsborough Secondary is there. McDonald College leading there. I don't have the numbers in front of me to tell you who that athlete is, but as soon as we have it, we will let you know. But she's looking to establish a decent lead So they go around the 200-meter mark. Remember, this is the 1500 junior girls.
Cook. Cook.
So they're all bunched together. It's the McDonald College on lead. St. Joseph Convent in the second position. Still looking pretty strong. There is the athlete from McDonald College. St. David's Catholic Secondary has moved into third. And there goes McDonald College. Not too much of a big lead from the athlete from the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. But nonetheless, she's striding pretty nicely. Seemed to be well composed. It's the junior girls 1500 meter. And this is a final event. So the winner of this they're approaching the
St. David's Catholic Secondary
final finisher in the junior girls 1500 meters. Let's go, Happy Hill. Still a few meters to finish the race. And that's the end of the 1500 meters run. Junior girls event number 23.
And up next on the track would be event number 24.
So there you have it, the results of the 1500 open girls.
The record.
Jacob. You turn it up on mention and the next cameraman, I'll pick them up first. Okay, no problem. Mention and I'll pick them up from the window. And John, you can pick up everybody from the window. Yeah, pick up everybody from the window. Was the chaos in the background? Everybody has to be
As the field withers down, we keep moving until we get to the final one. It's 1.70 meters now, and we get set to go again.
On the track, keep your eyes for event number 24, boys 1500 meters run for juniors. They are under starters instructions.
I just checked.
So we're still awaiting the start list for the afternoon session. But in the meantime, what we will do is give you a sneak peek as to what you would really actually hear behind the scenes. What we gave you just now was a view of what happens, but what they're going to get now, Richie, is the actual chaos that involves bringing the race to these people. So we're going to do that in the 1500 meter boys junior. So the 1500 meter boys junior.
Yeah, with all the names, because and I final event, so you need to know who running.
The run sheet with the names, alright.
But, yeah.
We smart. We it had two Amboka children there.
So this race, Richie, what our viewers would get the opportunity to see is what happens in and between.
The actual calling of the race from the director and how the other persons respond. So we're going to have a look at that in a while.
How do you manage all of this?
Well, first, it's pretty tough. I mean, we try to do our best because we move as a team. So when we have the setup, we set up as a team, you know. And I mean, I should also say, an event like this takes you a whole 4 to 5 days to actually set up. Running of wires take you a whole day. Then the actual wiring of the inside is another day. Then we have to fine tune, and then we have to test. We have to test like it's the real day. And then on the morning of the event, we have to get there quite a few hours early to make sure that in the live scenario, we have everything clicking how we actually want it to be. So I mean, it's a hard task, but we make it easy because we have to move like a team here.
Are going back? Yeah.
You know, Jason, Intercol always gives me the tingles still, even though I ran Intercol in 1977, 79, 80, 81, 82.
You're giving away a lot here, Richie.
Well, I mean, you know, the hair on my head is the hair on my head is silver. I mean, not looking bad, but you know, you have to say it as it is. You know, it still gives you the tingles 30, 40 years down the line. You know.
It's still anybody's call. The front pack is closing in, getting tighter. That's Adrian Philip right there from the presentation Brothers College, Bishop's College, Grenada Christian Academy.
And Jason, even though I was a sprinter in my time, I actually ran the 4x4 road race in my last year in GBSS. Would you imagine that? Me running a 4 miles on the road, I think it was from Concord to Happy Hill in those days, yes? Yep.
The innocence of youth.
Oh, yes, indeed. Indeed.
The exuberance of it as well.
Correct is right.
So the boys' 1500 meter junior run. The final bell now coming up. And they're into the final lap. This is going to be down the back straight. Mitchell of PBC. That's Mitchell from PBC. He's all by his lonesome. Adriel Mitchell for the Presentation Brothers College. He's way out in front. I mean, this is enormous. This is ginormous. Striding strong and cool, Mitchell. 1500 meter junior boys. Keep your eyes on this chap, and I'll tell you why, people. Because if you're going to run a 1500 meter like that with all that zest at this junior level, it means that this guy is going to be a feature in the PBC 4x4 team. So, I mean, it was eons ahead for Mitchell. Presentation Brothers College.
And he ran a very relaxed race.
He doesn't even look as if he ran the race right now.
He's not even breathing hard.
So Adriel Mitchell of Presentation Brothers College picking up the win in this one, 4 minutes 22.01 seconds. The record was 4 minutes 19 seconds. So he wasn't too far off. Just maybe if he had studied the record, he had enough in the tank to sprint down the straightaway. It could have given him the record, Richie.
And that is this the one? And is a heat? Is this the heat?
This is a final.
Well, that's the final. Okay. Well, he could have gone. He could have gone for all out for it.
Yeah, he could have gone for.
Yes, he could have gone all out for it.
It was a good run by him. 4 minutes 22.01 seconds. We had Jaylon St. Louis from the Grenada Boys Secondary School coming in 12 seconds later, 4:32.38. And Mitchell, of course, saying hello to the fans. How you guys doing in the stands? My name is Adriel Mitchell, and you're going to be hearing a whole lot from me.
Well, I always believe an athlete should put his head straight in front and run, though. Perhaps I'm from the old school, but you should put your head down and run your race. And when at the end of the race, you leave it for that kind of flamboyance.
Well, since the rise of Usain Bolt, a lot of folks started to take showbolting to a new level.
That's quite true. There you go.
Yeah, back in my day in Presentation Brothers College, even though you got the gold medal, Brother Leonard would have pulled you on the side 2 days after Intercol and said, young man, that was not necessary, and you would have gotten detention. That was your ticket to detention. And I'm not even getting to your alma mater, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and Victor Ashby.
Victor Ashby, yes.
Also, we will have some information on the field for you because we're getting ready for some field activities. High jump, Sherry Ann Noel, of course, will bring us up to speed on that. But we were speaking about the production that goes behind something like this. And you spoke about that personnel investment in personnel and all of that. And we started to speak about the sleepless nights, the days of preparing for this event. Strenuous, is it?
Extremely strenuous, you know. And I don't want us to leave out. That's John Henry there. That's our cameraman on the ground. So that's one of our cameramen. That's John, you know. And then we have Mr. Cullen Dragon. Cullen is our senior cameraman. I think he's at the end of the 100. You would have a shot with Cullen just now behind the camera. Yes, Mr. Dragon is one of the best in the business. Actually, yes, indeed. That's him. Shaking. Oh, you see that? Mr. Dragon is having some cool water at the present
staying
time.
hydrated.
He's staying hydrated. Yes. So that's Cullen, and then at the top of the one at the start, we have Oswin Paul. Now, Mr. Paul works with my team every now and then, but Mr. Paul is on loan from the GIS today. Yes, because Mr. Paul works with the GIS. So Oswin is our cameraman, and there you see Oswin. Yes, one of the better cameramen around too, I can tell you. Yes. So basically, that's the team, Jason. Like I said, it's always teamwork. Teamwork make the dream work, like I said, and hard work and dedication to this. I have a lot of sleepless nights, you know. Takes away a bit of the family time sometimes. I can tell you, but it is what it is. To achieve perfection in certain areas, sacrifices have to be made, and I love what I do. I want to see Grenada. We need to step up in the cinematography aspect of things. You know, we have guys like Sonics and some other different guys that's taking us there. You know, so I want us to step up. So I try my best to do my part in that regard. So I just want to shout out our followers out there on the well, most of them today will be on the pay-per-view because we're not on YouTube and Facebook today. You know, just a big shout out to our followers there, and keep on following.
2 minutes.
Keep on following us and making the comments to help us to improve. Yeah. So Jason.
All right. Well, Richie Oliver, thank you so much, folks. You're getting to see even what happens behind the scene, even while we commentate here. The work never stops. Yeah. You're here with us, Clyde Rondell John. You've been enjoying all this.
The senior girls are off 1,500 meters. Senior girls, event number 25. 21 athletes in this event, another large field, seeking for glory for their teams and their schools and themselves. 21 athletes, 3 medals up for grabs. St. Joseph's Convent, the Wesley College in the mix.
So this is the start. What you're witnessing now, actually, is the girls' girls 1,500 meters senior on your track in front of you.
St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. She's a hell of a man that the competition of 300 meters in this event. Wesley College in the mix, Saracen in the mix. Grenada Christian Academy, McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, Brentford, and High School, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Happy New There's one secondary, Mark secondary, all in contention for the 3 precious medals in this event. 400 meters just about to be completed, and then 1,100 meters left. The senior girls, 1,500 meters run.
It's the girls 1,500 seniors and St. Mark's Secondary out front. And that is Rika Linton. She's in front for St. Mark's. We have a challenger there in St. Joseph Convent. That's Cherise Alexander. No, sorry, my bad. It's Gilda Alexis. She has now taken the lead and seemed to be extending the gap. So St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. In Gilda Alexis, she heads the group right now. She seemed to be extending her lead. Seemed to be quite comfortable. She's followed by Rika Linton of the St. Mark's Secondary School. Here comes Sarah Dowden of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. But way ahead, it's some 80 meters ahead, it is Gilda Alexis of the St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. Second position belongs to St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. So it's a bell lap, the final lap in this event. Alexis enjoying a decent lead. So it's the 1,500 girls, senior girls. This is a final. The winner of this will be your gold medalist. Does she have what it takes to remain at the front? She seemed to be increasing the pace. The gap seemed to be lengthening. McDonald College is giving chase. But it's all about St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. Gilda Alexis. Gap seems to be closing somewhat. But she seems to be turning it on now. She does have what it takes. Gilda Alexis has run a really, really solid race. From the time she surged ahead, she was intent on remaining ahead. And there she goes, crossing the line. At this time, McDonald College in second and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School in third. So what a start for the St. Joseph Convent in the afternoon session. The 1,500 senior girls.
Another good in race and well run. Well run by the athlete there from St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, Gilda Alexis. Front running. This is good front running. The young ladies are all well spent.
Yeah, 3.5 laps around the track. It's no easy run. So that is the final athlete coming home.
So just to recap, the top 3 finishers in this event. In third position, unofficially Shanae Silva of SAS. In second position, Francesca Henry of the McDonald College. And the winner in this event is Gilda Alexis of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
The next event on the track will be the 1,500 meters for senior boys. They have a pretty large field again. It's a reflection of the interest in middle and longer distance running that we have been talking about for pretty much the day today.
So we have representation from almost every school here. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Wester Hall Secondary, GBSS Wesley College, St. John's Christian Secondary, McDonald College, GSS Bishop's College, Happy Hill Secondary, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Boca Secondary, PBC is there, Hillsborough Secondary, Grenada Christian Academy.
And the dark horse in this race really is E.J. George. He had a fantastic 2023 Intercol. Let's see what he has this year. National footballer too, I understand.
Yes, he is a national under-20 footballer. So it's going to be a race of strategy, a race of strength. These athletes have to make 3.5 laps around the park. And they have to do it at a speed that is good enough to bring them what we would say to be the top of the 1,500 athletics running at the 1,500. You want to be at the ascendancy. You want to make sure that you set your name as that name. When you think about 1,500 running, you can think of the likes of Rion Radix and these guys. So you really want to get yourself, spoken of in that light.
In fact, the 1,500 meters, again, like so many of the traditional events that would take second or back seat, right in prominence again. They're all tightly bunched, spread out a bit at the end, but the front runners are all tightly bunched. And it's Noel. He has just been overtaken there.
So it's Joshua Cadet of the GSS. He has taken the lead. Nothing really to speak about as yet. As we see some jostling, the positions seem to be changing.
No real break as yet, so they're all still fairly tightly bunched. The lead keep changing.
Still early days. It's the 1500. It's still early days. The field seems to be lengthening now. And ideally, you want to get yourself into a position where you have the energy and the ability to, really put in a good effort on the final leg or the final lap. And so it's going to be important for these guys to pace themselves, not wanting to stay back too much, but not wanting to push the pace of the race too quickly.
Yes, and it's Nickel John who has now decided he's going to color this race. So he has taken upon himself to create some distance between himself and the others. That's Nickel John from McDonald College.
Here he is trying to establish a decent lead. Tend to be looking back. I think the pressure, he's feeling the pressure of the pack that is chasing. Here they go, the chasing pack. It's E.J. George is there. Does he have what it takes to hold on? Yes, he does. Here comes George.
Second place seems to be dead heat. Let's see what the official results would say.
Yeah, a really tight one there between Nicholas Frederick and E.J. George for the second position. I think it definitely will take a photo finish to separate these two.
From our vantage point here, it seems to be almost like a dead heat. But a good running from the lad from McDonald College, Nickel John. He decided that he had enough of this pack run and took it upon himself to get some separation, and the separation paid off in the end.
Yeah, definitely.
And looking at it a second and a third time, I still cannot determine from our vantage point here who has taken the second and the third position.
I think it should be E.J. George from what I've seen.
So it's McDonald College, Boca, and St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They're the first three. As to the order for second and third, we are not sure yet. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so, just as I thought.
So it is George who has in fact pipped Frederick at the right on the line, literally on the line. So it's first position to McDonald College, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and second to E.J. George and Nicholas Frederick. Third position for Boca. 4 minutes, 20.34 seconds for Nickel John winning this one. He had more than daylight between himself and second position. With some, 300 meters ago, he decided that he had enough of this running in the pack, and he took it upon himself to create some distance, some spacing, and it paid off in the end. The next event on the track is the girls 100 meters hurdles seniors.
So we can tell you that coming into this event with the fastest time is Shante Augustine of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And so she's the one to beat when we look at the times in coming through the qualifying round. Also have in that heat, in that final, it is the final, Peaches Panchu of McDonald College, 19.24. Then you have Kiana Joseph rather, from Boca Secondary. She comes in with a time of 20.70 seconds. You also have Tirona Bridgman of SAS, a time of 21 seconds. Also Tamaya Thomas, she will come into this final with a time of 21.02 seconds. Anaya Redhead of the Anglican High School, 21.52 seconds. And rounding out your field, Keshaya Joseph of the Anglican High School, also 22.11. And Akira Moraine of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, a time of 23.58 seconds.
Yes, so this should be a good one. Based on the times that we have here, Shante Augustine has set a mark of 15.52 seconds compared to the others. This is some distance, some ways ahead in terms of time marked here, but the others should be pretty close.
Yeah, it basically, I think it's for second and third position. The form that Augustine has shown, the ability to actually run the hurdle and not jump the hurdle, is something that we saw in qualifying. And it does say that she's a leap and a bound and maybe a couple other bounds ahead of the pack. But it will be interesting because these girls, they can only get better from here. And so you will want to see them, move on and continue in the hurdles event.
On your screen, we are looking at a short while ago, we were looking at the high jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Coslin Williams, Marketing Manager at Brighton & Minus Limited.
It is the junior boys high jump that's taking place. Junior boys high jump, but back on the track, it's the girls. It's the girls 100 meters. That's senior girls 100 meters. Lane 1 is Anglican High School. Anglican High School in Redhead. Lane 2, SAS. In Bridgman, Boca is in lane 3. That's in Joseph. Augustine, that's in St. Joseph Convent, St. George. She's in lane 4. 5 is Pancho McDonald College. And that name, Pancho, keep coming. Thomas is from SAS. And we go down Mike's side for the medal presentation.
16.88 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kalia Olive, McDonald College. A time of 5 minutes, 15.39 seconds. Event 24, Junior Boys, 1,500 meters. Presenting your bronze medalist, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. 4 minutes, 35.07 seconds. Silver medalist, Jaylon St. Louis, GBSS. 4 minutes, 34.39 seconds. And your gold medalist, Adriel Mitchell, PBC. A time of 4 minutes, 22.01 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Miss Coslin Williams, Marketing Manager, Bryden and Miners Limited. It's now 5:43 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. You're a part of day one of the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2024. We're live at the Grenada at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Thank you so much for being part of the experience, and don't forget to be back for days 2 and 3. More competition coming up.
Okay, so there we had it, medal presentation for the 1500 juniors. Now we're getting set for the finals of the 100-meter hurdles senior girls. And as we said before, this features Shante Augustine,
and it's rather interesting. We have 2 athletes from SAS and 2 athletes from Anglican High School. So it's all about points. Once you get into the finals, I listened to Curl and Peters earlier discussing the point system and how it is spread. Let's go trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your field for event number 5, the girls 100-meter hurdle seniors. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Anglican High School, Anaya Redhead. Out of lane number 2, representing SAS, Tiana Bridgman. Running out of lane number 3, representing the Boca Secondary, Kiana Joseph. Running out of lane number 4, she is your 2023 senior champ at Intercol from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Shante Augustine. Running out of lane number 5, representing the McDonald College, Peaches Panchu. Running out of lane number 6, representing SAS, Tamaya Thomas. Running out of lane number 7, representing the Anglican High School, Keishaya Joseph. And running out of lane number 8, representing the St. David Catholic Secondary School, Akiria Moraine. Your field for event 5, the girls 100-meter hurdle senior.
100 meters hurdles. Hands down favorite seems to be in lane 4. But these are the hurdles. Anything can happen. This is the finals. Intercol 2024, Republic Bank.
Well, a lot hinges on this race. It's a final race. And I can tell you, from the point standing that I have before me, it's important to a few of the schools there in terms of the jostling for positions at the top.
There's a hush that goes across the stadium.
And they're off. It's the 100 hurdles. There goes Augustine. She's up and she's over. She's gone. Look at her go. Look at her go. Look at the execution. Look at the hands and the legs as she gets over the hurdles. I believe this is going to be a quick time. It is going to be a quick time. We're still waiting for the others to come through. But Augustine has really blown away the field in this, the 100-meter hurdle for senior girls.
Well, like we talked about earlier, she's actually hurdling. The technique is spot on, and this is actually quite good-looking technique that's on display here.
Yeah, it's really good. Look at the lead leg as she gets over the hurdle. It is
Shoulders.
not going high. It's just over the hurdle. Snaps down quickly. She's already ready to continue her bound. And there she goes. Lead leg again. Over. Really, really good. Look at the hands as it drives through the hurdle. So I think she has done really well to learn this event and to be so well at it.
Yes, and this is what training does.
So as we said, interestingly, it's not really about the winner here, because you knew that she would blow away this field based on the execution. But I think it's interesting to note that the other teams, in terms of the position at the top, just reminding persons that all these events that are coming to you are finals. They are finals. You look at the focus on her face, you can tell that she's really running for something. She's not just running to complete the event, she's running with the time. 14.80. Second position, Peaches Panchu, McDonald College, and Kiana Joseph of the Boca Secondary coming in third. So really, really, Augustine way ahead. Panchu doing pretty well for McDonald College to ensure that she puts some points on the board.
On your screen is the high jump. Continues. That's the boys high jump. I think it's junior boys, it is. It's junior boys high jump. That continues.
So you're gonna see the. I think even if it is cooling down, the afternoon is cooling down, it's still heating up. It's heating up.
Well, it's all action. It's all finals. It's chasing a dream, working for your team. This is what this is all about. The weeks and weeks of training. This is where it culminates really.
Which will be followed on track by the 800 meters sub-junior boys and girls, along with junior boys and girls in the 200 meters, followed by the 400 meters hurdles junior boys and girls. Quite a bit of action left. We also have the heptathlon 200 meters dash, the octathlon 400 meters, and the 4x100 meters relays for seniors, girls and boys, to bring a conclusion to day one of action in the 2024 Republic Bank Intercol Championship.
Well, the next event on the track is the 110 meters hurdle. So there are a bit of adjustments. The hurdles are a bit higher, and it's 110 meters rather than 100 that we had just now. The high jump for junior boys continue, and the show is Joshua Telesford, the Presentation College. We are not sure what height he is attempting there. That was a failed attempt from Joshua there.
And that's the conclusion of the junior boys high jump.
Oh, so he was the last man standing, apparently. Listening to our in-house announcer.
Joshua Telesford to put at 1.81 meters. Your gold medalist, Joshua Telesford of the Presentation Brothers College.
Again, the Presentation Brothers College doing really well. And this 2024 season seemed to be one that the PBC is really trying to make that statement. It's early days. It's only the first day.
Some bragging rights at the end of day one if you are leading it, even though it might be the only day that you would lead. Still some bragging rights going into day two.
Well, let's hope. Let's see. It's early days yet.
So we have some updates for you through event number 26. Well, let's go trackside for lane assignments.
Secondary, Acadon, James. Running out of lane number 6, representing the GBSS, Shermick, Gibbs. Running out of lane number 7, representing the GBSS, Omario, Pope. And running out of lane number 8, representing the St. John's Christian Secondary School, Carry On, Patrick, your field for event 6, the boys 110-meter hurdles final.
110 meters hurdles final. On paper here, the athlete with the best times coming into these finals is Kyle Ned from SAS. And he will be flanked in lane number 3 by DeAndre Smith with 16.80. Ned is 15.62. And then the next best time is 17.02 seconds from Acadon James. Acadon James represents St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Yeah, it's gonna be down to execution. Matter of getting over that hurdle. Ned seems to show from the preliminary round that he has the technique, he has the ability to really get over that hurdle in a quick time. Now, can the others follow suit? That is what is going to be important. Have they learned anything from their qualification this morning, or is it that they were just trying to qualify? We'll know and we'll see the effort that they're going to put in to really chase down Ned, who seems to be the leader in terms of the 110 hurdles.
Yes, Ned, James, and Gibbs. They seems to, where they exhibited some hurdling technique far superior to the others in the heats this morning. Let's see what they bring. What game are they bringing to these finals now? So it's 110 meters hurdles boys. The game record from Darren Mudu. That was established in 2017, 15.14 seconds. And Darren had went on to represent Grenada, the Carifta, and so forth. It's a name that came synonymous with track and field representing Grenada, junior track and field certainly.
When you look at the time 15.62 and the record of 15.14, it begs the question, will he or is he aware of that record? Can he go as fast as 15.14?
It should be told in his heat, he really was running by himself. He was way ahead of there was nobody even close to him in his heat. Let's see what a better competition does in these finals here. So it is Ned, and that is 17:59 from SAS in lane 4. That should do all the early run-ins in this one.
So still a lot of action to come your way.
Top 5 schools, currently in 5th position, 7 points. Boca Secondary School, also in 5th position, 7 points. Bishop
So we're going to take in a bit of the point standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3rd position, 9 points. St. David Catholic Secondary School. Also on 9 points, the McDonald College. And now your top 2 schools. Currently on 14 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And ladies and gentlemen, leading the field in the male division, 21 points, the presentation, Brothers
College.
So there you have it, the first three positions, PBC, GBSS, and McDonough College.
So we're getting ready for
Day one.
110-meter hurdles, seniors. It's Lewis, Smith, Ned, James, Gibbs, Pope, and Patrick.
Reminding the viewers that it's finals this evening. It's finals, and so the points will accumulate.
We await the start of the boys 110 meters hurdles seniors. Last minute. There's a few last minute formalities are taking place before we see the start of this race. It's a full field. Well, we expect some good action in this one. There's a finals. They had the seniors, 110 meters hurdles.
They're off. 110 hurdles. Middle of the pack. There goes Kyle Ned. He's leading. Kyle Ned extending his lead. But here comes Boca Secondary. DeAndre Smith. Kyle Ned. DeAndre Smith. And it is Ned. It is Ned, followed by the Boca Secondary School and the GBSS. The top three positions. But again, Ned just really, really outstanding in this event and has blown away his field. He has executed his race the way he wanted it, and I think that he should be proud and is proud of what he has achieved. There you look at it again. Ned just getting over there quickly, really quickly. As he's down, he's up again, ready to go. Really looking well there, Kyle Ned.
Yes, he's obviously a strong lad. With an improved technique, the sky can be the limit for this youngster.
Yeah, his ability maybe to get the hands to drive back behind the body that would help to propel him forward definitely is going to increase his time. The hands are just way up. And so there you see the time coming up, 15.81. So his heat was a bit faster. But nonetheless, he has the gold medal.
Boca did quite well in this race. Oh, we are going to go trackside for medal presentation now.
SAS. 5 minutes, 45.94 seconds. Silver medalist Francesca Henry, McDonald College. 5 minutes, 43.49 seconds. And your gold medalist, Gilda Alexis, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. 5 minutes, 39.58 seconds. Event 26, senior boys 1500 meters, presenting your bronze medalists, Nicholas Frederick, Boca Secondary, 4 minutes 20.83 seconds. Silver medalist E.J. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 4 minutes 20.82 seconds. And your gold medalist, Nickel John, McDonald College, 4 minutes 20.34 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Rhea Burke, Marketing and Communications Officer of the CBI program in Grenada.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the 1500 meters junior male and female.
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville on 14 points. McDonald College is also on 14 points. In third place, currently on 15 points, Anglican High School, also on 15 points, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, and up front, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School on 30 points.
Just to give you a quick rundown on the positions, the previous race, in third position, Prompting BSS, Shelly Gibbs, a winning time of 7.18 seconds. Second, from Boca, Beatrice Smith, 16.41 seconds. And winning the gold medal in this event, final of SAS, 15.81 seconds. That was one of the 10 meter medals for senior boys. We turn our attention to the track for event number 9, the girls 100-meter dash sub-junior.
On your screen now is the, we're getting a shot there of the long jump.
Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Jazara Bola. Out of lane number 2, your 2023 sub-junior divisional champion from Boca.
Well, let's go across to the 100-meter sub-junior.
Brianna Thomas, running out of lane number 4, representing the St. David Catholic Secondary, Tishona Bascom. Running out of lane number 5, she was the 2023 bronze medalist in this event. From Bishop's College, Kayla Allen. Running out of lane number 6, representing SAS, Brianna Oliver. Out of lane number 7, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Sophia Stephen. And running out of lane number 8, representing the St. David Catholic Secondary, Michaela Phillip. Your field for the girls 100-meter dash sub-junior final.
Well, this is a big one. Hi, everybody. Good evening. It is after 6 o'clock, 5 minutes after 6 o'clock, so it's evening time and the sun is setting. The lights are on at the National Stadium, and the terminology into the spotlight is surely living up to its expectations. So Bowler, Brown, Thomas, Bascom, Allen, Oliver, Stephen, and Phillip. The girls 100-meter dash sub-junior. Up, out. Everybody is up and running. Good, strong start. But here comes St. David's Catholic Secondary School into Shauna Bascom. Bascom lunges forward. Bascom is going to win this one. Bascom comes forward, yes, and just makes it through. That's a good run by Bascom. The girls 100-meter sub-junior. St. David's Catholic Secondary School to Shauna Bascom. She has just picked up the gold medal and some much-needed points to elasticize the lead for SDCSS.
Definitely Bascom running a really good race. She just looks so comfortable on the track. You look at her stride, she's not overstriding, she's not, you can see the head is just focused. She is just steady, arms and legs moving in sync, and she's just blanketed the field.
Oh, Tishona Bascom, that's a good run by Tishona Bascom of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. It's interesting to see who came in second and third, because that was kind of close.
It's actually quite close, second and third.
Well, there we have it, 12.77 for Tishona Bascom of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Sophia Stephen of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville in 13 flat. St. George, sorry, in 13 flat. That's Sophia Stevens of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And then Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary School, 13.02. Now, what's interesting here to note is that Annalisa Brown, this is not her pet event, the sprint. Annalisa Brown is more of a middle distance to long distance runner, and she's just picked up a bronze medal for Boca Secondary School in 13.02 in the 100-meter sub-junior girls.
Yes, definitely. We saw her breaking a record already for the day in her pet event, and coming here now and running the 100 meter and placing third is an awesome feat.
Well, the noise you're hearing speaks about the point standings. The point standings, and of course, it just concluded high jump event. Now we're looking at some long jump. Again, we're really hoping that be more efficient on day 2 with regards to giving us the start list for a lot of these events, because we do not have a start list for this long jump. This is the boys' senior long jump, is this? But on your screen now is the boys 100-meter sub-junior. Now, here's what's the deal in this one. The Grenada Boys Secondary School has 2 athletes in this one. We're going to get you the lane assignments.
Lane number 1, Delron Dumont, SAS. In lane 2, Kendon Worm, GBSS. In lane 3, Keon George, Grenada SDA. In lane 4, Nathaniel Alfred, Gateway Christian Academy. In lane 5, Javid Noel, GBSS. In lane 6, Giovanni Green, Boca Secondary. In lane 7, Antonio Daniel, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And in lane number 8, Zuriel Fleming, St. Mark Secondary School.
So that's the lane assignments there for the boys 100-meter sub-junior. Now, what's interesting to note is that the fastest qualifying time coming into this one, 11.61 by the Gateway Christian Academy. That was Nathaniel Alfred. 11.61. Was that the fastest qualifying time? I think that's what we've got in front of us here. And Nathaniel Alfred, 11.61. Right behind him was 11.81. That's Javid Noel of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And then 11.96 by the GSDA and Kyron George. So if all things hold true to form as it relates to the times coming into this one, the middle of the field is stacked with some kind of podium presentation attached to it.
Yes, and Gateway, very, very small school, deep in the south of the island.
Well, GBSS has 2 athletes in this one, 1 from SAS and Gateway Christian Academy. And the person of Nathaniel Alfred is in 4. Boca Secondary School is in 6. Giovanni Green, he has been around. We've heard his name called a few times in the national champs last weekend. Antonio Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They have a big heart. You don't ever count them out at all, male or female. And Zuriel Fleming of St. Mark's Secondary School. Lanes 1 through 8. Up. Oh, the good start from Grenada Boys Secondary School. That's Noel, Javid Noel. But here comes Alfred. Nathaniel Alfred of Gateway Christian Academy, closely followed by Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary, 1 and 2. Well, look at that, a good run from Nathaniel Alfred of Gateway Christian Academy, the boys 100-meter dash sub-junior.
And the interesting thing is, Jason, that this might be Gateway's first final at Intercol. And to come up tops with gold, this says something really for this young man.
What it says is that he's part of a training program at a club because he has been featured. He was featured in the 100 meters at the national champs. So he's no stranger to this big day. And look at the smile on his face. Oh, wow, did I just do that? So you know he's going to be bragging. You know he's going to be bragging, and rightfully so. Nathaniel Alfred, 11.62, followed by Giovanni Green of Boca Secondary, 11.67. And Javid Noel of GBSS, 11.89. 1, 2, 3, the boys 100-meter sub-junior.
Yeah, again, just reminding you, it's finals. All these track events are finals, so we will have some change up in terms of who is ahead. So far, it is looking really, really dicey. I don't think anyone can say for sure that they have their hands on the lead before the final sets of events.
Well, that was a jump there, good jump by Nathan Hilaire of the Happy Hill Secondary School. Nathan Hilaire of the Happy Hill Secondary School. We'd love to get his distance. There's the clock is there to show the distance, but it's not within our view. They just keep rotating it. See what he comes up with. Maybe we might be able to get a glimpse of it, but a pretty decent jump there. Pretty decent lead by Nathan Hilaire. That's the wind speed. That clock there is just showing the wind speed. That has nothing to do with the jump. That's measuring the wind speed. Or maybe his attempt. Now we understand it's the jump time. Well, we had to figure that out on our own. Somebody would probably need to talk to folks down at the meet manager's office.
Long jumper boys. Grenada have had a pretty good record in this. In 2010, the record is 7.47. That's no laughing matter there. That is some serious distance. 7.47 meters since 2010, and we all remember Gerard Paul. He's a fantastic long jumper.
So that was clearly the wrong one. Kareem St. Bernard of J.W. Fletcher Catholic. Had a good distance of 5.76 meters coming into this one. He's got to do a lot better than that to get to the podium. It's St. Bernard. It's not good enough at all. Just by looking at it with the naked eyes, you can tell that that leap is not going to be sufficient. You mentioned Gerard Paul and his record of 7.47 meters set back in 2010. You see anybody getting close to that at all today?
It's 2024. I look for most of the jumpers coming into carriacou or SAS.
It's Cadet, McDonald College. The way these athletes even size up the jump, that you can tell that it's more or less routine. It's not that. It's more or less routine. I'll just leave it like that. You need to do a whole lot more, put a lot more into it. In the meantime, the fans are going to enjoy themselves.
Certainly happy.
Another sprint event on the track coming up. We had the boys 100-meter sub-junior, and a surprise in terms of medaling, not timing, because Nathaniel Alfred, sorry, came in with the fastest qualifying time, 11.61, and he annihilated the field and picked up the gold medal. So Ronald Frederick, Happy Hill Secondary School. You've got to let loose yourself when you're jumping, when you're doing this long jump. You've got to let loose yourself and hurdle yourself forward, propel yourself forward, take that energy, that positive energy from the track, that potential energy, and bring it to life and put everything into it. 400-meter on the track. Let's go down trackside for the introduction. Girls 400 meters.
Running out of lane number 1, representing SAS, Tamaya Thomas. Out of lane number 2, representing the St. David Catholic Secondary, Kamaya Telesford. Out of lane number 3, representing the McDonald College, Francesca Henry. Out of lane number 4, she was the 2023 gold medalist at the junior level in this event, representing the Anglican High School, Shaphonia Houston. Out of lane number 5, she was the 2023 silver medalist at the junior level in this event, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Camille Phillip. Out of lane number 6, representing the McDonald College, Peaches Panchu. Out of lane number 7, representing the St. David Catholic Secondary, Rihanna Frederick. Your field for event number 14, the girls 400-meter dash senior final.
Well, if ever the definition of stacked needs to be displayed, this is it right here. The girls 400-meter senior. Shaphonia Houston, Kamali Phillip in this one. Let's look at the lane assignments. Pancho as Danger from McDonald College. Thomas from SAS. It's concerning. Henry from McDonald College. You've got to keep your eyes on her. Houston from Anglican High School. She is no slouch. Kamali Phillip, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. She's been here before. Kamaya Telesford, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Never count them out. Rihanna Frederick, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And Shanae Sylvan, SAS. This Shaphonia Houston in lane 4 of the Anglican High School. Some discomfort. Starting over. Maybe it's mind games. This is for the gold medal, so take nothing to chance. If you're not comfortable, you start all over. Remember, in her heat, they were kept in the set position for so long that Shaphonia Houston started to relax. And then when the gun went off, it was like a restart for her. So she wants to make sure that she takes nothing for granted in this one, because there's a lot at stake here. She's just come up a level. Junior last year, senior this year, dominant force. So too, Kamali Phillip, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Most of these athletes here coming up to senior level in 2024. The girls 400-meter senior. What's your take on this one, Clyde?
Well, definitely we are in for a treat. I really want to see the time that Houston is going to post. She has shown through qualification that she is by far the exceptional athlete in this field. And so the race is for second and third.
Good evening to Roger Duncan. He's one of our viewers on pay-per-view. Anxious moments here, tense moments here. Clearly something is happening. It's not in our view. We can't speak to it. The test of focus comes into play here now. You've got to remain focused on this one. Must be a seamless blend, a seamless combination of speed, strategy, stamina. Panchu in 1, Thomas in 2, Henry in 3, Houston 4, in 5, Philip in 6, Telesford in 7, Frederick in 8, Sylvan. You can hear a pin drop. It's not just the silence in the commentary booth. There might be a little bit of chatter on the ground, but the tension is real. You can almost cut it with a knife.
Yeah, I think the mix-up, Jason, is with the screen and the lane assignments. Because on paper here we have Thomas in lane 1. The screen is saying Pancho in lane 1. So I think there needs to be some adjustment somewhere.
Surely they don't need Einstein to figure that one out.
As we are waiting to stand up, the 400 senior girls,
If what you're saying is true, then all that is required is lanes 1 and 2 switching positions. That's what you're suggesting?
No, the board just needs to update itself. That's all. Whoever is on the board needs to update themselves because they clearly they have it right when you look at how they're aligned here based on what we have in front of us. And so the board just needs to make the readjustment.
Okay, so now they've moved Henry from McDonald College. She's in 3, which the board does say. And Pancho now moves to lane 1. And Frederick, or is it Telesford? Telesford now moves to lane 6. So a clap offering might be Deserved here.
That's still not what. It's still slightly, well, not slightly, it's different to what's on paper here.
Well, let's just hope they get it right.
Lane 1 seems to be off still.
Panchu is in 1 from McDonald College. Or should be. Oh, this has to be frustrating, surely. This has to be frustrating. This has to be frustrating.
It is. See, it's the lanes are tied in with the board, and the clock times the lanes.
And finally, they're off. The 400-meter senior girl, Shafonia Houston, already making a big move out of lane 4. And there she goes down the back straight. Already she's in the field. Shafonia Houston of the Anglican High School stamping her authority very early on this one. But she's got to be careful because Kamali Phillip is there, and so too is Peaches Panchu. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. They come around with just about 200 meters to go now. And Shafonia Houston is out there in lane 5. It's going to tell the real story as they come to the top now, heading to the final straightaway. Are they going to catch her? Well, time will tell, but Shafonia Houston has established a pretty decent lead coming down. She's, just about 20 meters ahead and powering her way to the finish line. Shafonia Houston, maybe the record is under threat, maybe not, we don't know. Let's see, she crosses the finish line now. Shafonia Houston of the Anglican High School picks up the gold medal in a pretty decent run in the girls 400 meter senior, the record being 54.53 in 2001, established by Kishara George. And let's see if she got anywhere close to that. 54.53 is the record. Shafonia Houston, she came off, and without any delay, 60 meters into it, she was already on the heels of Kamali Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George.
Yeah, really, she is something special, and definitely she got out really quickly, and you can see her just really executing a flawless race. Definitely under control, looking to push. You can see her pushing. Let's look at her go through the line. That would give you an indication as to whether she was really, I think she was going in for that record.
Well, anxious moments here. She knows she's won the gold medal. Her eyes was... she was looking up at the board, glimpsing up at the board ever so often. 55.90, just slightly out of it. Just slightly out of it. She glimpsed at the board a few times, looked up at it, and immediately she knew maybe she was off by just a few. But a good run. Shafonia Houston, 55.90, goal for the Anglican High School. Kamaya Tellisford, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 59.85. And Francesca Henry, 60.96.
Yeah, really good run by the athletes there. Finals, a big stage. Houston, leaps and bounds ahead. Definitely, we were looking to see if she could really challenge that record, but unfortunately, she's just couple of seconds away from it. And so it leaves a lot to be expected of the athletes if they're going to really challenge that time of 54.53. Since 2001, it's been there. Houston was our best bet so far.
I'm quite sure with a little bit of a challenge, she might just eclipse it because she did 59.10 to qualify for this event. She was the fastest qualifier coming in with 59.10, and she ran the semifinals almost in heels. And it was a concerning distance. And then to come and do 55.90 with absolutely no pressure.
That's really the statement right there. There's no competition. She does remind one of Melanie Rodney to some extent.
Well, let's go down to the lane assignments for the boys 400 meter senior.
Running out of lane number 4, he is the 2023 silver medalist in this event, Joshim Sylvester. Running out of lane number 5, representing the GBSS, Quanel Pear. Running out of lane number 6, representing the St. David Catholic Secondary 2023 silver medalist, Keylon Moses. Running out of lane number 7, your 2023 Junior Divisional Champion from the GBSS, Ethan Sam. Running out of lane number 8, representing Boca Secondary, Daniel Mitchell. Your field for the boys 400 meter dash senior final.
Well, if what happened a few moments ago with the girls 400 meter
On your mark.
has to happen, and the lane assignments don't match based on what we have here, maybe that's not going to be the issue now. This is a big one. Bartholomew, Stanislaus, Charles, Sylvester, Pierre, Moses, Sam, and Mitchell. Lanes 1 through 8. The boys 400 meter senior finals. Out, up, away. 400 meter senior. Look at that. Boca Secondary is gone. Daniel Mitchell, no, he's in the outer lane. He's taking nothing for chance. But the Grenada Boys Secondary School is starting to make a run. That's Quavel Pierre. Pierre coming out early as well. And they're picking up Moses. He picked up Moses. Sam is still relaxing. Maybe he's going to wait until later on to kick. Sam is still relaxing. But in the meantime, Joshim Sylvester. Joshim Sylvester starts to come forward. His mouth is open. I'm not quite sure if that's a good thing for him in this event. His mouth is open. He's starting to pump. And PBC is on the inside there with Stanislaus. But it's Joshim Sylvester. It's Sylvester. Sylvester followed by Pierre. Pierre followed by Stanislaus. It's Joshim Sylvester, Pierre, and just on the nick of time, St. David's Catholic Secondary School and Colin Moses edging out Stanislaus of PBC. That's 1, 2, 3, but a good run, a good timed run from Joshim Sylvester. SAS.
Yeah, really good execution there by Sylvester. Paced it really nicely. He got out well and showed that halfway he was just about middle pack. And just as he got around the 200, there 150 thereabout, he asserted himself into the lead and he never looked back. There goes Joshim Sylvester. Awesome run, good run. Beautiful run by Sylvester. He had what it takes to really keep off the fast finishing GBSS athlete there in pair. And so definitely your gold medal winner has proven himself.
And you do get the impression that it's unfinished business from Intercol 2023 for Sylvester there.
Joshim Sylvester. Pretty decent run. 48.13. Quavel Pierre Queen Elpire, GBSS 48.85. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Curlin Moses 50.19. And Keon Stanislaus of PBC 50.44. That rounds off the top four. Ethan Sam settling for fifth in this one. He didn't show any threatening signs from top to bottom in this one. Romel Charles and Nikhil Bartholomew rounding off.
Well, Jason, the thing is heating up. It's finals. All these events are finals. And definitely some interesting developments. Some very interesting developments in re-point standing.
Oh, that's going to change a whole lot, I can tell you. Let's look at what's happening in the boys. Now, in the boys, based on the results we just had from the boys 400-meter senior, a lot will change. And you're going to understand why, because up until through 30 events, when we look in the girls' division, St. Joseph's Convent is in fourth, MacDonald College in third, Anglican High School in second, St. David's Catholic Secondary way out front, 45 points, which is a clear 20 points ahead of the Anglican High School. But the tussle between third and fourth, second, third and fourth, is pretty decent. Only 3 points separating fourth and third.
Yeah, definitely really close there. 22, 23, 25.
And when you look in the boys' division, SAS is in fourth on 20.5. In third is St. David's Catholic Secondary on 21, just a 1.5 point ahead. GBSS is on 35 points, and PBC on 37.50. But that's going to change now because PBC finished fourth in this race, but GBSS came in second in the just concluded boys senior 4x4. And of course, SAS, St. David's Catholic Secondary, came in third, but SAS, more importantly, winning this one with 20 points. So that's going to give them a good leap up the road. So the boys is pretty much dicey. Nobody has not even a finger on the title in the boys division just yet. It's too early to call. And the folks might say in the girls division, the elasticity is just stretching a little bit.
Definitely stretching a little, but a long way to go, a lot to play for, a lot to run for, a lot to throw for. It's only day one, and the competition in the boys division is really, really close, and this is what you want. This is you want this type of atmosphere going into even the third day.
Well, we've got the girls 800 meters coming up. The girls 800 meter sub-junior. Girls 800 meter sub-junior coming up. And look who's out there in the distance. In lane one for the Boca Secondary School.
The Honorable Philip Telesford, Minister for Health.
And they're going to hold off on that 800 meter sub-junior girls for just a little bit, because we've got a medal presentation. We're going to take the medal presentation, use the opportunity to hydrate just a little bit, keep the vocal cords in check, sip on something at room temperature, I would advise. And then when we come back, we're going to be heading down for the 800 meter sub-junior girls.
Event 5, Senior Girls 100 meter hurdles. Bronze medalist, Kiana Joseph, Boca Secondary, 19.63 seconds. And we should announce here that this is a record. Silver medalist, Peaches Panchu, MacDonald College. 18.71 seconds. Record. And your gold medalist, Shante Augustine, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, setting a new record. 14.80 seconds. Event 6, senior boys, 110-meter hurdles. Presenting your bronze medalist, Shermick Gibbs, GBSS. 17.18 seconds. Silver medalist, DeAndre Smith, Boca Secondary, 16.41 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist, Kyle Ned Sass. A time of 15.81 seconds. Event 22. We can actually back up to event 16. Long jump, sub-junior boys. Bronze medalist, Keon George. Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. 5.40 meters. Silver medalist, Javid Noel, GBSS. 5.53 meters. Presenting your gold medalist, Trey Sparks St. Bernard, PBC. 5.55 meters. We can move now to girls 100 meters. Sub-junior. Bronze medalist, Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary, 13.02 seconds. Silver medalist, Sophia Stephen, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, 13 seconds flat. Presenting now your gold medalist, Tishona Bascom, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 12.77 seconds. Boys 100 meters, sub-junior. Bronze medalist, Javid Noel, GBSS. A time of 11.89 seconds. Silver medalist, Giovanni Green, Boca Secondary, 11.67 seconds. Presenting now your gold medalist, Nathaniel Alfred, representing Gateway Assembly. A time of 11.62 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Philip Telesford, Minister for Health, right here in Grenada. We're so happy to have you all with us today. It's day one of the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2024. I'll head things up to my colleagues upstairs.
So the girls 800 meters, sub-junior.
So the current record holder is in this event.
current record holder. The record was established in 2014.
Well, it was broken earlier today.
It was broken earlier today by Annalisa Brown. So Annalisa Brown. So, and she broke that record without emphasis. Off, up, and away they go. The girls 800 meters sub-junior. And Annalisa Brown is running out of lane 1. It's just a chip so far. Brown, St. Bernard from Bishop's College, Alexander from Grenada Christian Academy, James from St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Benjamin from St. George Institute, Hanaya Tavina from St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, Lashington. Tavina is from St. John's Christian Secondary, and Samuel from J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Look for Annalisa Brown now to make a kick. She knows she's got the record already. Is she going to try and eclipse that? I don't think she is. I think she's just running now to secure the gold medal. She's just running now to secure the gold medal, surely. Annalisa Brown. This is just about the part where she's going to make a run for it now at the top of the 200 meters. And she's going to slip into another gear now. She's coming out of the compression gear. And at the top of this curve is when you expect her. Annalisa Brown, she's flanked. She's flanked by St. Bernard. She's flanked by St. Bernard of Bishop's College, but start to separate herself. She separates herself, and she's going to go all the way to the finish line. Annalisa Brown. Annalisa Brown winning gold. Melancholy run there from Annalisa Brown. She knew that she was way ahead. She already established the record in the heats, so this one was more elementary than anything else. Bernard?
Yes, I think we got it right right from the start. This was a race for second and third for the medals, and she did not put a lot of effort, if you want to put it like that, in the early part of the race. I think she ran a controlled race just to win, and she did that.
When I look at her, it reminds me of the twins from St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Nirina and Nirina Aberdeen. The posture in which she came in, it just reminds me of how easy these girls ran the 800 meters.
You are going way back.
He's going back to 2008 or 7 or 9, somewhere about there.
Yeah, these girls...
It's 2:24.81. It is slower than what we had this morning. So we are
but
correct.
It's not far off. It's not far off at all. If she had kicked a little bit earlier, just maybe, because she just did 2:24.81. What she did this morning was 2:23.86. So she was not far off at all, Annalisa Brown. Just maybe if she had kicked at the top of the 200-meter mark, we could have seen another shattering of the record.
Definitely, I want to agree with you, but I think she, as we said earlier, she knew she had it in the bag. She just needed to execute. We just saw her run a 100-meter and place third, so it means that she didn't want to expend too much energy really looking to lower that record.
All right, well, we've got the boys 800 meter sub-junior. The athletes are on the track.
Secondary. Lane 6, Emron Anthony, GBSS. And lane 8, Tishon Billy, SAS.
On your marks. Stand back.
The boys 800 meter sub-junior. The fastest qualifying time coming into this one, 2:21.12 by Ethan Edwards. He's in lane 5 of the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Right next to him in lane 4 is Jensen
marks.
Mitchell, 2:21.85. So St. David's Catholic Secondary coming in with the first and second fastest time in this one. They've got the opportunity to do a double medal halt here. The boys 800 meter sub-junior.
Well, I can tell you that Rennie is in this race. SAS, he also did pretty well in qualifying.
SAS can also go 1 and 2 in this one. Rennie and Billy, they can go 1 on 2, 1 and 2 in this one. Billy is out there in front. That's Tishon Billy. He's closely followed by his compatriot Jensen Mitchell. And, J.W. Fletcher, McDonald College, GBSS is there. That's McDonald College. Rogel Cummings. Cummings now slips into second place. He's between the two SAS athletes. 1, 2, 3, 4. SAS by 2, GBSS and McDonald College. Now McDonald College and Cummins trying to make a run for it. They've still got about 300 meters to go. Still 300, well, maybe just about 275. Now look at what has happened. The pace has been set, and Rennie has moved in front. Rennie followed by Cummins. Rennie and Cummins, they come around now, getting closer to 150. Rennie and Cummins. Cummins looking to make a push for it. Rennie's holding him off. He's going to come now on the outside. He's going to come on the outside, and they're going to make a run for it head to head. Cummins is going to come for it. Cummins is challenging him. Rennie is going. Cummings and Rennie. Cummings and Rennie. Rennie and Cummings. This one is going to be close. Somebody's going to nip. The tosser is going to decide this one. Oh, it's going to be close. I just think that Cummins nipped him on the finish line. That was a good run, the boys 800 meter sub-junior.
I quite agree with you. I think Cummins has this one. He really did the hard yards, made sure that he remained right on the heels of Rennie, and he knew he had the power to just beat him out. And there you see it. He's going to look to make his move, and as he did, he really pushed him to the line.
That's good determination from the young man.
He never gave up. Never gave up. That's Cummings. Cummings just pushed his way forward and just edging out Rennie. So Rogel Cummins of McDonald College, 2 minutes 14.87, and Kidel Rennie of SAS, 2 minutes 14.92. Jensen Mitchell of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 2 minutes 18.82. Now what that means for the point standings is that SAS has propelled themselves a little bit forward because they've moved ahead. They will move ahead of GBSS and PBC because they were down here with Caleb Williams coming in 6th position. They're nowhere in the points in this one, so they're not going to gain any points. But look out, because GBSS and SAS will now rise to the top just a little bit more and put PBC under pressure.
Definitely, that's the jostling that we've come to expect as we get closer to the end of day 1, and we'll be looking to head into day 2. So every event now on the track is very important in terms of putting the perspective for day 2 into shape.
It's always a good thing to see. You can put aside what happened on the times and everything from the semifinals, quarterfinals, or heats, and take your best game, your A game, into the finals. This is what happened just now with this young man Cummins.
Cummins started to make his move early. He was teasing Rennie a bit, trying to see what Rennie has, pushing, just inching to see, does he have more? Is he gonna run out on me? Is he going to? But Rennie wasn't making a move, and that probably told Cummins maybe he doesn't have any more. And he made his move. That's Cummins made his move with just about 80 meters to go, and it was a good move. It was a good move.
At 800 meters, that came down literally to the wire. Tells you something about competition.
That's what the competition does for you. This is what we've come to enjoy about Intercol games. The fact that they compete right down to the wire.
Well, we have the boys long jump senior. We're still waiting on some information from that. The boys long jump senior. Sherry-Ann Noah was somewhere on the ground. So she's going to bring us some update on that. 200 meters coming up. The girls 200 meters juniors. The boys 200 meters juniors. The 400 meter hurdles juniors, boys and girls. So all that's coming up in just a little bit.
Yes, this is as they refer to, the shy race, 200 meters and 200 meters for girls, junior. Anglican High School seems to be in a pole position there based on the times from the heats.
They're setting up for the hurdles, so that means we're going to go into the hurdles. Or is it that we're setting up for the hurdles along this, on the opposite side of the track? So setting up for the hurdles on the opposite side of the track. So right after the 200 meters juniors, boys and girls, we're going to go into the 400 meter hurdles. So they're setting up that already. If you look down to the 300 meters mark, more to the right side of your screen, you'd realize that the hurdles are already in place down there. So that's some efficient work by the ground staff here, the track staff here at the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024.
Yes, Jason, it's heating up. It's heating up. Intercol Games 2024. I think it's off with a bang, and the competition is tight.
Well, let's take a quick look now at the girls 200 meters junior. We've got some pretty decent names in this one, everybody. Emma McIntosh, Arisa Regis, remember that name from a few days ago at the national champs. Kayla Christopher, Egypt Regis, Amaya Chandler, Talia Nyack, Sarana Noel, and Kayla McIntyre. So a pretty decent field here for the girls 200 meters juniors.
Representing the Happy Hill Secondary School, Arisha Regis, out of lane number 3. She was the 2023 bronze medalist in the sub-junior division in this event. From the St. David Catholic Secondary School, Kayla Christopher. Running out of lane number 4, she was the 2023 bronze medalist in the junior division in this event. Representing the Anglican High School, Egypt Regis Benjamin. Running out of lane number 5, representing Boca Secondary, Amaya Chandler. Running out of lane number 6, representing Grenville Secondary School, Talia Nyack. Running out of lane number 7, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Samara Noel. And running out of lane number 8, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Kayla McIntyre. This is your field for the girls 200 meter dash junior final.
It is stacked from top to bottom, so this should be a really good one.
25.29. The top qualifying time coming into this one. Egypt Regis, no surprise there. Amaya Chandler of Boca Secondary School, 25.44. She's in lane 5, right next to Regis, who's in 4. Kayla Christopher of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She came in clocking 26.02. She's in lane 3. Up, out, away, and guess who starts the lunge forward? This looks like Chandler. Chandler of Boca Secondary School making a big run out in front. Look at Chandler go. She is in lane 5. Chandler is out in lane 5, but here comes the competition from Regis in 4. It's Chandler and Regis. Chandler and Regis. Regis starts to come forward. Regis wins. Regis wins. Egypt Regis wins coming out of lane 4. A good comeback run. She timed it to perfection and just nipped Chandler right on the finish line. That's a good run, everybody.
A really, really mature run there from Regis. She did not follow. She made sure that she had enough to push her as she picked up the pace coming to the end. You saw Chandler. Chandler left really early, but that was not the right move. Regis had the right move. She just kicked just at the necessary time and bringing home the gold medal for the Anglican High School.
That was a planned, determined run. She ran she ran her race because there were some noises on both sides of her.
25.23. Egypt Regis, 25.23, just a little bit better than what she did to qualify. It's not going to give her the record. She is about 2 seconds off of that, but 25.23, not bad at all from Egypt Regis. All credit to Maya Chandler. She ran a pretty decent race. She understood where she was, and boy, she blasted out like a rocket from the start and ended up clocking 25.38. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 26.78.
And this is what you really want to look for as they race, as you progress in the rounds. You're going from the heats to the finals. You really want to see an improvement in time, and this is what Regis did here. 25.23. That's not a bad run for a junior athlete.
Well, that one is in the books, and Egypt Regis has carved her name in the books for Intercol 2024. Now, there's a slot open in these books for the boys 200 meters juniors. Let us go down to the field and take a look.
St. Rose Modern Secondary, Izion Fraser. Out of lane number 3. He was your 2023 sub-junior champion. Christophe Caliste Sass. Out of lane number 4, representing the Presentation Brothers College, Kanik Nixon. Out of lane number 5, representing the GBSS, Cameron Mathlin. Out of lane number 6, representing the GBSS, Josh Thomas. Lane number 7, representing the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Jaden Knight. And running out of lane number 8, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Kimal Murray. Your field for the boys 200-meter dash junior final.
Well, unless there's an upset, look at this field. SAS can go 1 and 2. PBC can go 1 and 2. GBSS can go 1 and 2. The spoiler here could be the Grenada Christian Academy in Kimal Murray and the St. Rose Modern Secondary School in Jaden Knight. But this one is too close to call. Fraser, Caliste, Nixon, Mathlin, Thomas, Knight,
I'm
Murray,
excited.
Yeah,
and
I think
Auguste. Those are your finalists in the boys 200-meter junior dash.
Yes, I think the running is in the middle of the track there. That's where the fire is going to come from, right in the middle of the track, lane 3, 4, and 5.
Well, look at the breakdown, everybody. Nixon won his race. He was not challenged. Mathlin, he was a good show-off together with Thomas. Sass in Caliste. Wow. Oh!
Somebody's gone.
Trouble in paradise.
Looks like lane 7.
Trouble in paradise. And the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Jaden Knight appears to be charged guilty. Let's see. Yeah, he's gone. Jaden Knight, good night.
Tense. This is what tension does to you. And he knew that he had to get out early because you saw the qualifications. You saw how many of these boys shut down before they got to the finish line. And he knew he had to get out early, but he was a little too quick.
Well, what has happened here now is that it has brought more pressure to bear on the rest of the field, because with McKnight gone, it means that with less people in the race, more chances increase for the bigger boys. But tension is real. It is almost tangible. So, the false start. And then lane 2 is empty. Ethan Geist of Presentation Brothers College is not there. Just pick that up. Ethan Geist from Presentation Brothers College is not there in this one. So a lot of the weight now rests on the shoulders of Canik Nixon for PBC. In the meantime, Jaden Knight, his day is done for St. Rose Modern Secondary. Bernard?
I thought Ogis really struggled in the heats. So not surprising that he's not in this one.
Well, he has been nursing some kind of injury because he pulled up in the national champs a few days ago. So clearly he's not to full 100.
Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Where would your champion come from?
I'm not a betting man, and if I were, I was not going to bet on this one. I do have a favorite, but I won't tell you just yet. Tell me what's your favorite, viewers. Out, up, everybody's gone. Clean start. Here we go. Immediately, GBSS. That looks like Mathlin. Mathlin is making a run for it. Mathlin is making a run for it. Here comes St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. But oh, look at this. Look at the lengths. Look at the distance. Look at the distance. Look at the stretch. That's Thomas. Look at the stretch. Thomas is gone. Thomas is gone. They're not going to catch him. Canik Nixon comes in second. And Thomas, oh, he was Mr. Showbolt. And boy, did he deliver. That's an awesome run from Josh Thomas of GBSS. The time is what I want to see.
3, 4, and 5. That's your race.
Blister and pace from the get-go. He was gone.
Josh Thomas, look at the start. He came out like a bullet. And that's Mathlin, sorry. Mathlin, he came out like a bullet and caught Thomas in front of him immediately. And Mathlin was in a no-nonsense mood this time. No showbolting this time. No showbolting, just sheer speed, firepower. 21.89. He just 21.89, not getting to the record. The Karani James record still stands, 20.60. Canik Nixon of PBC coming in second, 22.62. Christoph Caliste of SAS coming in third, 22.78. So Mathlin, Cameron Mathlin, pretty decent run.
I tell you something, I'm seeing a good 4x1 team for Carifta right there.
Well, while you're seeing that, I'm seeing a shift in the point standing once again.
I think we called it earlier. The numbers are very close. Mathlin was wearing 506. Thomas was wearing 507. So it was really difficult to pick them up, and they were side by side. The challenges we have here at commentary. But nonetheless, Kimron Mathlin of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 21.89.
That's a beautiful run. I get the impression he must have been chastised at the end of his heats. He was all business in this one. All business. His coach might have put him on the side and said, enough of this.
Anything like that repeating itself, detention is on Friday.
Yeah, well, I do believe it was just the youngster recognized it's the business time, and he's a businessman, and he came and he did the business.
All right, well, so a good run from Cameron Mathlin. If this is what we can expect in the 100 meters, there's going to be some fire here, because he's very much capable, this Mathlin chap.
Yes.
Very much capable in the 100.
He is. I totally agree there.
He will tell you that maybe the 100 is his better event.
But what I like about it is that he used his dry phase really well. Even if he's running the 200, his dry phase was really powerful. From the time the gun went off, you can see him keeping down and really pushing himself out. So once you get off that curve with that sort of momentum, it's not hard to maintain that speed.
Yeah, in terms of stats, Josh Thomas and Christoph Calise, they had bomb stats.
Junior bronze medalists. We have a tie between Christoph Calise, SAS, and Jaim Philip, Westerhold Secondary, 1.73 meters. Silver medalist, Nikhil Abram, GBSS, 1.76 meters. And your gold medalist, Joshua Telespud, PBC. .79 meters. Event 28, Girls Discus Throw Junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Jada Terrell, SAS. 24.88 meters. Silver medalist, Rishona Coutain, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. 25.29 meters. And your gold medalist, Naomi Augustine, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 28.89 meters. We can back up to event 7, girls 800 meters sub-junior. Bronze medalist, Ariana James, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Two minutes, 30.99 seconds. Silver medalist, Montisha St. Bernard, Bishop's College. 2 minutes, 28.86 seconds. And your gold medalist, Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary, 2 minutes, 24.81 seconds. A new record. Event 8, boys 800 meters sub-junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Jensen Mitchell, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 2 minutes, 18.82 seconds. Silver medalist, Kidel Rennie, SAS, 2 minutes, 14.92 seconds. And your gold medalist, Roger Cummins, representing MacDonald College. A time of 2 minutes, 14.87 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Desiree Stephen, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. It's now 7:18 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. Day 1 of the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2024.
This pay-per-view coverage, you want to tell your family members, your friends, your co-workers, somebody, anybody. TNR Communications, of course, carry pay-per-view coverage. So feel free to spread the word so that you are in the loop relative to all the action on the track and field.
So we're coming to the end of day number 1 in the Republic Bank Intercol Games. Few more track events to go before we bring the curtains down.
Up next on the track, we have 400 meters hurdles, junior, girls, and boys. So that's the next 2 events on the track. And that will be followed by the HEP, the 200 meters dash open for girls in the HEP, and in the let me just say it very simply here. In the OCT, the 400 meters for boys. Then we have the 2 relays rounding off day 1.
So a lot in store. Let's go trackside for the lane assignment.
Secondary. In lane number 4, Christiana Charles, SAS. In lane 5, Kate Fletcher, SAS. In lane number 6, Khadija Noré, the Anglican High School. And in lane number 8, Natalia Strawn, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
They are your finalists for your girls, 400 meters hurdles. Hillsborough Secondary Schools and David's Catholic Secondary School, Boca SAS twice, Anglican High School twice, and St. Joseph Convent St. George. 400 meters girls, hurdles. So it's Alexander from Hillsborough in lane number 1. Desan from St. David's Catholic Secondary in lane number 2. Philip from Boca, she's in lane 3. Charles, SAS in lane 4. Fletcher, SAS in lane 5. In lane 6, it's Nori from Anglican High School. Another athlete, Anglican High School, Modeste, she's in 7. And then Strawn, St. Joseph Convent St. George, she's in lane 8. Your finalists at the status point. Lane 8 is open. So Strawn is a non-starter in this one.
Well, you definitely got to keep your eyes on lane number 4. That's Christina Charles. She's coming into this event with a time of 1 minute 13.85. That's the fastest in the field. Sharina Phillip of the Boca Secondary School also came in with 113.95. So very interesting, this event. And they're off. And there goes Charles. She's attacked the first hurdle. She's moving. She's motoring along. Looking to really set herself ahead of the pack. There goes Charles. Hillsborough is there. Anglican High School is there. Look out for Boca Secondary. But it's Charles of SAS. Anglican High School looking to make a run for it. There goes SAS. It's SAS. It's high school. Boca Secondary there coming in, but as they head into the straightaway, it's Anglican High School. Here comes Boca Secondary School. Anglican High School definitely ahead. It's a fight to the end. It's Anglican High School. It's SAS. It's Boca Secondary School just may have found herself in amongst the medals.
And you could almost see the strain on these young ladies' faces. It's a grueling race. 400 meters hurdles.
So that was the completion of the 400-meter hurdles junior girls. And your winner, number 47 from the Anglican High School,
is Khadija Nori. Khadija Nori.
Her time 113.19 represents a really good run from her. 113.19, it means that she did a bit better, well, a lot better than she did in the preliminaries, and definitely it has earned her the gold medal here this evening.
And up next is the male version. It's the 400 meters hurdle for junior boys.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for our next...
Let's take a look at who's competing in this one.
An update to the scores.
All the lanes seems to be occupied in this one.
Currently in 6th position. In the boys division, 16 points, McDonald College. 5th position.
With the exception of
20
8.
points, Boca Secondary. In position number 4, 28 points.
Let's take a bit of the points update.
Secondary. Ladies and gentlemen, now in 3rd position, 36.5 points, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Your top 2 schools in the boys division. Position number 2, 45.5 points. The Presentation Brothers College. And ladies and gentlemen, out front, 52 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
So there you would have heard it. Bragging rights at the end of day 1, still up for grabs. But as of now, it's a GBSS that's leading. Hurdles for junior boys.
On your marks.
So it's 400 hurdles. Execution, speed, stamina.
Set.
And they're off. Let's see who would attack the first hurdle. Who would be the first to clear the hurdle? It is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School.
It seems like the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
And this seems to be Kirby Thomas. Really getting himself in the ascendancy. SAS. Boca Secondary. St. Davis Catholic. GBSS. But it's SAS. 1-2. SAS 1-2 as they head around the bend, looking to come into the straightaway. It is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. 1-2. It's SAS 1-2. Kirby Thomas there from SAS coming in. Your winner, Tevez Lewis of SAS, second position. And Deshaun Jones, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, your top three.
Interesting. Thomas established himself early. So too was Lewis. They always knew that they were going to go 1 and 2. Must have had a conversation before the start of this one. They established themselves in a pretty decent way. By the time they got to the top of the curve with just about 90 meters to go, it was just a matter of clearing the final 2 hurdles, and nothing else was going to stand in their way from gold and silver. That's going to have a significant shift in the point standings by the time we get to the end of the day. There's just about 3 more activities remaining. It's going to tell a pretty decent story to wrap day 1.
Definitely is going to give a good perspective on the end or at the end of day 1. So Kirby John 59.72 SAS. Tevez Lewis 61.23 SAS. Deshaun Jones, St. David's Catholic Secondary 62.19. Kamal Joseph, GBSS 64.48. Your top 4. Really does make for an interesting end to competition on day 1 of the Intercol Games 2024.
Well, we've still got the heptathlon to come, the Octathlon boys 400 to come as well, the heptathlon girls 200 meters, and then of course we've got 2 relays to round off the day. The 4x1 senior girls and the 4x1 senior boys. This is a furnace and a Bunsen burner.
It's definitely getting hot. Bragging rights are about being posted. The predictions are being casted out there. But it's only day 1.
Well, some of the high points from day 1, of course, was coming in from the Boca Secondary School. And a record-breaking performance by Annalisa Brown in the semifinals of the girls' 800 meters. She annihilated the field in the semifinals and smashed the old record by 3 seconds. We're going to get the time for you. She smashed the record by just about 3 seconds to Annalisa Brown. She was devastating in the heats. And then by the time she got to the finals, it was pretty much robotic. Just going through the motion. and picking up the gold medal. And even with that run, an effortless run in the final, she was still just about a second off of her established record just earlier in the day. So it does say that she has a whole lot more in the tank. It's going to be interesting when we get to the Carifta Games in a few weeks, because she's quite capable of doing a whole lot more. So that's one of the high points for the day.
Yeah, definitely a high point. She ran her heat in 2 minutes 23.86, erasing the old mark set by Crystal Archibald, who had a time of 2 minutes 26.20. So definitely Brown really outstanding in the girls 800 meter sub-junior.
Well, we had some rain during the course of the early part of the day activities just before noontime. It was pretty intermittent, and that, of course, was a result of the overcast conditions that we experienced for the greater part of the morning. We did max out to 31 degrees today. Tomorrow, weather predictions are saying that it's going to be a little bit hotter, a maximum of 32, but it will feel like 36. And if everything holds true to form, by the time we get to Thursday, weather predictions are saying a maximum of 33 and the feeling would hover between 36 and 37 with absolutely no threat of rain in sight. Now that means pandemonium if you're going to equate it to Intercol Games.
Well, I believe that the Kirani James Athletic Stadium will have a temperature of its own come Thursday. Definitely, if it's going to max out at 36, you just may find it is bordering fever, because it will be somewhere around 40 based on the pandemonium that we expect to be taking place here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Esther Fletcher of Happy Hill Secondary, lane 5.
So these Intercol Games brought to you, powered by Republic Bank. Republic Bank, of course, being the title sponsor of the Intercol Games. The organization, of course, remaining, the brand being adjusted. But Intercol Games, of course, the staple in athletic championship in Grenada and most certainly around the Windward Islands. Grenada's Intercol Games, by the time we get to day 3, has been on a palatable level to that of the regional championships and some of the national championships in countries like Jamaica and even Trinidad and Tobago. And this is a school event. One of the things that we've got to note as well is that Grenada is preparing for the hosting of the 2024 Junior Carifta Games, and that too is going to be a spectacle. I'm quite sure a lot of folks are biding their time for it. Now, a familiar face on the track, Etienne, the girls' heptathlon, 200 meters. Shauna Rogers. This is the first of two. I think they're going to be running this in 2 separate finals. And Anglican High School, Esther Fletcher is there, Soraya Walker for St. John's Christian Secondary, and Michaela Lawrence of Boca Secondary is not going to start in this one. And as Bernard Julian was saying earlier on, if you're going to skip an event in these multi-events, you're literally throwing yourself back to a stage where you may not even be able to recover.
So it's the 200 meters, the heptathlon girls about to start And it's the first day of 2 for these young ladies. So winding down, they must be feeling the pressure of the events that have gone on before.
So they're off. It's the Etienne looking to really assert herself quite early. She has really gone off the blocks pretty hard, coming into the straightaway. Clearly she's ahead. This seemed to be one of her favorite events, the 200 meter. And she will end the day with a really good time in the 200 meter. First place in her heat. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School coming in second position. So definitely the workload for the day has ended for Etienne. She can go home and she can have a good rest, or go back to camp rather, and have a good rest. Put her feet up, really focus in, think about what she wants to execute, because her day for this, the first day, has come to an end.
So up next would be the second section of this 200 meters.
The position finishes as the Fletcher Hampton Secondary.
28.90. Not a pretty bad run. It's not going to get her on the medal podium in a 200 meter sprinter age, but this is the heptathlon girls 200 meters, so well, it was a pretty decent run.
Lane 1, Denisha Scott, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Lane 2, Maya Noel, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 3, Kadisha Bristol, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 4, Kimaya Alexander, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. Lane 5, Sophia Cox, Boca Secondary. Lane 6, Elizabeth Gilliam, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane 7, Micaiah Ramsey, Anglican High School. And in lane 8, Azuri Isaac, St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
And generally, they're usually sectioned according to their time. So this is usually the second section is usually where the faster athletes or more pronounced athletes are. So this should be a faster heat here.
Well, the record for the 200 in the heptathlon is held by Denisha Scott, and she is in lane 1. So she's looking to better the time of 27.04 seconds. And there they go, off. She's out, she's gone. There goes Happy Hill Secondary in the middle of the pack, but Scott is really moving. She's moving, she's gone. She's gone. There goes Denisha Scott. She's looking to better her time in the 200, but here comes lane 2, but it's Denisha Scott of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She's going to hold on, and she's going to win her heat, followed by the St. John's Christian Secondary School. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary coming in third. She's looking up. She's definitely looking at her time, because it's about the timing. It's not really about how much you come, but it's about your time.
She was pushed right to the tape by Noel there at St. John's Christian Secondary. Good run by her.
27.25, so certainly getting very close to that 27.04. So that is going to give her some good points.
The shot put and the 200, that's 4 events completed by the ladies on day 1. Tomorrow we'll see action in the long jump, javelin throw, and it will culminate with the...
So there you have it, 27.25, Denisha Scott, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Maya Noel, St. John's Christian Secondary School coming in second. Kimaya Alexander of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 29.31. Sophia Cox of the Boca Secondary, 30.27. Ramsey Anglican High School, 30.32. Bristol of Hillsborough Secondary, 30.86. Isaac St. Joseph Convent. Definitely a good end for these young ladies. They've just completed their day's work in the heptathlon, and they must feel proud, they must feel accomplished. They can go home and rest, recuperate, and come back focused for the next 3 events, which they must face off tomorrow, please God.
Yes, and up next is the Octathlon. And it's the 400 meters. So 400 meters for these young men.
Still 4 exciting races to complete action on day 1 of the 2024.
We have 2 sections here.
Intercol Games.
In section
Are
1,
you ready for day 2 action?
we have Boca,
It starts tomorrow
GBSS,
at 9 a.m.
Happy Hill,
Very
and SAS.
nice and early start.
And
We
it's
actually look about here now
times
to support the best of
equals to
track and
points.
field in Grenada among our secondary schools.
Rhonda John,
It is going to be another day of exciting
Jonathan Newton,
competition as we build to the climax on day
Gamore,
3.
Belgrave, and Brian Isaac in this first section. 400 meters.
For the culmination of
Coming
the
up next.
2024 Intercol Games.
And match 13 is significant. It's a revolutionary period, match 13. But I understand there is good indication that there will be another celebration because there is likely to be another revolution on match 14. There is likely to be a revolution on match 14, so next year there will be 2 celebrations, match 13 and match 14. So if you're bleeding in blue, green, red, maybe it's PBC's here, 2024. Is there anybody here from PBC? Is there anybody here from SAS? No, man, a little quiet. Is there anybody here from GBSS? Is there anybody here from St. David? You must, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Is there anybody from Hillsborough Secondary?
So what about Happy Hill? Is there anyone from Happy Hill Secondary?
What about Hillsborough Secondary? Crown City St. Patrick, are you represented?
It's St. Rosemont Secondary around. So they got it. That's what happened. Anybody from McDonald College? Oh, wow.
St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
Let's hear. Is there anyone from the Anglican High School? Tag team bullets. What about the open cannons? Talk to me.
Alright, so the athletes are going to take the track. But we must be on the GW Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Keeping us refreshed in the heat of action.
So what about the Gateway?
Gateway Academy, one of our newest entrants into the Intercol Games. What about the St. George's Institute?
A round of applause for the St. George's Institute. They have made them back.
Westmoreland Secondary.
So there you have on your screen a breakdown of the point standing.
The Iguanas, Westerhall Secondary.
St. David's Catholic Secondary out front, 55 points. Anglican High School there in second and 36. St. Joseph Convent, St. George 26. Boca Secondary 25. McDonald College 23. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School 23. St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew 20. And Bishop College 12. Ninth position Hillsborough Secondary. And your 10th position, Grenville Secondary School on 4th.
John Booker Secondary. Lane 4, Jonathan Newton, Grenada Boys Secondary. And in lane 6, Brian Isaac, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. The athletes in the first section in the Octathlon Boys 400 meters dash. We still have section 2 to come. And after this will be the final 2 events for day 1. So stick around to take in all the action as we culminate the activities for day 1 of the 2024 Republic Bank Intercol Games.
So it's Rondell John from Boca in lane 3. In lane 4, it's Newton from GBSS. Belgrave is not in lane 5. And Isaac in lane 6. He's from SAS. 400 meters. Octathlon.
So obviously this is going to be a really tough event. Imagine competing in 3 other events for the day already. Having to come and run a 400 at this time could be very taxing on the body.
These are the Ironman.
Set.
And they're off the 400 meter
And they are off.
Octathlon
the 400
boys.
meters dash section 1. The boys.
There they go. It's SAS, Boca Secondary, GBSS. Brian Isaac out front. Rondell John in second position. And your athlete Jonathan Newton from the GBSS. Coming around the final bend, heading into the street. It's going to be a run to the end. Gonna be a run to the end. It's all about time. It is really, really tough to tell what an end for these boys on their ultimate final event for the day. What a run by them. Really can't tell who. We may just need to look at the replay again to see if we can really have an idea of who came in first.
In terms of points, there may be one or 2 points that would separate the finish here. It's that close.
The events completed so far today, heading into the event, the leader in the discipline, the top 3 positions of the event.
So it seems pretty close right here. As they head towards the line. Pretty even, Stephen, both pumping the arms, both pushing, trying to ensure that they get a really decent time in. And there you had it. I think Brian Isaac will be your winner. Yep, 53.59. So definitely Brian Isaac of St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, your winner in the first heat of the boys 400 dash octathlon.
And that final push did it. So we are in section 2. Section 2 of these octathlon 400 meters. Let's go trackside.
Boys Secondary School. Lane 7, Jermaine Donald, Presentation Brothers College. And in lane 8, we have a DNS for lane number 8. So lane number 8 will remain empty for this one. So the action is in 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
This is expected to be the faster of the two groups. And somewhere in this, you will find the leader. And they're on their mark. We're about to bring the curtains down on the first day of competition in the Octathlon. And there they go. 400-meter run. Section 2 of the boys Octathlon. There goes Presentation Brothers College. Jermaine Donald pushing off. Chedi Augustine of the St. John's Christian Secondary. Looking to push him all the way. And there he goes, looking to just push himself way ahead of the chasing pack. But here comes SAS, here comes PBC. Really good run from the athlete there from SAS. Lennon Williams, and definitely he's gonna feel happy that he has finished his day with a win in the 400-meter Octathlon boys.
If we get an update of the points, this event as well as points for the pent, we will pass them on to you. But this is the final event for day 1 for these boys. We'll come back and do it all over, another 4 events tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely a good day. Good day for most of these boys. It's always about chasing your best. So there we have it. Lennon Williams of SAS 54.19, your winner of the 400-meter Octathlon boys. Jermaine Donald of the PBC 54.63. Chedi Augustine of the St. John's Christian Secondary 55.92. One of the marquee events to close day 1. It's excitement, it's relays. Starting with the girls 4x100 meter senior. Boca Secondary is there, St. David's Catholic Secondary, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Happy Hill Secondary, Anglican High School, MacDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew, and the GSS.
Lane 2, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Lane 3, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. In lane number 4, the Happy Hill Secondary School. Lane 5, the Anglican High School. Lane 6, McDonald College. Lane 7, St. Joseph's Convent, Granville. And running out of lane number 8, Granville Secondary School.
Well, here's the interesting thing about this relay, gentlemen, is the girls 4x100 meters senior. But the best qualifying time for this one, 49.26, Anglican High School, running out of lane 5. 49.26. Happy Hill Secondary School, 50.52. But that's not the second best time. The second best time came from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, 50.41.
Yeah, really says a lot. 49.26, 50.41, 50.52, 50.62. It does make for a very interesting, really, execution is what it all boils down to.
Girls 4x1, senior. Didn't keep them holding on too long at all. Immediately, they're gone. This looks like St. Joseph's Convent. No, this looks like the Anglican High School. A good change over by the Anglican High School. They're out and gone. Anglican High School is out and gone in this one. Surely they're ahead now. Anglican High School, that's a good run. Let's see how they get the batter across this. Oh, that is flawless. Look at that batter passing. Oh, they've separated themselves. Here comes the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, but absolutely no threat. The final handover will take the story. Anglican High School is gone. Surely there's no catching them. St. David's Catholic Secondary making a run, but look at the distance and the elasticity. Anglican High School in the books with some zest.
Yeah, definitely with some zest. Job done, job complete. What's important here is the time. Really flawless execution there. You saw it. You look at the hands as they go up. Look at that changeover. Straight into the hands in your running motion. Really art is what we're seeing here. So we look at the changeover again. That's it in and out, and they're gone. That's what you're talking about. When you talk about relays, this is what you look for. As it touches in, she just holds on and she's gone.
Well, here's what I want you to look at just after we complete, because our technical team is going to take us back to the start of to the top of the first handover, and I want us to pay attention to that. Now, this young lady is gone. Look at the elasticity. She's out front. There's no catching her at all. But the Bernard has been speaking about the flawless in the batter passing over the last couple of days. But if you go back, look at the changeover in the baton on the Anglican High School. But more importantly, when you look at the changeover, as you mentioned, Rondell, how you got it in your hand and you went, look at the distance in the lines, because the changeover zone was utilized to perfection. Take a look at this. This is what you found. The shot from the top of the drone will tell the real story. Check this. They're coming up for the first handover now, Anglican High School. Look at the changeover and the distance in the changeover zone. They wasted absolutely no time. As soon as the athlete in the first leg was coming and you got right to that point, she picked up, took it, and left it with a whole lot of space inside the changeover zone. So she got her momentum going, and that elasticized the lead while the others were still fighting to do the handover inside the changeover zone. That's great, flawless, absolutely magnificent batter passing.
Definitely, I can see it. You can, and the viewers can see it. The passing was just at the middle of the zone. Definitely, no way anything could go wrong there unless they dropped that baton. But they were just in the middle all the passes from the Anglican High School was in the middle of the changeover zone.
Well, fasten your seatbelts because the Lewis Hamilton Mercedes-Benz is in this one. The Ferrari he's about to drive in 2025 is parked somewhere on the outskirts. And somebody called the NASA space station because tell them we've got rockets here at the National Stadium in Grenada. The boys 4x1 senior. Let's go downstairs.
St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 4 from the 20-time Intercol champions. St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. In lane 5, another 20 times Intercol champions, the defending Intercol champions, the Grenada Boys Secondary. In lane 6, from the Capital Parish, Boca Secondary. Lane 7, from the Capital Parish, your 4-time Intercol champion from the hills of Alford, presentation, Brothers College. And in lane 8, one of the youngest secondary schools in Grenada, from Tantine, the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary.
I am not going to sit for this one. I'm going to throw away the chair. It's not needed because let me tell you something. You can't cover this in your seat. It is just not going to be the same. This is going to be a different level of speed.
Definitely a different level of speed, and it's going to determine how Day 1 closes in terms of the point standing and who is ahead.
The Blue Bleeders, the Tantine Bullets, the Old Fort Cannons, the Bleeding Red of St. David, MacDonald College, the west side of St. Mark's. Let me tell you something. The pride of Tantine Terrace is there as well. Let us go. This is boys 4x1 immediately. So well, it's still even. It's still even. Let's see the first handover. Good handover from PBC. Good handover from GBSS. Here comes SAS. SAS is in this one. Look at lane 4, everybody. But a still good run. Flawless batter passing. Oh no, PBC just messed it up on that second handover. Canik Nixon was trying to get the batter, couldn't get it. It cost him, but here comes SAS. SAS, GBSS, SAS, GBSS, GBSS and SAS. The race is on. 20 times apiece. And SAS starts the separation. Look at SAS go to the finish line. This is what people pay to see. This is what they came here for.
Definitely what they came here for. It's SAS. The pressure is on, but the execution is flawless. These guys really did well in terms of ensuring that they came out trumps in this, the 4x1 senior boys.
Look at this. It was even too close to call at the start. It was still pretty much even, Steven. Yes, PVC made up a little bit of stagger, but that costed them because even though they had a good baton passing on the first handover, they messed it up coming around the third leg, and they were giving it to the danger man in Canik Nixon. He needed to get that batter flawlessly. They messed that up, but in the meantime, look at SAS. Look at SAS. Look at the batter passing from SAS. SAS at that point went straight into the lead. That batter passing was flawless. That's where they won the relay on that second handover.
Definitely, that's where they really gained that momentum. That's where the separation came. You saw it as it came in. He received that baton and he was quickly out, and there was no way that the GBSS athlete could have caught him.
Bishop tried. Emilio Bishop did try for GBSS, but SAS was bleeding fire. 42.11. SAS. GBSS. St. David's Catholic, the pride of Tantine Terrace, J.W. Fletcher, they came in at 43.70. That's a good showing. That's a good showing from them. Boca Secondary, PBC, they must feel dejected from this one because when they were giving, had Canik Nixon from PBC gotten this batter as flawless as they did on the first handover, boy, that was going to be some fire on the last leg. Could we withstand it? I don't know we could have. But that's where it all came down. Look at this. We're going to be looking at this relay for years to come. If this is not reminiscent of something of Olympic stature, then somebody pinch me because I might be sleeping. Look at the handover. Take a look at this handover. This handover here is when the separation really came. Up, out, the changeover zone. In the meantime, PBC fumbling at the top. McDonald College, well, not sorry, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, they were flawless as well. But Ethan Sam really tried to come out. You hear the call up. Bishop got it. You can see the call from Ethan Sam saying up. Bishop got it, but by that time, Sass was already in full flight.
Definitely in full flight. He was on the runway and there was no stopping. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, definitely a really good performance from them. I think the top four there, their batter passing was really, really good. There was some little bit of hand holding in one of the legs, but it didn't infringe on any of the teams. You saw them in and out really quickly, and so that really sets the stage. What an end to the day, the first day of the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024.
That's the way to end day one.
Well, you would have robbed yourself. You would have robbed yourself if you were not here at the National Stadium. You would have robbed yourself if you didn't take advantage of checking into one of the pay-per-view links at tizic.com. You still have some time. It's $7.99 to view day 2 tomorrow. But you would have robbed yourself immensely had you missed out on the day's activities. That's the perfect way to pull the curtains down on day 1. People are going to be looking at this relay for time and in time to come. Let's put a wrap on day 1 quickly. C.R. John. Some big performances. Annalisa Brown. Annalisa Brown, record time, record-breaking performance. Good run by her. She picked up a medal in the 100, but then shaving 3 seconds off the 800-meter sub-junior girls, Annalisa Brown, and a high point on today's activities.
Definitely a high point in Annalisa Brown. You had some really good performances. St. David's Catholic Secondary, again, we cannot leave them out in terms of their field, and the girls in the field really helping to set up the lead that they have going into day 2. You cannot rule out the track events for the PBC. They got off to a bang, not just on the track, but in the field. They got some of the earliest medals in day 1 of the Intercol. And so definitely, if this is what day 1 has shown us, day 2 and 3, it's going to be really, really, really hot.
Position number 4, St. David Catholic Secondary, 36 points. Your top 3.
In position number 3, 47.5 points. Presentation Brothers College. Ladies and gentlemen, position number 2 is on 68 points. Position number 1 is on 69.5 points. In the boys division, position number 2, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, which means on 69.5 points, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School.
That really did a lot of damage.
We now move
for PBC
to the female division. In the female division, currently in position number 6 on 25 points, McDonald College. Position number 5, 27 points, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. There is currently a tie for position number 3. Currently on 30 points, 3rd position, the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, tied with the Boca Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 2 in the female division at the end of day number 1. Position number 1, 62 points. Position number 2, 56 points. Ladies and gentlemen, position number 2, 56 points. The Anglican High School, which means leading at the end of day 1, 6 points ahead. The St. David Catholic Secondary School. These are your team scores at the end of day 1 of the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2024. We'll see you.
Well, the story has been told and the script has been written to bring the curtains down on day 1 of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School out in front, and followed by the Anglican High School, and a tie for third with the St. Joseph's Convent St. George and the Boca Secondary School. The Boca Secondary School, interesting that they have gotten to third in this event. Now remember, they were in the top 5 last year in the girls division, and I think the top 6 in the boys. So they've done pretty well. And here they are again, a good showing at the end of day 1. In the boys category, well, it's still a nail-biter. PBC has slipped down to third. GBSS second, but only 1.5 points away from SAS. I feel something building.
Well, definitely there must be some excitement in this atmosphere right now, because 1.5 points, not much, not anything to speak about. So definitely the challenge here will be for the PBC to really get themselves back into the ascendancy. They led for most of the morning period. They led due to the middle of the day. But as we closed off day 1, the surge of SAS, the surge of the GBSS has placed the PBC in third. Definitely, we cannot blink, we cannot turn away, because it's going to go down to the wire.
All right, well, in short, the National Stadium has been equated to a pressure cooker more than anything else. Hi, everybody, and that will bring us to the end of day 1. Thanks a lot for joining us. We've had some fantastic moments, some awesome moments, some record-breaking moments as well here at the National Stadium. And if it does anything at all, it sets up for a perfect day tomorrow at these championships. And then the culmination on day 3. We're going to see some separations tomorrow. There obviously will be a change on the table in the points and all of that, because we've got a whole lot planned for tomorrow. Heats and finals in various events. It is going to be awesome. You don't want to miss it. Check out our YouTube and link, be a part of the pay-per-view, and just enjoy Intercol Games. Thanks a lot for joining us, everybody. Tell somebody about the pay-per-view. Let somebody join in on the pay-per-view. It's not much. It's only $7.99 for the day. And, of course, we've still got 2 more exciting days to come. Join us here at the National Athletic Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in Grenada. When we come back tomorrow for day 2, we will be on the air just before 9 o'clock for a prompt 9 o'clock start on the track. Until then, Clyde Rondell John, Bernard Antoine, my name is Jason Skeet. Good night, everybody.
This copyrighted broadcast of the 2024 Republic Bank Intercol Championship may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of T&R Communications.